Hi, I'm Nick, and welcome to the Fusion Space for today's episode of Storytime, Fantastic Four by Mark Waid and Mike Wieringo. This is one of the most beloved runs of the comic in the modern era, published beginning in 2002 with the 99-cent issue, a promotional stunt at the time meant to showcase top talent and bring in new readers, and it certainly worked on me. In fact, I was a hardcore DC fan, not buying any Marvel books at the time, and this 99-cent issue was so good I was hooked, and ended up buying the books not only to the end of this run, but beyond it, and other Fantastic Four titles as well. I had never appreciated them before or knew anything about them beyond the two movies such as the Roger Corman 1994 one, and this run made me a fan of the comic, so I hope it does the same for you to some extent. I'll be showcasing two stories from books 1 and 2 out of the 4 trade paperbacks that the run is collected into, and briefly describing the other issues to give you a sense of the whole. One more episode should follow this, maybe two, covering a few more notable stories. In this episode, we'll begin with the 99-cent issue, Inside Out, and meet the Fantastic Four through the eyes of their new publicist, there to do research to help pitch a new comic book to be published in the universe about them, all part of the business side of the enterprise, which helps to pay for Reed's experiments at the family's expense. We'll see how they aren't a typical superhero team, but a family of explorers who help out the city and the world when needed. Then the main part of the episode will be the story Unthinkable, and it's Dr. Doom's latest revenge scheme, and it's a doozy. I'm not spoiling any more here. Suffice it to say that Mark Waid turns in top-notch work as a superhero comics writer, as always, delivering real heart with his characters and epic adventure with his plots, and Mike Wieringo's somewhat innocent and cartoonish style perfectly suits with the lighter tone of the book. But don't let it fool you. With Dr. Doom involved, we'll be going some dark places as well, to be sure. So buckle up for adventure, and let's begin. Recall their first adventure together when scientist Reed Richards took his fiancée Susan Storm and her brother Johnny on an exploratory starship piloted by aviator Ben Grimm. As the intrepid foursome prepares for flight, she'll handle like a dream. I promise you the adventure of a lifetime. You're aware, I presume, of what happened next? Disaster. Richards severely underestimated the amount of shielding required to pass safely through the Van Allen belt and beyond, leaving them vulnerable to immeasurable levels of radiation. Then, hear that? It's cosmic rays. I warned you about 'em, egghead. I warned you! Then, its mission aborted, the starship crash-landed in the California woods, its passengers miraculously unharmed. Moments later, the Fantastic Four display their new powers. We've changed, all of us, because their bodies have been mutated by the radiation, freakishly transformed. And so was born the Human Torch, Mr. Fantastic, the Invisible Woman, and the ever-loving blue-eyed thing. The Fantastic Four. Still, in a way I cannot even begin to fathom, they turned tragedy into triumph. From that day forward, Richards and his friends began new lives, and as a family and a team, ushered in what we know today as the Age of Marvels. Lights? The Fantastic Four are pioneers of science. They are the world's first Imaginauts, if you will. And now they are our clients. Meaning, their licensing revenue is down 22% from last year. Wizard Magazine hasn't hot-picked their comic for months. Vanity Fair passed on a Ben Grimm interview. And last week, Howard Stern bumped Johnny Storm for Danny Bonaducci. Let me repeat that. Danny Bonaducci. They need something. Scherzer, you're a brainstormer. What do you have for me? Sir, I'm me, and they're superheroes. I handle rock stars. Same thing. Pack a suitcase, Scherzer. It's time to meet the family. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Ha! I knew it. Reed told you to drain the lizard before we left, Matchstick. And this is your business, how? All those who even remember owning a reptile, raise your hands. Johnny, Ben, please. Why, you... Ben spills his drink on Johnny. Hey! Oops. You did that on purpose. Sue, Ben threw his coke at me and the guy. Scherzer. It was an accident, you squirt. These mitts ain't exactly made for high tea, you know. Besides, you're so sore you got dumped by Jennifer. I don't want to hear that name. Well, you two knock it off. We have a guest. He started it. What name? Quit touching me, bighead. Touch. I'm so sorry, Mr. Scherzer. When Johnny gets worked up, his skin temperature rises to uncomfortable. Reed stretches his head to the back seat. I mean it, you two. Don't make me turn this interdimensional transport around. Am I understood? Reed, eyes on the road! Eyes on the road! Reed narrowly dodges a large creature. Ah, there you are.
Mr. Scherzer, you might want to stay inside. Might?
The Fantastic Four descend onto the large creature. What'd you call this thing again, Stretcho? The thing knocks away the local fauna. You, get! The data board, Ben. I concluded that the best way to gather information from the Leviverse was to bioengineer a self-sustaining dimensional probe that can convert ingested matter into fuel. Data board. Got it. Johnny helps out with his flames and Sue with her invisible shields.
Your husband sure has some cool hobbies, sis. What can I say? Guess a big brain really does it for me. I was being sarcastic, and, oh yeah, ew. Digging the invisible force field work, though. Need a hand? I'm fine, sweetie. Just thinking about how sexy big brains are. Oh, God, please stop. Heh.
Reed forms his body into a large blanket shape. By swarming the data board, these indigenous life forms are killing it, ruining months of research. He expands, scattering the bug-like creatures. Bong! They're mindless insects merely reacting to the data board's presence. Clear them away, but try not to hurt them.
Hey, by mindless, did you mean instead maybe fireproof?
Meat, blood, life, warm, hunger, taste fire.
I said get! You okay, kid?
Yeah.
Reed installs a device on the data board. There, this should repel any further attacks. We're done here. Mission accomplished. Give me a lift, Susie.
Maneuver 17A?
Oh, my Aunt Petunia. Stop showing off because we got company. I can barely remember our phone number, okay? Just let on a friggin' line. Sue forms a long, narrow shield for Ben to climb like a pole while Reed stretches back up to the ship and Johnny flies alongside him.
Do we still have any of that butter pecan Reed came up with? Stuff that burns more calories than rugby? Not a spoonful. What do you think got me through that last pregnancy?
Huh.
Ice cream? So, you do stuff like this often? Do what? Take a Sunday drive?
The Fantastic Car speeds away from the data board. Inside out. The Fantastic Car returns through the portal to the Baxter Building to find Franklin Richards waiting.
Cool. Mom! Hey, you. Franklin, say hello to Mr. Scherzer. Hi. What does he do, Ms. Richards? Only what you'd expect of a wonderfully brave, wonderfully smart, wonderfully normal 7-year-old. He and his sister are amazing. Daddy, what'd you bring me, Daddy?
How about a brand new macro atom? Reed hands Franklin a cluster of glowing balls.
Cool. Right. You also have a baby daughter named Val? And she's just adorable. You'll see. Right now she's in daycare with her sitter on the moon. Oh, why not? So Reed hired your firm to improve our image? Forgive me, but why on earth would something like that?
Matter? Because popularity is mercurial, Sue. People like us who don't periodically reinvent ourselves are too quickly forgotten. Mr. Scherzer has been sent to observe us for a few days and see what might be done to keep us living the glamorous life. While Fantastic Four Inc. is a non-profit organization, Mr. Scherzer, licensing still makes a substantial dent in our R&D outlay. I figured patent royalties took care of that. Since when does Reed give a big stretchy hawk about our Q rating?
I know. It doesn't seem at all like Reed to be concerned with our, celebrity. Johnny, any thoughts? Yes, I have no ice cream. Johnny Storm. So much more goes on around you than you pay any attention to.
One of the insects has hitched a ride on the Fantastic Car and sneaks away into the Baxter Building. On Monday, the visiting executive stands outside the Baxter Building high in the air, held aloft by one of Sue's force fields as she helps the Human Torch make repairs inside a wall panel outside the building. The Invisible Woman gives him a taste of being invisible, terrifying him even further. Sue wants Johnny to take on some more responsibility, but he flies away before she can finish telling him. On Tuesday, Reed attempts to control chaos in a lab when an anti-gravity formula is spilled on the floor. The Thing pounds on machinery to keep it from hitting people, while the Human Torch evaporates a dangerous liquid with his flames. Reed stretches into the sky to rescue a scientist before he flies away.
Good news. I lived. And stopped worrying about who'd get my office to. Richard thanked the scientist for calling him in and immediately launched into what, digging through the $10 words, sounded like a lecture on the dangers of playing with liquid null gravitons. Then I learned something. He wasn't invited.
Huh?
This think tank of geniuses, cause cerebral. It's an annual event. Reed says next to the Nobels, an invitation is the greatest honor in science. Reed's been attending since he was 17, but...
But you mean those bums included him out this year? Heck, he's probably smarter than all of them put together. Why would they?
Is that why he hired my firm? I don't know. I swear. I mean, I can't judge the size of his ego. No, you can't. You listen to me. Reed is very humble. But if his ego were 1,000 times bigger than you just insinuated, he'd still be entitled to it. What she said. I'm not the sharpest tack, but I'm smart enough to know that a mind like Reed's comes along maybe once every 100 years. I don't see any of those highbrows who called us in decoding alien language or rewriting Stephen Hawking. I don't hear about them discovering half the stuff Reed does. Is my brother-in-law weird? Heck yeah. But that's the kind of weird that changes the world for the better. And we get the best seats in the house. Not a bad speech from the kid brother. Told me something new. But not about Richards. Clearly the other three were all adventurers at heart. But most of the time, Johnny fiddles with cars. Sue wrestles with motherhood. Ben watches a lot of WWE. They don't tend to navigate the Amazon or explore rat-infested catacombs just 'cause. On the other hand, if Reed wants to investigate some civilization he found living on the side of an electron, they'll jump in and run interference without hesitation. It's that kind of help that allows Richards to focus on scientific breakthroughs that, well, not to overstate, but that could possibly pioneer the future of the human race. My God, does his family realize how much they contribute to that? Is that why they do what they do?
Schertzer finds Ben looking over his shoulder.
What'd you think?
Because you're superheroes?
Funny.
On Wednesday, Ben carries a large grandfather clock down the street.
Never takes me shopping just to be nice. No. Susie, wait up. This ain't no way to treat your pack mule.
So, Mr. Grimm, I have to ask, what's it like to see yourself merchandised? I can't go half a block in Soho without finding saleables both licensed, and unlicensed. Rap music. Interesting.
For the love of Mike. Rap ain't music. It's just a bunch of talentless bozos who ain't never learned to play a real instrument.
You don't know my street. You couldn't take my blows, see you crying while you're dying trying to find them heroes.
Huh?
Oh, Dip, Sim, Papa Grimm live on the set. Seems you have some fans, mister. Everybody thinks I'm a monster. True dat. Give me some brick, OG. Jamal, tune the man.
What the?
You the chim, Mr. Grimm.
The teenager hands Ben a CD with his picture on it, labeled Clobbering Time.
Bust this. Think you know what I ought to do? Well, hate to say it, I got news for you. You don't know my street. You couldn't take my blows, see you crying while you're dying trying to find them heroes. Not me. I don't let no one mess with mine. Just step off, hater, or it's clobbering time. Got a sting like the thing, yeah, it's clobbering time. Best believe I don't let no one mess with mine. Just step off, hater, or it's clobbering time. Don't no one tell me how to spend my days. I've come too far to let you change my ways. Me and my G's, always up for more. We roll like we going off Fantastic Four. So, what you think?
I think the Hulk's gonna be awful jealous. I don't know what you nutty kids are doing, but keep doing it, I guess. Thanks, pal.
Well, I'm surprised you're surprised, Mr. Grimm. Groups from Lincoln Park to Cypress Hill drop your name all the time. They love you. Did you like the song?
Beats the heck out of that golden oldie. Get away from my baby. Nah, it still ain't nothing but yakking to a beat. Who can listen to that junk?
Thursday.
Not me. I don't let no one mess with mine. Just step off, hater, or it's clobbering time.
Friday.
You know what's to our credit as far as this whole husband-wife thing goes? We've developed a good system.
For example?
Example, when you march to your own oblivious beat, I know when to trust you to wander off, and when to grab you by the collar.
This is about Schertzer, isn't it?
How'd you know?
We've developed a good system. You're dying to ask me why on earth I commissioned his services. Well...
Hey, that's them! Can you make it out to Cody with a Y? No way! Give me a pen! Thank you, Mr. Elastic.
I believe the name Mr. Elastic, whoever he is, tells the tale. Call me vain, but I like people knowing who we are. Can you imagine Johnny the first time someone says to him, "Didn't you used to be the Human Torch?"
Not without mentally counting the casualties. And I would never call you vain, sweetheart. So what is this about?
Saturday. The proposed Fantastic Four comic, F! Bears tough-looking and futuristic versions of the four heroes.
Guys, you're kidding. It's just a rough. If we're gonna relaunch the comic, that's a hot look. Widescreen, authoritative. To the extreme. Thank you, Poochie, but no. You got it all wrong. Took me a week to figure it out, during which, I'm happy to report, I worked out some new ways to maintain the FF public profile. But here's the 411. These guys aren't superheroes.
What?
Not really. They don't fight crime. They don't go on patrol. And they don't have a bat signal. They're astronauts. They're envoys, adventurers, explorers. Sure, Galactus comes to town, they'll step up. Trouble finds them, they'll kick its ass. But that's not the job. It just comes with. Ask any frontiersman, any trailblazer. Maybe they've been around for a while. But the only thing old about the FF is that they never stop taking us into the new. My advice? You want to do a comic? You make it about people, not about costumes. And people will care. You know, they do wear costumes. I think that's for the cameras more than anything. I will say this, though. I don't think I'll ever understand why celebrity's a priority at all with Richards. Why does a man like Reed care about the spotlight?
Because, well, I wish I could tell him. Do you want to know, Val? It'll have to be our secret, okay? Okay. Once upon a time, there was a genius a very bright man who... Reed looks at a picture of the four before their space flight. Once upon a time, there was a very arrogant man who did something very stupid. Without proper preparation or shielding, he took his friends through a wave of radiation that made them all something other than human. His guilt was unbearable and deserved. These were the people he loved, and he destroyed their lives. Thanks to him, they were fated to be freaks, lab specimens, or worse. Unless he changed that fate somehow. On his desk is a letter from Cause Cerebral. It reads, Dear Dr. Richards, our best wishes regarding your absence from this year's conference. We certainly understand your desire to instead spend time with your new daughter, and we congratulate you on... Reed stretches into a funny face for Val. Unless he made the world see them for what they were. 3 of the best and bravest people anyone could hope to meet. So he refused to let them operate in secret. He gave them a home in a city of 8 million, and he gave them costumes and a flying car, and he encouraged them to parade around with some pretty outlandish names. Mr. Fantastic. Does that sound like something anyone would really want to call themselves? No, but that's the kind of thing that made headlines, and t-shirts, and action figures. He knew that would keep people from fearing them. You see, glamour and fame weren't options. They were necessities. Because maybe, by turning his friends into celebrities, he could be forgiven for taking their normal lives away. Someday.
Said I'll tell him. Hey, Stretcho, you know you told us not to mess with the time machine? Match take care.
It was your idea.
Whatever. Listen, Davy Crockett needs some help.
Sure, now. And MIT called, so after we unwild the West. Boy, I hear some people get days off here and there. Us, on the other hand, there's always going to be something new to deal with, isn't there?
Oh, please. You know the answer to that as well as I do. I certainly hope so. End. Now we'll begin skipping over these issues to get to our next story and keep you in the loop as to what's happening. The Thing is hit in the face with a giant pie, courtesy of the Yancey Street Gang, his ex-friends from his old neighborhood. Unfortunately for whoever has been pranking him, they left a return address on this package. Johnny begins to sweat, as it's been him sending the pranks all these years. He attempts to stop Ben before he gets to the building that'll reveal Johnny's name if he gets there. Ben sprays him with a hydrant, not willing to let anything get in the way of his revenge. Back at the Baxter building, Reed is checking in on the children, Valeria and Franklin, when suddenly portals to a dark netherworld seem to open in the floor and walls of the nursery. Reed sees spiders crawling out of his daughter's face. Soon, however, the illusion passes and all appears normal again. What disturbs Reed the most is his utter inability to explain what's happened. Ben reaches his destination only to find the building that he seeks is gone. Figuring he's been pranked again, he sulks on his way home. Johnny thinks he's off the hook, but when the building comes back into view, he quickly figures out his invisible sister is the cause. Sue, frustrated with Johnny, gives him responsibility he can't shrug off without hurting his family, placing him in charge of the Fantastic Four's licensing department. Sentient is a three-part story where Reed's Palm Pilot, a handheld tablet-style computer popular at the time, becomes sentient and seeks him out, demanding a reciprocal and equal to itself, which it defines as its creator, Reed. It divides matter into its base elements and menaces the family, but eventually Reed writes for it a simulation of himself, and they merge, disappearing into the infinite. In Small Stuff, Johnny makes a large mistake, but tries to be responsible. He lets a company have a sample of the team's unstable molecules, the material their indestructible suits are made of, for use in emergency services gear. When they try to reverse engineer it, they only find a message saying that they have violated their contract. However, they stole Johnny's wallet during an earlier visit with him, and their work on that proceeded to unlock the molecules, beginning a chain reaction melting everything they come in contact with. In the follow-up issue Big Stuff, Sue reprimands Johnny, but there's no time for that, as Sue must encase the entire building in a force field and hold it until the reaction is ended, or else the entire planet will melt along with it. With supreme effort, Sue manages to succeed.
Look, obviously sticking me in this job wasn't the most rational decision you ever made. But that's because you weren't mad at me for being a kid. You were mad at you because you thought you raised me wrong. Well, you didn't. If I can help the family, I want to be a part of this. John will backstop me. But you can trust me. I'm not always 14. Everything I do know about being an adult, I learned from you, okay? Office responsibilities are yours. Provisionally. I want to fine-tooth this plan before I make it permanent. John, we'll discuss your raise in the morning. In the meantime, control of the checkbook goes to you two. Which means, Johnny, there's one huge perk in it for you. And here it is. Enjoy.
Sue presses a button on the phone.
Psst.
Hello?
Susie, it's Ben. Listen, I know things are a mess down there now that we let a couple bean counters go, but I'm a little short of dough this month. Who do I gotta talk to now to get an advance of my allowance?
Johnny begins to grin. End. Unthinkable. Prologue.
Are you certain? Her name is Valeria.
Valeria? No. Give me your hand.
What is it?
Your pain. The lifeline. Splintered. Broken. You have led quite a troubled life.
Victor.
Victor. Do you see it? An unusually sharp angle very early in the line. Your path changes abruptly. Your trials begin. Odd.
What?
Your hands, chafed, tarnished as if by metal, and pale, so pale. Your skin rarely feels the sun's warmth, does it, Victor?
Not often.
Your destiny was altered. Now your soul aches with remorse.
6 months, a year ago, I would have thought that an idiotic assumption regarding a remarkable life. My accomplishments are the stuff of legends. I have been a king, a billionaire, a god. My technologies make mockery of the word impossible. Machines born of my intellect have sent souls to heaven and freed them from hell. There is nothing worthwhile in all creation I have not tasted, touched, or owned outright. All because of one choice I made as a young man. One decision. And I have finally come to realize that it has never brought me what I seek in life. And it likely never will. It cannot be undone. But it can be revoked. A new life can begin.
Valeria.
I have resources beyond imagining. I will find her. And when I do, I will trade everything that I am for her love. Casamonte, Georgia. Hardly the old country. A town made up almost entirely of self-styled fortune-tellers and psychics who are, at best, laughable imitations of the real spellweavers of my youth. In my duties as ruler of Latveria, I traveled the eastern nations with some regularity. I visit America only when I must, and leave as quickly as I can. I prefer civilization. Those times I have come here, it has been to do battle with Reed Richards and his ill-witted family. This is my first exposure to the loathsome sort of Tartarus referred to by the natives as a tourist trap. Still, it is here that Valeria's trail ends. In an abhorrent hamlet of 2,000, almost all of whom are storefront seers handling tarot decks with the grace of a baboon. Being nomads, my tribe traveled the breadth of Hungary during the warm months, and they were not my favorite. I waited impatiently for the fall, eager to return to the woods outside Muskowick, where, each year, we would set camp in readiness for winter. The forest was the smell of mushrooms and the crackle of parchment leaf in the cool, dry air. It was the second most beautiful thing I knew. My people, by necessity, lived a lean existence. Gifts were uncommon, as we had little to give. What we needed, we stole. What we could not steal, we built by hand, and hoped it would work.
Young Victor presents young Valeria with a music box he has crafted, and she kisses him.
Like my mother before him, my father fell victim to the prejudice of small-minded villagers who, fueled by a delusion of superiority, hounded us. When he died, Valeria became my world, a world removed from the ignobility of the common man. My father's possessions held a beguiling secret. My mother's heirlooms had nothing to do with the sciences I had, to then, pursued and studied with every waking moment. They were the door to another realm entirely, for my mother, as I learned, had been an accomplished sorceress. Suddenly, an entire new arena of knowledge lay before me. Fascinated, I devoted my night to studying the dark arts, while giving equal time during the day to pursuing new technologies. Inventions that serve to protect my people from persecution and harm.
Victor's machines protect the nomads from the police and their riot gear.
Unsurprisingly, my reputation as a scientist made its way in time across the ocean. A soldier representing a number of universities came to offer me not one, but several scholarships. I would be granted access to the world's most modern research facilities, provided I were willing to study in America.
Then what?
You would tell me if you could, you charlatan. May my mother's spirit forever haunt you for cheapening our art. Good evening.
Victor leaves the fake psychic.
Another day, another fraud.
I'll gladly find this woman for you, Victor. Join me in meditation. And as you speak of her, allow the crystal to serve as the mind's eye.
Scrying, in the hands of the practiced, a valuable tool for interpreting yesterday and tomorrow. In the hands of a crass quacksalver, a mundane focus for crudely hypnotizing the utterly suggestive. I choose to be entertained by my own imaginings. We had reached the point where hearts break, Valeria and I. For, unlike myself, she had familial obligations and could not leave our homeland. She begged me to stay. She refused to understand the importance of the opportunity afforded me. Exploration brings knowledge, I told her. Knowledge brings power. I promised her that science and nothing else would forever deliver us, her and I, from the cruelty so willfully heaped upon us by lesser men. And yet, despite our love, she put forth an ultimatum. This new road, or the life we knew. Whichever one I selected, I had to leave the other behind forever. So, I did.
Victor leaves Valeria in tears to go to America.
Consequently, I buried myself in the sciences, in the process making no friends, but one enemy. A marginally bright man, so jealous of my own brilliance that, feigning concern, pretending merely to evaluate my formulae, he deliberately tampered with the design of one of my greatest inventions, causing it to explode in a paroxysm of hellfire. I survived, if you could call it that. My face was hideously scarred, my reputation destroyed, and I would spend a lifetime avenging both, to no end. Valeria knows full well the man I have since become. So disapproving is she that she lives in hiding, striving to ensure our paths never again cross.
Victor sees a house in the crystal ball.
What?
We're not all posers, you know. The woman you seek is there, just down the street. And Victor, she's waiting for you.
Victor Von Doom finds Valeria sitting in a darkened parlor.
You weren't supposed to find me.
You impressed me with your choice of refuge. You knew my contempt for the United Kennel of America would keep me away. Valeria, I mean you no harm. I bring but a simple offering I have treasured since long ago. I need you to have it.
He hands her a golden locket.
Victor, I can't.
Opening the locket, Valeria finds pictures of her and Victor from long ago.
Dear God, were we ever that young?
Yes, but only one of us was foolish. Valeria, I love you. Please, come back to me.
To who, Victor? To the callow boy who tumbled through the autumn leaves? He no longer exists. His place has been taken by a despotic chalice of evil, with a name good men can barely whisper.
He isn't here, and he need never be seen again. Valeria, I come to you without armor, without protection, and without any desire to endure one more day as the man I became once we parted. When we were young, I made a fateful choice, and it led me down a path I now regret. I want to choose again.
I can't help you, Victor. The love I had for you was gone.
Victor removes his mask.
No, it isn't. Not completely, don't you see? If it were, you'd be like all the others, too repelled to even glance at me. No, you still have feelings for me. Embers that could burn brightly, given a chance.
Victor, stop. You can't just come in and... I have a life beyond yours.
Yes, one that no longer need be ruled by fear.
There is a difference in you. Your armor.
A mechanical device, a symbol of the technology I henceforth reject. This is not an offer made lightly, Valeria. I am prepared to renounce science in all its forms, if you will take my hand. If you will save me.
Victor places a music box on Valeria's desk.
I give you my most solemn word of honor, Valeria.
He opens the music box and it begins to play.
Your love will make me a changed man.
Valeria smiles. She examines their youthful pictures in the locket, their smiling young faces so in love.
I'm so confused. This is not at all what I expected from you. I can't promise anything, Victor. We have so much more to discuss before.
Understood. Just tell me that there is a chance for us.
Valeria takes Victor's hand.
Certainly.
Excellent.
The locket begins to glow with an unearthly green light.
Ah! Victor! Victor, what's happening?
The green light runs up her arm and floods Valeria's body. Glowing red runes begin to appear in her flesh as she screams in pain.
My life is changing.
Ah!
When I was young, I made a fateful choice. I chose science over sorcery, and I wanted to choose again.
The flame and the runes have covered Valeria's entire body as she crumples to the floor.
Ah! Victor!
Thus, I made a pact. I conjured a cabal of nether demons who claimed they would make me the magician I could have been, and greater besides. But, as is too often true of demons, There was a barter involved. One condition. I had to sacrifice something of indescribable value. Something irreplaceable. Something only you could give me.
Valeria's runically marked skin begins to be stripped from her muscle.
Farewell, my love.
The demonically enchanted flesh begins to wrap around Doom. The poor, trusting woman's skeleton collapses in a pile on the floor next to the golden locket.
Dear, dear Valeria, I will miss you more than any will ever imagine. But I will always hold you close to me.
Dr. Doom stands ready in his new demonic armor, now equipped with a new kind of power to attempt to take his revenge on Reed Richards and the Fantastic Four. Unthinkable, Part 1. Monday.
Love to imagine some cash, Benji. But that bike messenger, the one who accidentally ran into you? I thought, gee, we really ought to pay for that metal plate in his head. And, well, the money has to come from somewhere. Check back tomorrow, big guy?
Today. Ben decorates a huge water balloon with spray paint. Tuesday.
There ain't no such thing as Kalani Day.
There is now, and we close early on Killarney Day. Happy holidays.
Today. Ben grins as he fills the large water balloon at a faucet. Wednesday.
Said I moved payday to Thursdays from now on. I sent a memo.
Today. Ben looks down to see Johnny sunbathing on a lower roof. Thursday. Ben finds a stuffed dummy in Johnny's office wearing his suit. Today. Ben positions the water balloon on the ledge above him. A massive orange balloon filled with water and bearing the thing's angry face hurtles down towards the Human Torch. Elsewhere, Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman explore a new dimension Reed has discovered, fighting off the local inhabitants as they go. Eventually, Reed figures out that they speak in trinary code. He modulates a language to speak to them, and communicates. Upon hearing his message, they quickly flee. Oh, sorry. Turns out they speak trinary code. So I said, I am Dr. Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four, and I... Sue makes a flying shield for them to travel in.
Go on.
Actually, that's as far as I got, but it was enough to send them running. Apparently, my reputation precedes me. Which is unfortunate, since we came in peace.
Did you find what you were looking for, at least?
Absolutely. This dimension is ripe with photonuclear crystals. Photon batteries, if you will. If I can decode their cellular structure, I can advance solar power technology at least 5 years.
You know, if you're not careful, we're going to be the first generation to leave behind a better world.
Well, that's the goal. Tree.
Who's driving? Relax. Speaking of which, you've had your nose riding the grindstone for weeks now. I think somebody's compensating for not yet figuring out what went on in Val's nursery that day. I have a theory. Want to hear it? Again?
No.
It was magic. Magic, magic, magic.
I don't believe in magic.
Magic! Don't be so closed-minded. You've seen sorcery.
No, I've seen a science I haven't yet bothered to explore.
Not everything can be explained by science.
Bite your tongue.
What is love, Dr. Richards?
Very funny.
Uh-oh. Wow, you really do have a traveling rep, you bad boy. Those guys didn't run. They went for reinforcements to block our teleportal home. And they think it's you they have to worry about. Later, fellas.
Sue uses her powers to barnstorm their way back through the teleportal and into the Baxter building, safely closing the portal behind them. They find Johnny soaking wet.
Anti-Benbray. I need an anti-Benbray.
Johnny, what on earth are you looking for? And why are you, of all people, wet?
Is it raining, Uncle Johnny? Ben. Balloon. Water. Notice shadow. Flamed on. Still soaked. Seeking revenge. Where do you keep your death lasers?
Haven't we discussed Newton's third law?
I can turn him into a fig Newton?
For every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. What did you do to provoke this?
Nothing, I swear. Terrace, sun, balloon, boom!
Okay, Let's come up with something.
Me and you? You went along for the ride? Since when?
Since I realized letting you go unsupervised was a worse idea. Besides, I'm Ben's best friend.
Which means you'll never see it coming.
Precisely. Alright, you two, bring me an alternator from a 1964 Fairlane, a banjo, and a 5-pound bag of flour. And suit up. Johnny goes with Franklin to do as Reed requested. Sue finds Ben in the kitchen.
Thanks, Susie. I'll pay you back. Benji. Say Benji. Uncle Benji.
First Franklin, now you. Ben, I'm as eager as anyone to hear Val's first word, but give her time. She's only a few months old.
Yeah, I know. Look at her dad. I figure Reed was yakking in the womb, don't you think? Probably gave the delivery doc a lecture on epidurals. So who knows? Maybe Val's another egghead to be.
All we know for sure about her is that she's safe, right?
Aw, Susie, don't go there again. It don't matter no more.
I'm sorry, Ben. It's just... Of all the people to see Val into this world, for it to have been Victor, makes me nauseous.
Stop. I know. None of us was happy about it. But look at her. She turned out just fine anyway. Maybe he was the first to hold her, but that's the last shot he'll ever get. He ain't never come within 1,000,000 miles of Val ever again. I promise. Let her play with her blocks. She's just fine. Now, what's for lunch?
The cartoon bear on Valeria's toy block transforms into Dr. Doom's face and begins to speak to her in an eldritch voice.
Hello, Valeria. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Victor Von Doom. I am your godfather. At least, so I consider myself. After all, it was only Doom, who possessed both the knowledge and the skill to see your mother through childbirth. You see, when a baby is born of parents empowered by radiation the way yours are, there can be complications. Once before, years ago, your father was called upon to compensate for such difficulties in a moment of crisis. Because of his pitiable ineptitude, your mother suffered a miscarriage. Consequently, when the hour of your birth was upon us, and Richard's elsewhere, your Uncle Jonathan turned to me for aid, his enemy, gambling in all likelihood that I could not pass up the certainty of succeeding where your father blundered. No matter. I asked in return only that I be allowed to name you Valeria, after someone close to me. When I delivered you, I realized what a gift your birth was to me. How it might finally provide me a method by which to at last avenge myself against the indignities your family has visited upon me. The moment you appeared, when I first held you in my armored hands, a whispered series of incantations and spells forever bound us, you and I. Despite your parents' most fervent hopes and dreams, Valeria, you are no ordinary child. In the parlance of the occult, you are my familiar, my eyes and ears, an extension of my senses, my conduit for sorcery. On the day you were born, I placed you under my royal protection. I vowed no harm would ever come to you. But I made no such guarantees to those idiotic enough to hold you to their breast. Trust me, Valeria. By day's end, your father will no longer be alive to mold you with his maladroit touch. It is best for you. Remember, this is his handiwork.
Victor removes his mask and shows his face to Valeria.
Let it begin.
The block falls silent, with no one having noticed except the child. Reed, Johnny, and Franklin prepare to test a hiccup-causing ray in his lab when the machine malfunctions and a stream of energy begins to seek out Franklin. Reed grabs his son and stretches above the beam as Johnny fights it with his flames. Reed rushes with Franklin to the teleportal, intent on sending him to his usual babysitters, the Inhumans on the moon, for safety.
Huh. Susie, did you hear a noise?
Probably just Reed dropping an atomic wrench or something. Ben, look! Look at Val! I'll be damned.
Reed sees the Inhuman Crystal in the teleportal. Crystal, take Franklin! We've got a situation! Not yet, Franklin. On 3.
Was it?
You were right. Listen to her. Doesn't it sound like she's trying to say something? Her first word. What is it, sweetheart? Can you say Mama? Dada? Doom.
1. Johnny is struck with the energy.
Nah!
2. 3. Wait! Franklin rushes through the portal. Franklin, don't! Franklin! The controls, they're not responding. Oh God, no! 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 On the other side of the portal, Franklin is in the grip of demons in what appears to be hell.
Daddy!
Unthinkable, Part 2.
Don't make too much of it, Susie. It's nothing. Just something she overheard.
I don't believe that.
Neither do I. Come on, whatever Reed's working on. Can't be more important than this.
Franklin! Franklin, don't move! I'm coming!
Bad plan.
What?
If you jump in there, I'm not smart enough to know how to get you back.
You, smart, controls. Me, fireproof. Hell! The Human Torch rushes through the portal.
Uncle Johnny!
Franklin, close your eyes and cover your ears. Just a bad dream, pal. He lied. It's gonna be okay. Johnny punches and blasts the demons with his flames. Note to self, the phrase I'm in hell is officially no longer cute. Also noted, the ring, no longer scary. Nah! Franklin! Fight, pal! Fight! I've got... A demon spews fiery green breath at Johnny. He is thrown back out of the portal just before it explodes. Ah! No! Franklin!
Burned? That's not... I haven't been burned since... Not since we got our... Ow!
Stretcho, what's going on? We heard screaming.
Johnny?
Wait, where's Franklin?
Don't panic. I will get him back. I'll get him back, and then...
Panic? Get him back? Reed, where's our son? What's happening?
We're under attack. There's some sort of energy moving through the building, changing machinery, warping it. Everyone pulls to the center of the room while I activate our... Reed finds the control console is melted. Defense systems. Damn it.
Stretcho, calm down. You sent Frankie through the teleportal? Where'd he end up?
Hell. He's trapped in hell.
Trapped? My baby? Reed, do something.
Sue, I'm trying. It's...
Doom.
Victor, are you sure?
It's what Val said.
What do you mean it's what...
Right out of her lips. His name. Clear as a bell. This ain't his M.O., but that ain't no coincidence. Now, what's it mean?
It means he's here. It means... Oh my God. It means he's watching us. He's watching us right now.
How do you...
Blue, Susan. Val's eyes are blue. Reed looked into his daughter's eyes, which had become brown. Get out, Victor! Leave my family alone! Do you hear me?
Reed, stop. You're scaring her.
Reed, get a grip. We'll fix this. Somehow.
Don't hide behind my children, Victor, you coward! Where are you? Show yourself! Doom's voice comes from the baby's mouth.
Soon enough, Richards. Soon enough. Not his method of operation. Heh. The gems that spill from your slack-jawed maw, Grim. Your ignorant demeanor never fails to amuse. These are my methods now. The sorcerer's power for which I bargained seems quite satisfactory, Hazareth 3.
Oh, good. We were worried you might feel cheated. Seriously, we're quite pleased you came to us, Victor. Even in the netherworld, your reputation precedes you. We were wise to bargain with you. We must say we find the sacrifice you offered in exchange quite equitable and palatable. Beyond that, you owe us nothing more than acknowledgement. Having an Earth agent is good for our reputation. Do not forget that you couldn't have done all this without us.
Choose your words carefully, demon. Victor Von Doom bows before no other. I acknowledge you, yes, as allies, not masters. Oh, of course. Absolutely. You will hardly feel betrayed in any event, Hazareth, once Richards and his loved ones have been dealt with. Our influence on this celestial sphere can only grow.
The Baxter building is enveloped in a swirling vortex of mystical energy as the team prepare to board the Fantastic car.
Oh man, I don't remember Al Roker predicting this. Okay guys, we're ready to roll. Get a move on before a ride gets turned into a pumpkin or something. Susie, you're staying behind with Val, right?
Why? Because it's so safe here? Besides, Ben, we don't even know if this is Val, really. No, we're coming along. Not much choice. I don't know about Johnny, though. I am not sitting out. What have we got in the medicine cabinet to fix me up?
This should do it. Let's go. Hell. Franklin runs through the darkness and flames, tormented by demons.
Hello, little one.
Mommy!
You know, you really threw me back there. I ain't used to being the level-headed one, but you look a little more focused. Not even sure I knew we had an arsenal.
My son is in hell and my daughter is possessed. We are not, as Johnny would say, screwing around. My love for my children trumps my distaste for weapons. We go too, Victor. We hit him fast and we hit him hard until he sets things right.
My fault. This is my fault. I should have been able to grab Franklin.
You'll get another chance. That plastic ash should numb the pain while it heals your leg. You ready to fight?
Yeah, but how do we fight Doom this time?
That's why I've drafted an expert, Squirt. We ain't going in alone. I'm called Stephen Strange. Lo, Stephen? It's Ben. Listen, we need you to stop pulling some kind of rabbit out of the hat. It's Doom. He's got some kind of Saruman thing going on it.
I'm aware of Doom's activities, Benjamin. They're not a priority.
Nada. Nah, you're not getting it. Look, just because you're the most powerful sorcerer guy on the planet don't mean you ain't in danger too.
And I appreciate your concern. You're correct. Doom knows my abilities and knowledge rival any he could amass. Still, by employing a sufficiently arcane cloaking incantation, he could have taken even me by surprise with a demonic assault. Thank you for the warning. Goodbye.
Great. Fat lot of help he was.
Victor's behavior is unthinkable. Why, after all these years, is he coming at us with such unscientific means?
I think the fact that you're so rattled answers that question, don't it? We always knew his mom was a witch. Doom finally got wise and started boning up on Hocus Pocus.
I don't believe in magic.
Oh, please. Not even counting Strange. How many spellcasting weirdos we crossed paths with over the years? Franklin's nanny was a witch. Now, you believe in it. You just don't like it. A lot you don't like it.
That's absurd.
It ain't absurd, because when people throw it around, it's the only time you ain't the smartest guy in the room. Nobody likes feeling stupid. Just ask Victor.
The control console sparks and bursts into flames.
Uh-oh.
What the? Did we lose the engine?
More than that. Generators went dead, and all the instruments are hinked out. We just hit lead buried airspace. I'm gonna go out on a limb and figure our old pal set up a no-science zone over his homeland. We may as well be flying a filing cabinet. Hang on.
The Fantastic car crashes in Latveria within sight of Castle Doomstadt. The Invisible Woman has protected the family with a shield, and they walk away from the crash unharmed and ready for battle. Dr. Doom awaits them on a rocky hill, his new flesh armor crackling and glowing with magical energy.
Where is my son?
Sue fires an invisible beam at him, but it is diverted and explodes a tree instead.
Ask your brother. He's the one who left the boy behind.
Shut up!
Johnny leaps into the air, flaming on and firing his flames at Doom. Victor summons a blizzard with a wave of his hand, and the flames are dispelled. A large shape comes at him out of the snowy wind. Reed sees a green field forming around him and his weapons.
Huh? Traded metal armor for leather, huh? Bad move.
Ben's fist collides with Reed as Doom switches their places.
Reed! Oh, no. It's okay. Didn't break anything.
The family regroups.
Where'd Victor go? Not far. Come with me again, Richards. And again.
The Invisible Woman and the Human Torch again fire their powers at Doom, but they are again magically diverted.
Don't stop with physical force. Unleash your technological marvels. Bring your vaunted scientific brilliance to bear. Do your worst. Come on, Reed. He's bluffing. You're the big brain. There's gotta be a way to pull this out. Think of something. Think.
Unthinkable, Part 3. Reed hands the baby to Ben as Doom continues to shrug off the other's attacks.
Ben, move Val to safety. Take her far away and fast. What do you got?
I don't care what type of power Doom's using. You can call it magic if you like. It still has to come from somewhere. Reed makes adjustments to one of his weapons.
Block the source.
Exactly. An electromagnetic pulse set to the proper frequency will interrupt every form of energy I know of short of gravity. And demolish any circuitry he's got concealed beneath that new armor.
You think he's hiding gadgets in there?
I would be. Go. Reed fires his giant energy weapon at Doom. Go! The thing runs into the woods with Valeria as Reed's weapon strikes Doom, enveloping him in blue light and bringing him down to the ground.
Good timing, Reed. My force fields are holding like wet paper. And I can't crank the Fahrenheit up all the way. Didn't Ben say something about Judge Doom here repealing the local laws of science?
Are you breathing air? Can you hear sound? Then science still operates, all right? It just has to try harder. Reed holds Doom with his gun while Johnny attacks again with his flames.
Pour it on, Johnny. Don't you dare let up.
And Sue attacked with a hail of razor-sharp invisible shields.
Not until he gives me my son back.
Sue is horrified by the object in her husband's hands.
Oh, good God! Reed, what is that?
It's a makeshift EMP generator. So much for Victor's dismissal of technology.
Sue, what's he talking about? Reed, no. You're seeing what Doom wants you to see. Look.
Reed looks again, and his gun is a mass of flesh, bones, and eyes. He discards it.
He's faking. Doom's faking.
And yet, my disappointment in your brother-in-law is genuine. Leopards and their spots. You remain a silicon relic in a post-electronic world, Richards. My world.
Doom's magical armor repairs itself.
Jonathan was correct. You might as well have been shining a flashlight. You honestly thought you could render me powerless?
The three charge at Doom.
Ha! This is powerless.
With a wave of his hand, he removes their powers.
Ah! Pitiful mind shackled by quantum dogma. Our game has new rules. I have embraced a reality you're incapable of comprehending, Richards. Beyond numbers, beyond theorems. The world I see is a harmonious symphony of interconnectivity, a global latticework of energy, breathtaking in its splendor. It's beautiful.
Doom sees the energy connecting everything in the world, and sees that he has cut the three off from it.
Hate like hell running, but your dad's right. We gotta get us away from danger. Oh, damn it!
Valeria vanishes from Ben's hands and appears in Victor's.
Oh, no. Oh, Val, this isn't happening. Don't you lay a hand on her!
You monster. There must be some way to stop him, Reed. This might work.
The thing punches Doom's head around backwards, breaking his neck. The others look on in shock as Doom slowly and calmly wrenches his head back around again and replaces his hood.
Well, Richards, any more bright ideas? Fight. Just fight.
Doom summons an army of large humanoid creatures and they attack the thing.
Man, you're ugly, and that's coming from me. Everybody back off and leave this to... Remarkably strong, aren't they, Valeria? I located them in a neighboring dimension. Like your Uncle Benjamin, sentient only by the basest of definitions. They are mindless ones. They exist only to destroy. I could not ask for better warriors. You're just jealous because they know when to shut up. Acknowledge my superiority. Surrender.
Go to hell! Doom snaps his fingers and a portal to hell opens before the family.
Women and children first.
Franklin!
Know when you're beaten, Richards. Surrender. What am I saying? You've too much pride for that. Unless... very well. Surrender, and I will release your child. On that, you have the solemn word of Doom, who always honors his promises. You know this.
The mindless ones continue to pound on the thing.
Reed, no, we can we can beat him. We gotta. No, you cannot. Those are my terms. You really have no choice but to acquiesce. Unless, of course, the legendary genius of Reed Richards can concoct some plan to extract victory from this.
The mindless ones turn on Sue and Johnny.
All right. All right. We surrender. Very well.
The Inhuman army vanishes and Doom places Valeria on the ground.
Bargain upheld.
He banishes the portal and green energy envelops the Fantastic Four.
Daddy! No, 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 no!
Doom's stronghold. Doom examines chunks of orange rock on the floor.
Only 2? Well, it's only been an afternoon.
Ben Grimm is held upside down by green energy while mindless ones punch his helpless body. Val fusses in his arms.
There. Hush. I know, it wasn't really fair of me to steal the others' powers, was it? I'd given them back, you know.
Nah!
In my way.
Johnny is painfully stretched around several metal poles, given Reed's stretching ability without his ability to endure it painlessly.
It's fascinating to see the results. I imagine, for example, your mother's in even more pain than your uncle.
In similar fashion, Sue kneels in a pentagram, engulfed in Johnny's flames, but not being burned away.
Ma!
She'd love to hold you, I'm sure, but I wouldn't recommend it. And as for your father...
Please, Victor, for the love of God, please stop hurting my family. This is between you and me. It always has been. Please. I'll do anything you want.
That much is true.
This room. Why am I here, Victor?
Because I'm a better man than you. Mr. Fantastic. That you chose that name for yourself says it all. Your problem, Richards, is your unquenchable vanity. You are the center of your universe. In your unmitigated arrogance, you carry around an eternal sense of entitlement that is wholly undeserved. And yet, so fundamental to your sense of self that you're constantly willing to put everyone around you at risk to attain whatever goals strike your fancy. And the sad truth is that arrogance is a mask. While it is intended to be a symbol of strength, in reality, it hides a fundamental and profoundly well-deserved insecurity regarding your allegedly superior intelligence. All the glamour and excitement that is the Fantastic Four exists, has always existed, solely to remind others that you think you're smarter than everyone else. Well, you're not. Why are you there, in that room? Because before I appoint myself the emperor of this undeserving mudball, my sense of honor compelled me to grant you a chance you would never grant me. In there are all the tools you require to learn what I already know about magic and sorcery. I will be honest. This is only slightly more fair than handing a road map to a lost dog. And I have every confidence that this opportunity will make you no more worthy an opponent than you are now. Whatever future you have in this world is an exercise in abject humiliation. But, after all this time, I am entitled to my entertainment. This door can be opened by an enchantment a 4-year-old can learn. Whenever you think you're ready to face me, come find me. Take your time. Though, were it my child burning in the fires of hell, I'd hurry.
Reed turns to face the enormous library in which he is imprisoned. The shelves stretch far into the distance and high into the air, filled with books and scrolls. Reed pores over the occult volumes and mystical tomes until a candle melts into a puddle.
He knows. That's why he put me in here. He knows. He knows that I can't understand any of this.
He throws a book in frustration, knocking his candle to the floor.
Franklin, all of you, I'm sorry. I can't save you. I'm not smart enough.
Words form from the candle's flame, reading, "Knowledge isn't everything. S." Unthinkable, Part 4.
Who?
Books and papers swirl around Reed, propelled by a magical force he cannot see. Finally, a ghostly blue hand reaches out from within an open book, and Dr. Strange attempts to break through.
Reed, Richard, can you see me? Can you hear me? Richard, speak the word. Speak the word. Release me.
Stephen? Stephen Strange?
The incantation.
The incantation? Soggoth, Endrail, Alt, Eka.
Dr. Strange fully appears in his astral form.
And thus I may pass freely into this chamber. Congratulations on your first spell. Adequately done, given that you spoke with absolutely no conviction whatsoever. Your voice isn't sound waves. I hear you in my head. Astral manifestations such as this one are incapable of physical communication or interaction. Or, under the circumstances, manipulating magic.
Circumstances?
Doom's first act upon forging his pact for power was to ambush and capture my corporeal form. The surprise more than compensated for his lesser skills. As it is, dividing my spirit from my captive body without detection is taxing my concentration to its limit.
Then reunite so we can pool our strengths. There must be something here we can use to free you.
Reed, my body would not be of much use to us at the moment.
Strange's unconscious body is trapped in a circle and menaced by imps. Then we take some other course of action. Stephen, he has my family. You weren't born a sorcerer. Someone taught you. Teach me. Sue's tears are boiled away by her fire while Doom gloats.
This is what it's like not to want to look in the mirror.
Ah!
And as for you, Jonathan, I wonder.
Doom picked up a chunk of orange rock from the floor.
No, much better. Still.
Reed.
Of all of you, it's Richard's skin that will make an armor worthy of my form. He will not be missed, not after what he's put you through this day, simply because of the unseemly way the man holds a grudge. My needs have always been simple. I merely wish to attain my rightful destiny without interference. Richards knows this, and yet he continually impedes an ascension that will benefit everyone, leaving you to pay the price. It pains me to see marionettes strangled by the strings of their puppeteer. If I could, I'd set you free. Doom is nothing if not forgiving. But it's too late. We've reached the endgame, Richards and I. Even now he attempts to clamber within reach of my level of prowess. He can't possibly, of course, but there's always a chance he might learn enough to make his end memorable.
Doctor Strange cautions Reed not to attack the magical enchantments like equations, to relax his guard, because magic is not like science. Reed performs a teleportation spell to escape the library, and appears in a New York street before an oncoming car. He is hit by the car, but luckily his powers return the instant he left the tower, and he is unharmed. Reed complains to Strange that the spell was flawed, but Strange again tells him that precision isn't the key to understanding magic that Reed thinks it is. Magic is about realizing one's place in a larger system and working with its flow, not prying answers from it by force. They make it to Strange's New York sanctum together and find it in shambles. Stephen shows Reed a vision in a burning brazier.
What? What do you see? A grave evil that drew my attention just as I was struck down. It's what has your son. Young Franklin is being tormented in hell by the Hazareth, the trio of demons Doom bargained with to accelerate his command of witchcraft.
Bargained? Usually Victor simply takes what he wants. What's in this for them?
Joy. Every bit of darkness Doom spreads brings them a perverse glee. Beyond that, all they demand is that Doom not forget he is in their debt, and that is unlikely.
We see you.
Ugh! Strange, we have to get him out of there.
You haven't the skill to breach the gulf. First, we must free those within reach. To begin, draw for me a pentagram.
Reed inexpertly tries to attack Doom with magic, but instead the spell harms everyone in the building, his family included.
Ah! Richards.
I can't understand.
Words.
What?
You continue to say you can't understand, but you don't honestly believe it to be true.
That's not...
It is. At heart, you won't accept that there are things that Reed Richards can never know. Reed, you're working with energies and forces and deities outside of your comprehension, and they have some say in that exchange, and they will not respond to you until you remove your ego from that equation.
I'm trying.
You're failing.
Victor smashes down the library door in anger, finding it empty.
Richards! How? How could your father have escaped without my... He knows. He's coming. We're out of time and stealth is no longer an advantage. Here.
What is this?
Your only hope.
Doctor Strange gives up on teaching Reed magic and instead magically creates a handheld device for him. Dr. Doom teleports to Strange's body, intent on forcing his astral form back into it. What do I do with it? How does it work?
Find the magic words. You'll have to figure out self. But once you do, you'll...
Strange's ghostly blue self is suddenly disrupted and disappears. Looking into the brazier, Reed sees that Doctor Strange is now in hell with the demons and Franklin.
Magic words. Alakazam. Abracadabra. Operate! Do something! Come on! Nothing. I can't make it function. Damn it. I'm an idiot.
The device fires a blast of red energy, shattering a vase, and then glows with power.
Huh?
Where's the trigger? I see no exterior switch, no wired relay. I can't figure it out. It fires again, this time reassembling the broken vase. Reed grins. Dr. Doom smashes down the door of Doctor Strange's sanctum and strides confidently inside.
Hide and seek is a children's game, Richards. I deserve better than that. Where are you?
Where I belong. With my family. He finds the Fantastic Four reunited and ready to do battle once more. You were right about one thing, Victor. I'm in over my head. Sue grabs Val in an invisible shield bubble as Reed's device blasts Doom through the wall of the sanctum and out into the street.
What the hell's that?
An exercise in humiliation. I'll be back. Don't let Victor catch so much as a breath.
Alright, somewhere in this neighborhood there must be. Perfect.
Reed stretches with Val until he finds a daycare.
Her name is Val. Take good care of her. She's been through a lot.
He hands her to the puzzled adult.
Huh? Mr. Elastic! Mr. Elastic!
The Invisible Woman and the Thing confront Dr. Doom in the crater he made upon landing.
You sick bastard! Guess what? When it comes to hurting people, you're not the only one with an imagination.
Sue unleashes clawed, snake-like invisible shields and invades Doom's body with them.
Give me my son!
No good, Susie. He needs a little more encouragement.
Sue hurls him toward Ben.
He ain't feeling it yet.
Ben clobbers Doom with a haymaker, knocking him through a wall of earth while Sue shields herself from the falling rocks. Reed rejoins the battle. He presses the attack with his magical device and blasts Victor with red energy. You're insane to hold out on us at this point, Victor. There's no telling what this talisman could do to you. It's completely beyond me.
I have got to start coming to rehearsals. Since when did you become Gandalf the Great?
Since I deduced the magic phrase that unlocks the power. When it comes to sorcery, I'm an imbecile. A fool. A chimp.
You're being kind.
Doom counters, bathing Reed in green hellfire.
Reed!
And as for the rest of you,
He pins Ben and Sue against the wall.
you've seen weeds burst through weathered pavement, I'm sure. I can't imagine it's a painless process.
Doom makes green vines grow from within Ben's rocky flesh.
At least, I certainly hope not.
Fiery footsteps slowly approach Dr. Doom from behind.
Wait, Jonathan, where is... You made him invisible! Unacceptable! Reveal him!
Done.
Sue shields herself and Ben and contains them all as the Human Torch becomes a living inferno in an attempt to burn Doom. The Fantastic Four all lay on the ground while only Dr. Doom remains standing.
That was your best? I suppose that one was never much of a threat.
I wouldn't know. Victor magically seals Reed's mouth to prevent his speech.
Silence. A true magician would be embarrassed by the concept of magic words. What now, Richards? You'll saw me in half? Or would you rather I pick a card?
After looking around at his family on the edge of defeat, Reed concentrates and fires the device without speaking, hitting Doom at point-blank range.
Beautiful.
Allow me.
It's clobbering time.
Reed unloads on Victor with a huge uppercut, launching him across the city and back into Doctor Strange's sanctum as his magical device dissipates.
You didn't hit. I'm a lunkhead.
Well, that's because I learned my lesson. But I thought I'd never hold Franklin again. When I saw you all lying there, beaten, it reminded me that Stephen was right. There are higher forces that bind us. This isn't over yet. When I give the signal, here's how we're going to play it. The Fantastic Four confront Doom in the trashed sanctum. I overestimated you, Victor. You're of no use to me. I need my son, and you can't retrieve him. You don't have the power.
You vainglorious cretin. You have no idea what my limits are.
I know better than you, because you're too arrogant to recognize them. You were right about one thing, Victor. The realm of the supernatural is a vast tapestry. But you see yourself as the needle and the thread, and nothing could be further from the truth. I pity you. You'll never be more than a mid-level magician. Your pride cripples you.
Lies. Ignorant lies.
No, Strange was right. You'll never rise above mediocrity. Never. Not until you admit that you answer to resources greater than yourself, that you're obliged to superior forces, and that you owe your accomplishments to them.
Unthinkable! Halfwit! Doom is indebted to no one!
Reed hurls the brazier at Victor.
No one!
Green energy grasps Victor's hands and the demons appear.
Oh, really?
A portal to hell opens and the demons drag Dr. Doom through it.
No!
Now, go! Go! Johnny flies through the portal, carrying Sue and Reed with his unflamed hands. Johnny, down there! I see him! Franklin! They spot Franklin and rush to his rescue, Sue scattering the demons with her shields. Franklin, it's all right. We've got you. The portal's closing. Move! I'm right behind you. Sue holds Franklin and forms a bubble to escape in while Johnny carries Dr. Strange to the exit portal. Reed's body stretches back through it, holding it open. His armor peeling off in the grip of the demons, Victor Von Doom grabs his arm and pleads with Reed Richards.
Richards, please, help me. All those years ago, you tried to save me. I should have listened to you. I'm sorry.
Huh? You're lying. You don't think I know you by now? After all the misery and pain you've caused us over the years? Ever since the day we met, Victor, all you ever wanted from me was to live in the shadow of your genius. But I swear to you that I will spend the rest of my life forgetting you.
Think again.
Doom touches Reed's face, his hand glowing with green energy. Sue, Johnny, Franklin, and Strange are all safe in the sanctum.
She'll be okay once we get him to a hospital. How's Franklin?
Shh, shh.
It's all better, sweetie. Mommy's right here. Ben, what's taking so long? Where's Reed? Pull him back. Hurry.
I got him.
The Thing hauls Mr. Fantastic back out of the portal of hell.
You all right, pal? What happened?
I had one last encounter with Victor.
But he's gone, right?
Yes.
Then I don't get it. What'd he do?
Reed punches his reflection in a mirror. Reed's face had been horribly disfigured beyond his stretching power's ability to repair.
Reed?
Fifth Wheel, Part 1.
Things are bad.
Franklin, baby. Franklin, can you hear me?
Really bad. Dr. Doom came after us again. The whole family.
I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Richards. He's just not responding. And this time, he left scars. Doom trapped Franklin in hell? Literally hell? Well, whatever he saw, whatever he heard, and I don't even want to imagine, it was too much for him. His senses were overwhelmed to the point where his mind had to begin shutting down just to stay sane. Whatever he faced, it must have been horrible. It was. I was there, with him. I say with him, but there were these monsters that separated us. I couldn't get to him fast enough. I couldn't
Johnny felt hellfire for the first time. He got hurt the worst, at least on the outside. But the lab's full of gizmos that could fix up a body.
Johnny, no one's blaming you. Doctor, what do you recommend? I can fabricate some sort of sensory stimulus override, or perhaps a...
He's the lucky one.
Dr. Richards, with all due respect to your inventiveness, what's needed here isn't some magic machine. It's patience. I've seen this before. The boy wants to express himself, but he's had to withdraw so far into himself that his voice is muted. He has been putting things on paper. Things? Drawing pictures, mostly. I presume they're the things he saw. Sue is horrified seeing Franklin's drawings and turns the book invisible. You can make the pictures invisible if you like, Miss Richards, but he'll probably just draw more.
So what do we do?
You love him. Surround him with things he'll respond to. Favorite foods, favorite songs. Take him to places you know he enjoys. Comfort him. Be patient with him. And pray he comes around.
They all need me to do something. But what? It's not like I'm staying quiet on purpose. I'd give anything to say something that'd make it all better.
Johnny Storm finds Reed in his lab, brooding.
Hey, sorry you're stuck with a brother-in-law who won the idiot sweepstakes. So, any movement on the building repair? The contractors are probably slugging it out to get our business.
No.
Look, I know you're mad. You're quiet. This is you being mad. But maybe, I don't know, some activity? I could start clearing some rubble, or...
Do whatever you like.
Okay. Johnny hands Val to read. This that laser rifle?
Yes. Why?
No reason. Time machine didn't get hit too bad. Let me just clean it off a little.
I asked you not to go near the time machine anymore.
Yes, and I'm renowned for my listening skills. This is the first time I've ever uttered this sentence, so pay attention. I have a plan. Hop aboard. Johnny starts up the time machine, and they both step in. Whoop. You're not yelling at me yet? Man, you are depressed.
Where are we going? This had better not involve Davy Crockett again. You've already given that man too much trouble.
Crocketless. We're not even in Texas.
The time machine transports them to a grassy field.
We're in Hungary. Oh, perfect. Couldn't ask for better timing. We don't even have to hunt. Take a good look and back me up.
Johnny shows Reed a young boy and girl sitting underneath a tree in an idyllic countryside.
Given that we've gone back about, say 20 years, you see anybody familiar? Recognize the kid?
It's Doom. It's Victor Von Doom.
Yep. Johnny charges a laser rifle. Meanwhile, Sue hides Ben from view with her powers as they try to reach Franklin with the day at Coney Island, an amusement park. With the thing made invisible, they look like any normal mother and son in their regular clothes. Franklin remains silent and unresponsive to rides, games, foods, and toys. Sue reveals the thing to the public in a moment of distraction, and they are soon swarmed with autograph seekers and fans. Franklin finally reacts, swinging a large toy robot into the citizens and yelling, "Get away from us!" to his family's shock and horror. Fifth Wheel, Part 2. Sue shields her son with her powers while apologizing to the people he hit. They call for the police anyway as Franklin begins to cry and pound on his Uncle Ben with his fists.
You did give up, and now you don't even try, and I'm the only one who cares.
Whoa, Frankie, easy.
You keep acting like this is all okay.
Susie, I tried to hold him, but I ain't exactly got a dainty touch.
Franklin, please, your hands.
Sue encases Franklin in a shield.
Stop pretending this is the way it's supposed to be. Don't you care? Get us out of here. I don't want to be here anymore.
What's he talking about? Beware. The park?
I haven't a clue. Reed might, but... Franklin, shh. I can't raise him or Johnny for some reason. Franklin, will you?
Freeze! The police rush over.
Oh, great.
Our ride's here. See? It's an awful place, and you're pretending it's normal. I said, get the fuck away from us, buggers!
The police arrive, guns drawn. Mr. Grimm? Mrs. Richards? There was a report of a disturbance?
Just a misunderstanding, officer. We got it under...
You were supposed to come get me! I waited!
control.
The police look chagrined, seeing it's just a family disturbance. They put their guns away. How can we help?
I don't know, fellas. Poor little guy's been through hell. And I don't mean figuratively. Traumatized him. We yanked him out as soon as we could, but...
No, you didn't! You're lying! Now we're all trapped! Open your stupid eyes! Oh, no. Surely he doesn't... Oh, God! Ben? He thinks he's still there!
Franklin indeed does perceive himself as still being in hell. 20th century Europe.
Young Victor Von Doom, yards away, having a picnic with his girlfriend, dead in our sights. You know what he's worried about right now? Ants. You know what he's not worried about right now? Getting his head blown off with a laser cannon. Come to Uncle Johnny, Val. Reed, take this. You've been in a funk for days. Here's what I want you to think about. Doom is going to grow up to be one of the most ruthless mass murderers in history. He's going to torture you, your friends, and your family. You listening to me? He will willfully traumatize your children, and he will leave you scarred. Or not. Not if you pull that trigger.
Reed aims the rifle. After a moment, he lowers it.
I can't.
Can't what? Murder a man in cold blood? I know you can't. Surprise. That wasn't the point. The point was to stir up all that rage and hate so you could start keeping it where it belongs. On the outside. Because the way you've been packing it down, it'll burn your guts out. They say depression is anger without enthusiasm. Find some momentum, man. You cannot continue to let all this tragedy paralyze you. If you do, doom wins.
You're right. Reed fires the weapon.
Okay, Susie, I had to phone the mayor, but I talked the cops into clearing the area like you asked. What do you got in mind?
Showing Franklin he doesn't need to be upset. I can't imagine why he's so confused, but I know it's my fault. Honey, listen to me. Mommy is so sorry she wasn't able to be there when you needed her. There is nothing I wouldn't do to protect my son. Nothing.
While Sue speaks to Franklin, the world begins to fade away around them.
But you're not in hell anymore, sweetie. None of the ugly things that frightened you are here anymore. Look around you. See? I will never let anything bad happen to you, ever again. From now on, if something nasty threatens you, no matter what it is, Mommy will make it all go away.
Sue, Ben, and Franklin are all that remain visible in a blank world of white void.
I promise. Franklin, darling, please, look at me. You're perfectly safe now.
Franklin remains unresponsive.
Why?
Because he's hip to how your power works. Just because he can't see stuff doesn't mean it ain't still there. Right, pal? Susie, the reason he ain't coming around is because he knows everything you just said. Well, it's crap. He ain't ever gonna be safe.
Sue covers Franklin's ears.
Ben!
The beam of energy narrowly misses both Victor and Valeria.
Ah!
Johnny looks at Reed, shocked.
Under fire? What dares? Victor, run! What if it's the villagers again? They believe we steal from them. They hate us. Victor!
Coward! Whoever's out there, no one threatens Victor Von Doom. Do you hear?
Victor, please, we can't stay here. Hurry!
Victor leads Valeria away, swearing revenge.
I will find who did this, Valeria. I will find them, and then I will.
Johnny continues to give Reed the same amazed look. The gun bursts into flames and Reed drops it.
Yo! What the hell? You need more help than I thought. Here, let me put on my Reed hat. You young fool, you nearly created a paradox that would have destroyed the entire space-time thing.
Continuum.
Continuum. Have you taught me nothing? You can't go killing guys before they were born or whatever. Thank God you missed.
I didn't miss.
What?
Reed stretches over to where the youths were. I said I didn't miss. I hit exactly what I was aiming for. He retrieves a lock of Victor's hair. Let's go home. I have plans in mind. The time machine returns them to the present.
Explain to me exactly how you didn't just make this worse. He's confused enough without you contradicting me in front of him.
That ain't my intent. I appreciate what you said and that you meant it, because you're a great mom. But he didn't believe you. He's a smart kid. He knows you can't promise him will always be safe, no matter what. I don't care if you're fighting a Skrull invasion or working retail at the mall. We don't live in a safe world. Learning that is part of growing up, but it's also what's giving him fits.
The world reappears as Ben hoists Franklin onto his rocky shoulders.
If he's got to choose between A, living the rest of his life knowing nobody can guarantee his safety, or B, living in hell, no wonder he wants to believe in B. At least in hell, you got a chance of being rescued. Walk with me. I had to tell you, Franco, a little P.O. that you'd accuse your old Uncle Ben of giving up on you or anything. How many times you seen me buckle under? Ever? buddy. I'm no far away from being too stupid to know when I'm licked. If any of us was really trapped in hell with you, you know we'd fight to the bitter end. And we proved that 100 times before? So why did you figure we'd surrender and not save you?
Ben knocks down milk bottles in a midway game while Franklin ponders this.
You never have to fight alone, Franklin. Not like your Uncle Ben did. Do you remember where he grew up? Yancey Street. The worst, most brutal neighborhood in all of New York. And you're learning the same lesson Ben had to. There aren't any guarantees in this life, but that doesn't mean you have to live it in misery. Ben didn't have much in the way of family as a boy, and that's exactly why he knows what a difference it makes, right?
Yeah, take it from me. Hell really is having nobody around to watch your back and being left to rot. And that ain't your situation at all.
Ben reaches a bench and sits himself and Franklin down on it.
Okay, it's clobbering time. You want to talk about being trapped in hell? Look at me. Way before you was born, I was an ordinary Joe. A pilot. Loved flying airplanes like nothing else. Then, overnight, I got mitts that couldn't hold a fork, much less a joystick. Forget about steering a pipe of Seneca. What else made life worth living? Football. I was a champ in college. Except now, I couldn't never take the field again without sending somebody to the hospital. Women? Even if they stopped screaming long enough to get past my rocky good looks, I couldn't exactly feel the touch of a hand. I didn't know how to walk. I didn't know how to eat. I was told I'd have to learn to do everything all over again, like I was a baby. And that wasn't the world I wanted to live in. So every night, I'd go to sleep and pray I'd never wake up. But your mom and your dad, and even your Uncle Johnny, they made me realize that even though I got dealt a bad hand, I didn't have to cash in my chips. Because what keeps you in the game are the good cards. Yeah, I got sandbagged by fate. But that was one day. I lived another, and another. Safest bet was to stay in my room, but sometimes I found the courage to live like I wanted to live. And those are the days I saw alien planets, and ancient pirates, and goblins, and underwater cities, and... For all of my crabbing and complaining, I wouldn't trade my life for all the safety there is.
I've never heard you say that.
And if you tell your husband, I'll kill you. I remember the day you was born, Franklin. The radiation in your mom's blood is gonna do you both in. We had to go into the negative zone and fight a winged guy, and metal-eating dragons, and giant flying buzzsaws to find a cure. And it was scary, and it was dangerous. And because it was all about you, it was a good memory. My point, and I got one, is this. Safety ain't all it's cracked up to be. Not if you live a life worth the risks. Sure, I could have wallowed over one lousy break instead of facing the world, and some days, I still do. I backslide. And you're gonna do that too. It's hard not to. You're gonna get lost in the bad. But so long as you got folks around you who love you, you gotta remember tomorrow can always be better.
Franklin finally perceives hell fading away and sees the world as it is around him.
You understand?
He hugs his mom.
Yeah.
So there it was. Not exactly the slobber-knockable dragon man or Tomazuma I've been hankering for. And if I don't get the turn blast off somebody in a little bowling ball soon, I'm gonna bust. But you take your wins where you can. Franklin's improving, his doctor says. He started sleeping through the night, which has Susie looking 10 years younger. Plus, he's traded drawing pictures of hell for going outdoors again. And he's starting conversations without being prompted. Yesterday, he asked me if I could teach him how to shoot a free throw. Man, they don't make basketballs like they used to. Meanwhile, Reed's in his lab working away on some gizmo or other that'll probably fling us headfirst into another adventure.
Reed fires a laser at the lock of Doom's hair.
I was about to add business as usual, but I caught myself. All in all, this has been a pretty wild month, even for us. I don't know that we'll ever be the same. But maybe that's okay.
Authoritative Action, Part 1. The ground floor of the Vector building hosts the Fantastic Store, filled with toys, clothing, books, and other merchandise featuring Marvel's first family, and business is booming. Only one thing is missing, in fact, and that's the Fantastic Four themselves. The extensive damage to the upper floors from Doctor Doom's attack remains unprepared, an eyesore in the New York skyline, and people on the street wonder where the team has gone to. Eastern Europe. Nadia Morturo has decided to be angry rather than terrified. It's a remarkable choice given how much faster it puts her in the grave. As of tonight, she is a volunteer soldier in the army of Latveria, a tiny country on the southern border of Hungary. Latveria's standing army has always been small, casually trained, and, frankly, superfluous. For years, its citizens have been ruled by Victor von Doom, the most powerful monarch in the Eastern Hemisphere, and that is all the protection they have needed. But Doom is gone now. And the Hungarians know it. The ragtag band of Latvian troops see the much larger force of the Hungarian army approaching with tanks and soldiers. Suddenly, the Human Torch appears, igniting a wall of fire and burning up the incoming army's bullets before they can strike him or anyone else. Now, the Thing drops from the Fantasticar, smashing a tank as he lands on it. Now, the Invisible Woman blocks the soldier's retreat with an invisible shield, and Reed wraps a stretchy hand around the leader's mouth to silence his commands. No, you'll retreat when I give the order. Tell your government that the next time it even considers invading Latveria, I'll hit it with a computer virus that will make 1920 look like the world of tomorrow. Go! The soldiers flee.
Since when are we speaking for the United Nations?
I'm sure the UN will sort out what to do here sooner than later, but I'm not going to watch blood be spilled while they debate. Nor am I eager to let any attacking army seize Victor's unguarded technology. Suddenly, a thrown rock strikes Sue in the back of her head.
Ah!
Sue!
I'm okay. Just shouldn't turn my back. That's my sister, you creeps! You wanna pick on somebody?
Hey, pick it. We're trying to keep the peace, remember? We ain't exactly loved in these parts. That's why we left the kids with the sitter, right, Reed? Reed?
Right. So let's stick with the plan. I can shield us from the people, but it's up to Reed to get us into Castle Doom.
Sue shields the family from the Latvian citizens as Reed flies them in the Fantasticar towards the tower of the castle. Victor had his defenses set to recognize our biosignatures, forcing me to do some tinkering. Reed equips the team with armbands. These armbands are built around samples from his own DNA. We'll read as him.
Threat level 0. Security disabled.
The scanners let them pass. The bands will screen us until I can dismantle the security system from within. Follow me.
How'd he get a hold of Doom's DNA?
We went back into the past in the time machine and Reed lasered a hair sample off teenage Doom.
Oh, well, naturally.
Got more? Fantastivo?
Mr. Fantastic leads his family into Doom's master laboratory, where they find Doombots moving his equipment into a teleporter for safekeeping until its eventual return. The Doombots refrain from attacking the Four, as they read them as Dr. Doom as well. The Thing makes quick work of the robots. Moments later, Ben carries machinery back out of the teleporter. They don't appear to have pilfered a great deal. We certainly took them by surprise.
You know why? Because this is a really screwy plan that nobody could have predicted. I got a problem. The Latverians don't know what a rat Doom was. No crime, no disease. They didn't want for nothing. Kills me to say it, but he really took care of them.
Like pets.
Okay, point. But it don't make me feel no better about strong-arming around like we own the joint, you know? Huh?
It's only logical the Thinker will try to loot Doom's tech first. We can probably expect similar visits from Hydra, AIM, and Zodiac before dawn.
Reed?
Johnny, start melting everything along the east wall. Ben, gather up anything I deem worth retaining for later examination. Sue, barricade the castle and sweep the staff off the premises. We have a long night ahead of us. Let's go.
Okay.
Dawn.
Achoo! You'd think a man who has his own country could hire someone to dust his machines of death. God, I'm exhausted. Tell me those steins aren't empty.
Help yourself. Stretcher run out of steam yet? Geez, Sparky, I know you and Rita was talking before he dragged us here. What in the world you put in his giant head?
An idea, that's all. The things Doom put him through, scarring him. The guy was, like, paralyzed with depression. I just reminded him that freezing up wasn't an answer. You gotta move. You gotta go. Something's eating at you. You take action.
Like invading a hostile country. Thanks, Dr. Phil.
Oh, let him be, Ben. It's the only time in Johnny's whole life Reed ever took his advice. Let him enjoy it.
Sue affectionately kicks her brother.
Hey! Seriously, I realize Reed's been a little brusque these last couple of weeks, but think about what a fight he had on his hands. We were there, we helped, but ultimately it came down to a battle between Reed and Doom. Concentrate on what a relief it is that Doom's finally been dragged off to hell where he belongs.
No kidding.
Ben looks down from the castle wall and sees citizens surrounding a bonfire.
Nice. The natives are burning us in effigy. Man, if the folks down there knew the real Doom, maybe they wouldn't hate us so much.
Reed fashions his costume shirt into a rough flag.
And yet, it's not fair to judge them. They've always seen us as a threat because he taught them how to think, how to feel.
Ben, Sue, Johnny, I need you.
Be right there. Open your eyes. No wonder the Latbarians are so protective and loyal. Look at their lives. They have everything here. Except freedom. Doom's gone. They are free. They just don't know it yet.
Well, they're about to learn.
Probably. All done heisting the lab? Ready to go home?
There's no probably about it. Reed hoists his flag to the top of the castle. We're not going home.
What?
Authoritative Action, Part 2.
Dr. Richard literally planted his flag. Literally planted his flag. This is what you're telling me.
These surveillance photos were taken within the last 24 hours, Mr. Secretary General.
Yesterday, Richard marched his team into Latveria and laid claim to it of his own accord, declaring himself monarch, consequently violating more resolutions and articles of the United Nations Charter than I can count.
The people of Hungary are outraged at this trespass, Mr. Secretary General. Latveria lies on land stolen from our country centuries ago. With Victor von Doom in charge, we've been long unable to re-annex it. Now that he's gone, well, we want what's rightfully ours.
So you send your tanks in to take it by force. When the FF sent them packing, you came here to pitch a fit.
What? Tanks? That's... I have no idea what you're referring to. Sir, who is this man?
We haven't met. Nick Fury. Colonel Fury is with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the UN's peacekeeping force. When it comes to border violations, the Colonel's very well informed. Particularly when it comes to unjustified military strikes. So the Hungarians call dibs on Latveria, huh? So do the Serbians and the Samarkans, who by the way also want their barbecue grill back. That's some neighborhood you got. I don't know about the long haul, but in the short run, you ought to be thanking Richards.
Thanking? Its hostile takeover leaves the UN with no idea how to proceed in this matter.
Try it the other way around. While the UN is squabbling about what to do with an ungoverned Latveria, the FF's gone in to keep it from being overrun by every nut with a bayonet. Be that as it may, Colonel, Richards and his crew are private citizens. Their actions, however well intended, are wholly unsanctioned by any government, and could carry grave consequences. The citizens of Latveria have taken to the streets, marching in protest, carrying torches and wearing doom masks. Reed looks on from his window. Political protesters. The Fantastic Four march through the streets protected by one of Sue's shields, drawing the attention of the crowd, who follow them.
Well, this is hideously unsettling. P.S. Hiding ourselves behind one of your force fields doesn't engender a lot of trust with the crowd. The crowd that hates us? At this point, better safe than sorry.
Go home! What did you do with our leader?
It's like they miss him. That's just bizarre. Put yourself in their place. Yes, Doom ruled without mercy, but 0% unemployment and universal healthcare by a lot of devotion. They want to believe life is good. Hard to blame them. It's easier to live in ignorance than in constant fear.
We demand to know what happened to Doom. Tell us! Tell us!
Lay off. I'd be happy to tell you, but I don't speak Latvian, alright?
You're speaking it now.
No, I'm not. Wait. Yeah, I am. So are you.
Well, I'll be a brown-wearing monkey. You're right. The headsets.
I thought to whip them up about 2 a.m. They taught you the language while you slept. They're an old design. I built a prototype 7-8 years back.
That long? So, essentially, you let me get a C in high school Spanish. Gee, thanks.
They reach a certain small building and stop. Here, this is the building, but it has no doors or windows. Johnny? The human torch burns a hole through its wall. I came across it earlier this morning. It's accessible solely through the castle's underground tunnels. The locals have no clue what's in here. Victor needed it set outdoors for ventilation, but he didn't want criminals and political dissidents making loud public scenes when they were dragged inside.
Dragged? It's a prison? Seems awfully small for an entire country.
The four enter through the hole. Space wasn't really an issue. Inside lies a guillotine, caked with old blood.
Wait, ventilation?
For the crematorium. Also in the small room is a large furnace. It's past time someone showed Doom's subject just how much of a monster their previous leader truly was. Sue, make the walls invisible. Let them see. Sue lets the people see past the walls, making them invisible. The faces of the protester turn from showing anger to showing shock and fear. They're not sure what to make of it. I suppose this could be misinterpreted as a threat from the new regime. We'll fix that. People of Latveria, this heinous abattoir was Doom's idea of justice. Not ours. Never ours. Ben, Sue, and Johnny destroy the abattoir with its killing and body disposal machines. What's wrong with you people? Don't you understand? You're free now. You should be cheering. We're here to help you. Reed stretches a hand out to a man in the crowd, but he shrinks away. The Thing grabs Reed's arm and pulls him back.
Family conference. Now.
Reed leads his family deep into the castle.
And I miss our children, who I would never bring to this place, no matter how long you have in mind for us to play Lord and Lady Latveria. It isn't like we're going to put Franklin in school here. How long do you think it would be before someone kidnapped him? Or worse? Are you listening at all?
Mm-hmm. Johnny, what's your take?
Okay, this doesn't apply to you, because I don't think you've ever actually sat in front of what we Earthlings call a television. But speaking as someone who TiVos friends and eats at McDonald's, I cop, reluctantly, to being a puppet of the cathode rays sometimes. TV, radio, magazines, advertising, a huge influence on most people wherever they call home. And come on, Doom's had unlimited control of the media in this country since I was a kid. He told folks what to think, and he told them constantly. You, on the other hand, haven't even introduced yourself properly, and blowing up a building is not a very effective State of the Union address.
Reed stretches under a large vault door and opens it.
They consider us the enemy because, for years, that's the picture Doom painted of us. You can't be surprised we didn't change their minds in 20 minutes. I don't know that we can change it at all.
I see. Ben?
I don't know. You're smarter than Doom was. You always were. But government ain't a science you could learn, like, astronomy. You can't figure out human behavior with graphs and charts. I don't gotta remind you of that. We got what we wanted. Latveria's free. Who are we not to let it find its own way?
Exactly. Reed, one of your greatest gifts is that you always listen to your heart over your mind. But you're treating this like an intellectual exercise. These people aren't a social experiment, and Latveria isn't your laboratory.
Reed looks at Sue, hurt. He stops them before a narrow hallway. Ben, you might want to walk ahead.
Huh?
Sue, stay 8 feet behind him. Then Johnny. Johnny, flame on.
But...
Trust me. When the Thing steps into the hallway, he is greeted by an array of energy cannons which fold out from the walls and ceiling. Ben is bombarded with painful energy bolts.
Ben, are you all right?
nah.
He smashes the entire laser array, crumpling the machinery into a pile.
Now I'm good. You mind telling me?
In a minute. Sue, I can't remember the last time you turned an invisible object visible. Try finding another trap down the corridor. Sue reveals barbed wires crisscrossing the passageway, bending light around a web of razor wire. Doom was just warming up. Johnny melts the metal trap.
Insert pun here. What's next, Indiana?
The temporal labyrinth. Keep sight of my arm and just keep walking. Turn left or right or even hesitate, and you'll be lost forever. Reed stretches his arm through the glowing field of energy ahead to the other side.
Lost where?
Not where. When? Yow, harsh.
The family follow Reed's arm through the temporal trap, briefly passing by a few dinosaurs before emerging back into the hallway.
As I was saying, you mind telling me why you got us down here leading with our faces?
2 reasons. To prove I would never send you into any situation without a plan is one. This is the other. Reed opens one final door at the end of the passage. The door opens to reveal a massive room the size of an airplane hangar or perhaps even larger, filled to the brim with nuclear weapons and doomsday devices even more dangerous and destructive.
Holy jeez. I knew Doom himself was dangerous, but my God.
I assumed the lab was the worst of it. It's easy to think of Latveria as a European backwater because of its architecture, because of its rustic agrarian culture. No. To borrow a reference from Johnny, it's the Disneyland of horror. It's the most dangerous place on Earth. And Victor cannot have it anymore.
Victor's dead.
Supposedly. What if he's not? How often have we been fooled in the past? How many times has he been gone or even deposed since we've been sparring? 6? 7? More? He'll be back. Why pretend?
Reed, you saw him swallowed by hell. You're being...
Unrealistic? Sue, he always comes back. And when he does, he comes back to his technology, and his fortune, and his sovereignty, and his diplomatic immunity, and he hurts you, and me, and our children, and... And I'm done with it. I'm done with it. We keep accomplishing half the job. We beat Victor, but we don't clean up after him. And only we can. Not UN inspectors, not some Latverian burgomeister in stockings and a tweed hat. This room's defenses would have cut them in half. And suppose someone does make it in, another government. What's to keep them from appropriating these weapons, despite the fact that some of them only Doom knew how to operate? We're in charge because we're responsible. We have to undo Victor's damage. And I say that when he does rise again, he finds we've left him with nothing. Nothing. Reed places his hand out, and one by one the others place their own hands on his in solidarity. Authoritative Action, Part 3. Reed Richards addresses the people of Latveria on TV. Citizens of Latveria, good evening. My name is Dr. Reed Richards, and I owe you an apology. 1 week ago, with the help of my family, my wife Susan Richards, my brother-in-law Johnny Storm, and my friend Ben Grimm, I defeated your former ruler of many years, Victor Von Doom, in final combat. For that, I am genuinely convinced no apology is required. Though my family and I believe unequivocally in the sanctity of human life, there can be no question that the world is better off without that one man, given the pain and suffering he gleefully inflicted, and would have continued to inflict, upon any people or nation who dared oppose his tyrannical reign of cruelty. Shortly thereafter, in Doom's absence, I declared myself sovereign of Latveria in order to fill a void in power that threatened Latveria's borders from several directions. However, I set to work without informing any of you of our intentions here, and for that, I am sorry. Let me rectify that. Despite what I'm sure Doom has told you repeatedly, we come to you in peace and utter benevolence, without one single purpose other than to make your lives better. Already we have genetically and safely refertilized fields and planted crops that will bring new prosperity to this land. Ben tills the field with a giant plow and Johnny drops seeds from above. We have set to work dismantling Doom's vast hidden cache of weapons of mass destruction, the very existence of which threatens the lives of all Latverians. Johnny and Sue destroyed the machines. And we have begun impounding Doom's squadron of hidden robot police, the remorseless clockwork machines who enforce Doom's laws without mercy. The screen shows the Doombot with its head being taken off. No one should have to live in fear. No children should have to worry that their parents will be dragged off into the night simply for the crime of displeasing a mad dictator. That need no longer be. Our only objective is to create a climate of freedom. Our only goal is to turn Doom's horrific presence into a fading memory. To that end, at dawn tomorrow I will throw open the doors of this castle Doom called home, and invite you to help exorcise its demons. At Reed's invitation, the citizens flood into the open castle, carrying crude weapons. The people Doom oppressed for so long take their revenge, carrying away anything of value and destroying statues and images of their dictator. When a man hesitates to cut a portrait of Victor's mother out of respect for all mothers, Reed tears the painting out of its golden frame, saying there's no point honoring a woman who brought a monster into the world. Ben is shocked that Reed is going so far.
It's not like him.
While Johnny and Sue watch over the crowd to prevent any violence, a man in an overcoat reveals that he is wearing a bomb, and he's here to strike a blow for the resistance.
It might be the time for a bomb-proof force field. Just saying. That saves our lives, but not his. Flame on. Yes, a guy on fire coming toward him. That should ease the tension. Just do it. That's a plan?
Nah, that's just to get his attention. This is the plan.
Johnny distracted with his fire, while Ben sneaks up behind him and takes him out with one punch, his detonator flying from his hand. Moments later.
What is that thing?
Wakandan black market. Detonation emits a vibranium pulse that fragments the molecules of everyone and everything in a 50-meter radius.
Yow.
Johnny, I thought you were looking into this resistance. Reed slams the man against the wall as he interrogates him. And you dare come in here and threaten us?
Stretcher, whoa, this ain't the way we agreed to handle this kind of problem. Susie, you and Matchstick take the guy outside. Remind folks that if we was the bad guys he made us out to be, we'd have let him die. Tell him to watch him, but that he ain't to be hurt.
Aye, aye, Captain.
That's the message we want to send, right? That he's lucky we got to him before the Doombots did? The Doombots. We ain't 100% sure we found them all yet, you said.
Oh, right. United Nations Headquarters, New York. For the last time, gentlemen, the United States government fully disavows Dr. Richards' actions. However, Richards is an American citizen. His transgressions on foreign soil are ours to deal with, not yours. The U.S. will not be dictated to in this matter.
Of course not. Otherwise, other countries besides America might be allowed to benefit from advanced Latvian technology. Unacceptable. With Japan or India plundering Doom's machinery and weapons, the U.S. would demand fairness. Mind control, chronal displacement, a superior nuclear arsenal. Possession of any one of Doom's devices would catapult the U.S. from superpower to the world's only power. How can we fail to interpret your hesitance in addressing Richard's hostile invasion as anything but U.S. support?
Mr. Secretary General, Colonel Fury, we tire of debating this matter. Therefore, an ultimatum. If the Americans do not visibly withdraw from Latveria within 48 hours, a coalition of 39 nations, including China and Russia, will declare war on its self-appointed leader, and, quite possibly, America itself. Investigating the underground resistance movement leads Ben and Johnny to a hideout, but the members of the movement react with great fear, and the heroes are unable to convince the men that they come in peace. Suddenly, the wall is caved in by a wave of Doombots.
Doombots!
Thank God.
What?
I said, it's clobbering time.
Johnny fires his flames, and the thing smashes the robots with his fists.
Damn it. I told Reed we done flushed all these bots out of hiding. I bet they was pre-programmed to go after any kind of insurrection. Get these men out of here.
On it. This way, fellas.
Johnny burns down the door to create an exit. Only to find more Doombots behind the door. Johnny is blasted by a Doombot.
Ah!
Johnny!
It's okay. Knock the wind out of me. Too many men, too close. I can't pour on the heat without burning somebody.
Ben and Johnny keep fighting, but they are quickly becoming overwhelmed by the sheer number of foes. Finally, they are backed into a corner, defending the citizens from the army of robots.
We're trapped.
Get on the comlink.
No good. It's shorted out.
The robots deploy gas, and the heroes soon begin to lose consciousness.
Let me try mine. We got else here. There's nowhere where we're at before it's too late. Reed? Reed, can you hear me? Reed?
Only to find that Reed himself is leading the Doombots, as he appears among them, holding a remote control. Authoritative Action, Part 4. So you're threatening me, Colonel Fury?
No, Dr. Richards. I'm warning you, because we've known each other since Latveria was 3 bars at a well. Get out. Now. You understand the personal consequences to your family if you don't?
Nick, tell the President to stand down. Remind him he owes me his trust 100 times over. I have always served my government proudly.
He's aware of that. Unfortunately, 39 of our most powerful allies use that as evidence that your seizure of Latverian resources and weapons is a covert U.S. mission.
I'm not irresponsible enough to hand Victor's arsenal over to anyone. This is an independent operation.
And by ignoring our numerous attempts to contact you, you backed America into a corner where, to prove that, we got no choice but to drag you out of here, kicking and screaming if necessary.
And then what? You station multinational soldiers in the streets? Nick, this isn't Iraq. Latveria is a highly self-sufficient nation with no racial issues and a stable economy. The UN could very easily put a worse government in charge. Reed tosses Nick a file. Yes, there's still work to be done. I've only begun to dispose of Doom's arsenal. Still, with Sue and Johnny's help, I've already established a national trust for export revenue. Money is no longer being routed into Doom's personal coffers. Instead, it's going toward training and selecting locals capable of internal leadership.
To take office when?
When I say they're ready.
That's not your call. Allied powers are perfectly capable of organizing fair elections. Occupation helped democratize West Germany and Japan after World War II.
And failed miserably in Cambodia and Haiti. Elections don't automatically produce democracy, Nick. Vladimir Putin was elected, but rules Russia like an autocrat.
At least the citizens had some say. You don't think the citizens here look at you and wonder if they're being secretly annexed by the U.S.?
Johnny? Ben? Reed, have you seen... Oh, hello, Nick. What brings you here?
Are you serious? Richard, she's your wife. You haven't told her?
Told me what?
Sue, trust me, neither of us has time to go over it again. Ask your husband how he's played you by keeping you in the dark. Reed, you know your deadline. Fury to Hellcarrier. Report me to the West troops.
Nick Fury teleports away.
What deadline? And I haven't seen Ben or Johnny since last night. Where are they?
They're being disciplined.
What?
Follow me.
Ugh. Call that backup? Wake up, you lummox.
How long we been out?
I know you can't count past 3, so you might have to guess.
12 hours, 35 minutes.
Boys? Reed, how did they get in a cell?
You. I'll tell you how.
Yeah.
Ben smashes their way out of the cell. He pins Reed to the wall with one huge orange mitt, cracking the stone behind him.
Big brain here found us making nice with the townies and used Doom's robots to gas us.
Yeah.
You want to stab me in the back, you jerk? Do it to my face.
Yeah. Wait, what? That can't be true. Reed would never.
No, Ben's correct, though only Ben and Johnny saw me. I used Doombots to break up a resistance meeting and gather up the participants. Reed stretches out of Ben's grip.
And where are they?
I've set them free so that the Doombots can make a public example of them. Reed's family are horrified to see Doombots chasing people in the streets below the castle window.
Holy crap! That's crazy talk! Call them off!
Too late. Of course, if you want to save the villagers.
Well, yeah. See? I told you Reed got a screw loose.
They spring into action, bursting out of the tower and rushing into battle.
Later. Right now, concentrate on minimizing the casualties.
Sue blows a Doombot apart with her invisible shield as Ben lands on the street. Huh. Take that, Victor. The Doombots fire nets from their hands to trap the fleeing citizens of Latveria.
A net? What's next, a stop sign? Aren't Doombots normally a little more formidable than this?
The Human Torch burns the net up in midair.
This one's too tough. This one's not tough enough. Ain't you ever happy? Check it out, Goldilocks. This one's just right.
The thing swings a Doombot like a bat, knocking another's head off like a baseball. Sue gathers some Doombots up in a large bubble.
Hope everyone's wearing their SPF 30. Huh? Oh, duh. Sorry.
Johnny turns up the flames, melting Sue's captive robots.
Don't stare directly at me, people. Know what the difference is between me and the sun?
One's a big ball of hot gas, and the other lights the planet?
Oh, the laughter. Please, stop. My sides are hurting.
The Latvians surround the 3 heroes.
Incoming. Did they run out of tomatoes to hurl?
They cheer and hoist the 3 onto their shoulders.
That was then. This is now, sis. They just watched us save their babushkas. They're grateful. We're heroes. Roll with it. Ben, you with us?
Even Ben, with some difficulty.
Lift with your legs. I ain't feel the love. It's not enough. I can't believe it came to this. We're completely out of time. We're out of time.
Ben, Sue, and Johnny return to Reed.
Hey, you, Mr. Doomtastic! That out there? Line! Over it! I thought the plan was not to terrorize the hoi polloi.
They were never in danger. They had you. We've already made tremendous progress overturning any lingering loyalty the Ladverians had for Doom. Once word spread that you saved them from the last of Victor's rampaging enforcers, that should cement our popularity. Well done. That was the final asset left to be stripped from Doom. His subjects' allegiance.
So we was part of a show? A setup?
You're out of control! Where do you get off playing us? Answer me!
Johnny flames on in anger.
Answer him.
I thought you were on my side.
The sides, Reed, are us versus Doom, and we won. And since then... I didn't want to admit it, but Ben was right yesterday. I can't tell if it's exhaustion or nerves or leftover rage, but honey, you're not... Well, Reed, what's gotten into you?
Reed takes his wife's hand and puts it on the scarred side of his face. This.
Then we'll find some other outlet for your anger. No more of this. You've gotten enough revenge on a dead man. Haven't you?
Reed takes Sue's hands in his. Maybe. Yes. Yes, you're right. Sue, darling Sue, I adore you. Reed hugs his wife. Even though when it came to protecting our children from Victor, you were utterly useless. No, less than useless. Oh well. At least they have a father they can count on.
You son of a...
Don't waste your energy on me, Johnny. You'll need it for the war.
War? Wait, Susie said Nick Fury was here. Something about a ticking clock.
And that wasn't Fury's first visit, actually. He's warned me before. Apparently, we're expected to leave Latveria by a certain time. If we fail to do so, an unprecedented alliance of UN forces will begin a mass invasion to oust us.
Thanks for passing that along. When is this deadline?
Reed checks his watch. In about 40 minutes.
Nick Fury. We have to find Nick. Make him call off the attack.
Sue forms a bubble around herself and Ben, and she and Johnny fly through the air, racing to the front lines.
Hurry!
Finally. After watching his family leave, Reed stretches downstairs.
Ben, if Nick owes you any favors, now's the time to call him in.
Got it.
Reed Richards looks wistfully at a photo of his family, all together when they were still whole, before Doom scarred them. A single tear rolls down his cheek. He begins writing a note, which reads, Had to drive you all away to eliminate the chance you'd interfere. I hope you and the others can forgive me for what I'm about to do. I would explain my behavior if I could, but for the only time in my life, words fail me. Hyperlinked to this document you'll find personal messages to everyone, but the one that applies to all of you is this. You have always shown me the greatest love any man could ever know. Reed. He places the notepad on the stairs leading into a room with a large machine as the others reach Nick Fury.
Nick! Nick! Don't let him open fire! Something's wrong with Reed's mind! He needs help! We can fix this, but we need more time.
I can't get you any, Susan. My hands are tied.
Then we go back. We're not abandoning Reed.
You have no choice in the matter. You just did. Sue, there is no going back. Trust me, though. You made the only decision you could have. Nah. Yes, hear me out. This is what Reed is obviously keeping from you. Despite our repeated attempts to negotiate with him, he refuses, in defiance of international law, to deliver this country peaceably to the United Nations for a greater good. Consequently, he's willfully forced numerous armies to mobilize at a staggering financial cost, chief among them, U.S. Special Forces. As far as the American government's concerned, your unsupervised, unsanctioned activities in Latveria have branded you agents of a foreign power. If you don't come with me right now, if you take one step towards that border, you will, like Dr. Richards, be apprehended, charged with, and I promise you, convicted of treason against the United States of America. Reed, what have you done? Don't panic, Susie. We've been through rougher than this. It's gonna be all right.
No, it's not. I can feel it. Not this time.
Reed's note begins. Dearest Susan, by the time you find this, I'll be dead. I had to drive you all away. Authoritative Action, Part 5.
I know what you're thinking, Sue, but even you can't put a force field over the whole country. We are coming in. Please, Nick, we're begging you. I cannot help you, Mr. Grimm. It is too late. Surrender. Not without my friend.
She's going invisible. Open fire!
No, we give them 5.
What? Colonel Fury, sir.
Yes, sir. Reed revisits memories of his family in better times. Reed and Ben as college roommates.
Ben? You know the difference between you and Einstein, pal? Even Einstein remembered to eat every once in a while. Brought this back for you, as you were.
Reed and Johnny in the garage.
Hey, I think I found your ping.
What? Franklin's birth.
Last chance, gas, boy or girl.
I don't care, sweetheart. It truly doesn't matter. All I care is that our children love us like we'll love them. All I care is that we have a good life. Reed, Sue, and the kids. He presses a button on the machine. And we did. A portal transports Reed away just as the self-destruct timer ticks down to 0. But at the final moment, the blast is contained by an invisible shield. Hell.
And you are complaining about job benefits.
I stand corrected. I haven't had this much fun since Dillinger. Victor Von Doom, ever the stoic. Cry, voice Victor. Whimper from Master Mephisto.
Correction. Temporary master.
He's fading? What did you do to him? It's not me. I don't...
Suddenly, Dr. Doom begins to vanish from hell, and he appears somewhere else.
Where am I?
Doom finds himself in a round, doorless room, the walls covered with images of himself in battle with various heroes. With me, Victor, and I promise you, you only thought you were in hell.
Richards. Always Richards.
You've no idea how ironic that statement is. I brought you here for one reason only, Victor. To keep you where I can see you. It's a little Mobius dimension I invented a few years ago. Infinite, and at the same time, very, very finite. There's no way out, for either of us. Just another reason for me to hate you. For years, you and I have been playing this pointless game, Victor. You use those around me as pawns, and I'm sure you'd make the argument that I do the same. That in this way, you and I are alike.
Not really. You consider them your equals. Then again, perhaps they are.
Doom stares into Reed's eyes. Only you could be hypnotic and condescending at the same time. Nice try. Moving your mind into another body because yours is broken. One of your oldest gimmicks. You'd probably use it more often if you weren't so vain. Please, I invite you. Project your consciousness into me. Take over. Be my guest. Then what?
You fool no one. There exists somewhere an escape from this place. Of that I have no doubt. You would never abandon your pathetic family. You love them too much.
Reed stretches his arms, wrapping around Victor and slamming him into the wall. That is precisely why I have done this. I have sent you through time. I have exiled you into the farthest reaches of space. You return. Hell would have been no more unconquerable. You and I both know that in 6 months, you'd have been running the place. Over the last few days, I've come to realize there is only one way to ensure my family stays safe from your noxious evil. One. And the sacrifice it requires leaves me no exit.
Here it is, plain and simple. This is your prison, and I am your jailer. And that is the stalemate in which we will now be locked for the rest of eternity. You win, Victor. You finally succeeded in separating me from everything I love, and leaving me only hate. This is a trick. Grim, Susan, they would never allow you to forfeit your life. Which is why I had to drive them away. That's what it's come to. I've no clue how often you relive the past. I suspect with some regularity. Because, and this may surprise you, I do too. I was impressed by your plans, Victor, to even envision a technology that could literally make contact with dead souls. You weren't settling for interdimensional travel, not you. You pictured a shortcut to the hereafter. To this day, I'm not sure I accept your theological theories, but despite your protestations, I knew your science was flawed. Impossible. Facts are facts. And because you were too arrogant to hear me out, your machine was unable to harness the energy you'd tapped. And from then on, there was no redeeming you. Reed releases him. If I'd tried harder to make you listen to me, could I have saved the world from the path you took? Probably not. But probably isn't much consolation when you set my wife's face on fire. Tortured my children. I can't take the blame for all you've done, Victor. But someone has to take the responsibility. What's so funny? Your opprobrious assumptions. Any rational man evaluating what you just claimed would have to see the truth. This is your prison, and I am your jailer. Then why aren't we revisiting my sins? Aren't we? It won't work, Victor. Play all the mind games you like. I couldn't release you if I wanted to. Accepted. A portal opens and the other members of the Fantastic Four rush through it. But it appears I have other options. No. No! Get out!
Huh? Reed, what's going on? We saw you vanish. Thank heaven we figured out how to follow you.
You don't understand. Get out and close the portal before Doom escapes.
Doom?
Get out before it's too late.
Dr. Doom now has 3 more options for bodies to take over and inhabit with his roaming spirit. Nick Fury and the UN forces have advanced into the city, the Latverian army obeying Reed's orders to offer them no resistance. A civilian woman runs out and chastises Fury for allowing Doom to oppress them for years because it suited their purposes, and claims that he is a hypocrite for removing the Fantastic Four, who the people have come to love, for freeing them. Fury's UN troops breach the lab with the machine. They find the Fantastic Four lying dazed near the portal machine.
Colonel Fury, we've established contact in the North Quarter subchamber. Repeat, we've established contact.
All their guns are trained on the heroes as they awaken.
Freeze! By the authority of the United Nations. You are under arrest for acts of international terrorism.
Oh, that's a relief. For a second, I thought we were in trouble.
Johnny, shut up! Where did he escape to? Where's Doom?
Dr. Richards, I am ordering you to hold your position. We will fire on you. This is your only warning.
Stretcho, you better do what the kid says.
Doom! On my mark. Ready? Aim. Fire!
The soldier is prevented from firing by a large beam of energy piercing his chest. It pushes him back and continues to impale 2 more soldiers before cracking the wall behind them. Doom has taken the body of Susan Richards, and a beam of energy has come from her head.
You know, I always said Susan was more powerful than the 3 of you put together. Ha 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 ha.
Authoritative Action, Part 6. Inhabiting Sue's body, Doom floats in an invisible bubble shield, while the other 3 attack it with their powers, and the soldiers fire at will, but to no avail.
Victor! Victor, let go of my wife!
In time. First.
Doom scans the weapons held by each soldier until he finds the one he wants.
Ah, there. For future reference, were I to design a weapon capable of penetrating your wife's force fields and then vaporizing her.
Doom destroys the weapon with Sue's powers.
Ah! It would look much like that, though with proper shielding.
Ben, back off. I gotta go even harder to burn through.
Poor Jonathan. If anyone in this family constantly overestimates his abilities, it's you.
Doom wraps a field around Johnny. He throws the human torch into the thing.
Ah!
Ah! In pain from the flames, Ben smacks Johnny away on reflex and he smashes through Reed's machine.
Ben, be careful. Watch where you're... No! The portal machine!
Oafish lout. Then again, what might I expect?
You can expect retribution! Release Sue!
Reed stretches his body around his wife's.
Stretcher, look out! He's turning on you, making you invisible!
He begins to vanish from view.
Wait, you don't know what you're shooting at! Wait! Hold your fire!
Ben stops the soldier from firing as gently as he can. However, the energy blasts still find Reed's invisible body, and he releases Doom.
Ugh! She's getting away! Take her down!
You don't understand! We ain't the bad guys! We ain't...
Victor blasts a hole in the ceiling and rises out of it on a platform shield. Ben shields Reed with his rocky form as the soldiers focus their fire on him. Nick Fury arrives and switches off a soldier's weapon. He aims an energy pistol at Reed's head as he recovers.
Don't move. My finger's on the trigger. What? Nick? And a second ago, I walked into this room to see 4 soldiers being slaughtered in cold blood. That makes you the luckiest man alive. Why?
Because I know your wife's not a killer. Doom surfaces and surveys his kingdom, only to realize the people aren't fawning over him, but Susan Richards. He sees Reed's propaganda promoting truth, justice, and mercy, and the Fantastic Four flag atop his castle.
What fresh hell? Richards!
Which is how we got to this point, Nick. I was prepared to guard Doom inside that prison dimension for the rest of our lives.
I didn't count on your family following you in and opening the door. I gotta admit, it was a good plan. Except for one thing. The part where I lose my best friend.
Me?
Reed, you moron!
Can we focus on the crisis at hand? Take this seriously, for heaven's sake.
I am. But I also got faith you're gonna figure a way out of this mess.
Nick, you make certain no one fires on Sue. Johnny, flank Doom from retreat. Ben, charge.
'Cause this is the Reed I know. Welcome back, pal. What have you done to my country, you simpering dolts? What, you don't get trading spaces on cable around here? I thought you was all about culture. I bet you got one of Susie's force fields up. Good. 'Cause you know what happens when I punch him real hard?
The thing pounds on Doom's shield, causing him pain.
Ah! Feedback.
As Ben crushes the shield in his rocky hands, Doom lashes out with tendrils of energy, seeking Johnny. Oh, sure, Doom. Pick on me now, why don't you? And here I was afraid this trick wouldn't fly. They pass right through his fiery form, though. This just in. Superheated air equals mirage. What, like my sister and I haven't already fought like 1,000,000 times? It must suck being an only child. Reed fires a weapon at his wife's body, and it collapses on the ground.
Ah!
It's working. This won't kill Sue, but it should scramble her powers for quite a while. Let her fall, Johnny. Keep your distance. Once outside his own body, Doom needs to be within arm's reach to... Sue?
Johnny, I said stay back! You're too close!
Worried about his sister, Johnny moves in and finds himself within Doom's transfer range.
Transfer.
Doom, now in the Human Torch's body, turns in flames on Reed and Ben.
Great. Big head meets hot head. You don't like what we did to your yard? You should see your house. I know you said no parties, but...
Doom flies away towards the castle.
There, that'll buy us a secondary group. Keep him off our back while he does a fast damage check.
Nick, Sue's not hurt?
Not fatally. Reed, what happened?
Fill her in later. Reed, we have ordnance that will take Johnny out.
I saw. I don't have time to downgrade that one to non-lethal, nor the one you brought to kill Ben.
What?
So, you have a fallback. Not exactly. The problem isn't defeating Johnny. The problem is, without access to Doom's body, even if we succeed in driving out his soul, We have no place to put it. Still, we have to do our best to subdue Johnny. Nick, where are you going?
Gather my men. Reed, we're at war.
But,
Reed, I can call the UN and say Doom's back, but that doesn't let you clean off the hook. Not of the way you've handled this. It's still an international nightmare, and you're not above the law. Even if we beat Doom, you will be faced with legal repercussions. Moreover, while we are at war, whether it's Johnny or you or whomever, I will take any steps necessary to protect my soldiers. Got it?
deep in the castle, Victor finds that his arsenal has been cleared out.
Wretches, you egomaniac.
Reed soon meets him there. Your weapons, your spare armor, gone, Victor. Disposed of. The other heroes and Fury's forces soon join them. Your personal fortune? It should just about cover the cost of this UN troop deployment. Reed shields the troops from Doom's flames with his body. Face it, Victor. You have nothing now.
Lies! You're not fit to touch!
What, you? Reed stretches his arm and punches Doom out of the air. How can I, really? Victor, I didn't even leave you a body. Victor finds his mother's trashed portrait.
Mother! How dare you do that to my mother!
It was all that was left. Reed fires his weapon, opening a small hole near the torch's body. Built this on the run. It opens a foot-tall portal into the vacuum of deep space. It's like cracking the window on a 727. Doom's flames are quickly sucked into the vacuum. I won't even leave you the air in the room, Victor. I've taken absolutely everything that means anything to you. Doom tries to outfly the Void's pull.
Not yet!
Finally, he breaks away and circles back, charging at the thing.
Imbecile! Let me show you how to destroy a man!
Doom transfers his soul into Ben's body and grabs Johnny with his huge new hands.
Johnny!
Dr. Doom advances in the body of the thing, holding the Human Torch helpless with both hands.
Richards!
That weapon's designed for Ben! Fury, no! Fury fires at him to Reed's shock.
Yes!
Doom starts to break Johnny's bones with his immense strength.
That was the Torch's collarbone. He'll break like glass. You wish to save him? Kill me.
Reed and Sue are horrified by the sight. Sue, use a force...
My powers are still scrambled. Reed, do something.
Let him go, Doom. Last warning.
Vacuum gun's discharged. Think. Victor, this is insanity. You won't survive. Doom breaks Johnny's arm, ignoring the flames covering his current body.
Neither will you. It's your only choice, Richards. Kill me, or Susan is next. Then every soldier in this castle.
Ben! You're still in there somewhere! You can hear me! Ben! Take control! Ben!
3. Come on, Grim. 2. It's no use. Richard. Reed.
Ben struggles to speak through Doom's control.
Can't stop him.
Ben, don't hurt Johnny. For the love of heaven, don't hurt him.
Ben, you can do it. You're that strong. Ben, say something.
It's too late. Kill me, Richards. Kill me.
Victor breaks Johnny's legs.
Stretcho, I...
Tears spill from Ben Grimm's sorrowful blue eyes.
Kill me. Please.
Ben! Reed takes the gun from Fury and stretches out, firing it and hitting Ben's body at point-blank range with a massive blast of energy. The thing's body falls, dropping the Human Torch as he collapses, with a huge hole still sparking in his chest. Reed stretches to it. Oh, Lord! Ben! Ben, don't let go! Ben, please!
Johnny, don't move. Wait. He's not... No way. Hey, you big quitter. Hey, buddy.
The thing's body becomes still as Doom's spirit leaves it. And then his hand twitches.
Ben!
There you are, partner. I thought we'd lost you for a... Ben? Yeah, you did it, Stretcho. Doom's gone. Felt it. He ain't coming back. Reed, listen to me. This ain't your fault.
Ben, wait! Hold on!
I wanna... Hurts. You did what you had to do all along, okay? You couldn't have known we'd screw up your plan. But we beat him anyway.
No, 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 no.
Give Franklin Val a kiss from Uncle Benji, alright? Love him. Love you all. Don't forget that. Ever.
Ben, don't leave. Please, don't leave.
Got it, pal. Funny. Always figured I'd die close to the Yancey Street. Only regret. Wish I was home. What a revolting development this is. What a...
Benjamin Grimm, the ever-loving blue-eyed thing, passes away in his best friend's arms, surrounded by his loving family. 6 weeks later. A sign on the Fantastic store reads, "Out of business." And with the wealthy nation of Latveria enjoying its first democratic regime in years, UN forces have, as promised, retreated. And while many Latverians credit Dr. Reed Richards with making this transition possible, the United Nations took a much dimmer view of Richards' brief coup. As have most Americans. Polls show a wide majority of Americans now distrust the Fantastic Four. Sue switches off the TV. She checks her phone.
You have one voicemail message.
Sue, I'm sorry to... I just wanted to... I miss you, Sue.
I miss you too, Reed.
I hope you and the kids are doing okay for money. I know it's tight now that the patents are gone. I signed the last of them over to the government yesterday, but in return, they dropped the rest of the charges against us. So, tell Johnny, okay? I would, but he hasn't spoken to me since, Anyway, the way I began hiding my agendas, not explaining my plans, not confiding in you, that's what destroyed the Fantastic Four, Sue. I realize that now. But I promise, no more secrets, so I'm calling to tell you what I'm doing tonight. I just can't stand not having Ben at my side anymore. So I'm bringing him back to life. Six weeks ago. Castle Doom, Latveria. Reed Richards tries to revive Ben Grimm with souped-up defibrillator paddles. Clear! Come on, big guy. Bite!
Reed! Stop!
Ben, I know you can hear me. I'm not giving up on you, Ben. Still no pulse. Sue, use the force field to retract the wound so I can massage his heart again. Hurry! Dr. Richards, we'll handle it from here. You are under arrest. Shut up, Nick! I can save him!
No.
Shh. Reed, please. Sue, for heaven's sake, move! There's equipment in Victor's lab. Maybe I can find a way to put the body in stasis. Sue, stop standing around! Help me! Reed, it's too late. You and the others will have to come with us. You have a lot to answer for. Nick, have you lost your mind? Not now! As long as we work fast, there's a chance I can revive him.
Reed, don't.
Damn it, Sue! Get out of my way! Didn't you hear me? Every second counts!
Reed? Honey? You've been trying for an hour.
What? 1 week ago, Reed sits in his lab in the Baxter Building, surrounded by notes, equations, formulas, and diagrams, all attempting to map where life energy goes after death. Asleep at his desk, he dreams of Victor in hell, but wearing his old metal armor. In his dream, Doom slowly turns and removes his mask. Reed wakes with a start. Oh my God!
That's it!
Fairfield, Connecticut. Today.
What do you have, an itch? Hold it steady, you big dope.
Hey, who's doing you the favor here, Bickhead?
This is sensitive machinery is all. The S on the gear shift's gonna stand for stratosphere. That's the kind of sled I'm tricking out. So cradle it gently. Gently.
You want I should stick my pinky out? I don't got all day, you know.
You help Reed all the time without complaint. No, strike that. You whine like a dentist drill for him, too.
Hardy ha ha. You need me to show you which end of the screwdriver to grab? Jeez, calling you a grease monkey is an insult to monkeys everywhere.
You wanna grab something? Grab my... Storm!
Johnny is snapped out of his memories by his current boss.
What?
What, he says.
You mind pulling your head out of your exhaust? I don't know what you're daydreaming about, but I promised the old bat who owns this flipper a 20-minute oil change. I'm not paying you to stand around and talk to yourself.
He's sorry, Hardy. Johnny just been through a lot, you know? He's really good.
So you said. Show me. Serves me right for hiring one of the so-called Fantastic Four.
And what's that supposed to mean?
It means you and your buddies caused a lot of trouble for the U.S. It means we sent boys to war because Reed Richards got a little power hungry in Latveria. You don't know what you're talking. It means I don't gotta know exactly what happened over there to be disappointed they didn't keep you in jail so you didn't pull something like that here. You know what most of my customers say? You guys got what was coming to you. Johnny gets angry.
Get that hose over here, now!
The fire department attempts to put out the inferno that Johnny's workplace has now become.
Ding dong. Karmagram for Artie Hames.
Who'd have thought gasoline was that flammable? Oh yeah, not Artie Hames.
At least, that's what happened in Johnny's mind.
Hey, Squirt, you know I ain't really here, right? That you really are just making believe?
Yeah. But this is how I get through the day.
Johnny walks away, having merely turned in his uniform and quit.
Sue me.
Just then, Sue calls him on the phone.
Hey, a pun. I wasn't even trying. Hang on. Hang on. Like he's gonna interrupt. Sis, where are you?
New York. Ben Grimm's most significant other, the blind sculptress Alicia Masters, makes statue after statue of Ben, filling her studio with them. She holds one's hand as tears stream down her face.
You calling from the city? Yeah. The kids and I are staying with Alicia at her studio. I thought it'd be good for us all, including her. That way we could lean on each other a little. Maybe pool our strength for the kids' sake. But even though she and Ben hadn't been a couple for some time, she's been... Well, even I'm surprised at the depth of her feeling. Johnny, she won't stop carving statues. I mean, she won't stop. She says it helps her pretend Ben's still with us. Isn't that sad? Johnny, are you... Okay, I thought I lost you there for a second. Anyway, I'm at my wit's end. I don't think it's healthy for Franklin and Val to be steeped in grief for this long. But I can't leave Alicia in this state. I don't know what to do. I'm not ready to go back home.
Using her powers, Sue gently covers Franklin and Val with a blanket while they sleep. Reed Richards dresses in his costume while he calls Susan.
Leave a message at the beep.
Beep. Sue, I'm sorry to... I just wanted to. I miss you, Sue. I hope you and the kids are doing okay for money. I know it's tight now the patents are gone. I signed the last of them over to the government yesterday, but in return, they dropped the rest of the charges against us. So, tell Johnny, okay? I would, but... I mean, he's made his preferences clear. That's not why I'm phoning. It's the way I kept things from you. The way I held my cards so close, never confiding in anyone. That's what destroyed the Fantastic Four, Sue. I realize that now. But I promise no more secrets, so I'm calling to tell you what I'm doing tonight. I just can't stand not having Ben at my side anymore. So I'm bringing him back. The message ends and Sue frantically dials.
Johnny? Johnny, don't hang up, okay? Just listen.
They both burst into Reed's lab.
What do you mean, bringing him back? Reed, what do you intend to... Haven't you done enough? What is wrong with you?
Not anything you want to believe, Johnny. Take a look at this.
What is it?
In layman's terms, it's a brainwave. It's almost immeasurably faint. It's magnified with instruments I had to invent in order to even detect it. But it's there.
Where?
There. Reed opens a large door to reveal the thing's body suspended in green liquid in a large tank. Short and sweet. I stole him from Walter Reed Army Medical Center. Once I made my breakthrough last week, the next step was to verify the viability of the mission. Sure enough, probably because of the way his body is constructed, there lies within Ben's brain the faintest spark of life.
Then ban it!
I can't. Not from here. Ben's consciousness, or life essence, or whatever name you wish to put on it, it's transmigrated to another plane of existence.
He's gone to heaven?
That's a crudely non-secular way of putting it. All I can tell you scientifically is that the energy that gave Ben life, like any energy, can't be destroyed, only transformed or relocated. Therefore, it's simply a matter of retrieving it.
Simply. It's not a frisbee on the roof. I know Ben believed in heaven. For argument's sake, let's say that's where his soul really is. How do we get there? Did you jury-rig a really tall elevator?
I had a better idea. Eventually. In the back of my mind, it felt as if someone familiar to me had already attempted this very journey, but I couldn't remember who. Then, in a dream, I had the breakthrough I was referring to. I didn't have to invent a machine to reach the afterlife. One already exists. In fact, I've known about it since I was in college. Problem is, no one's ever built a working model. The one time it was constructed, its inventor ignored me when I pointed out its design flaw. And it blew up in Victor Von Doom's face. Reed showed them that he has recreated Victor's machine.
No, wait. The way I remember the story, Doom built this machine in order to contact his mother.
Correct.
But she was in hell.
Also correct. That, however, he didn't learn until later. Johnny, think about it. Reed sits down in the machine. Is hell the first place you look for your mother's soul? No. This was created to get me where I want to go. If my refinements and recalculations are correct, and that's not in doubt, this will breach the barrier to
heaven.
To heaven. Sue? Sue, you haven't said a word.
I don't know what to say. You keep talking about heaven like it's just another negative zone. I don't want to debate theology. I want to believe Ben's in a better place too. But any afterlife there may be is a sacred kingdom to billions of people. It's not the afterverse. It's a domain of spiritual faith. How do you know it even exists?
I don't. So I'll find out. That's what I do.
That's what we do. Now you're going to?
Son, I'm not sure that's feasible.
I don't care what the fee is. Try and stop me. Joke. I know what feasible means. And Sue, for the record, I can't believe we're having this conversation either. But then, I still can't believe you let this man encourage us to steal a rocket ship when I was a kid. That's crazy talk. And that's what made this team. We did that, and there was a lot less at stake. Sue, come with us. It's heaven. What's the worst that could happen?
Sue looks at Ben in the tank.
This is wrong.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Sue takes Reed's hand.
You're positive that this machine is stable? What if it blows up in your face, too?
Reed smiles at his wife standing on the scarred side of his face. Then I've got nothing to lose. Johnny takes Reed's other hand.
So, what happens? Do we have a 2 o'clock with God? Do I get fitted for a harp and a halo?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Okay, now you're making me nervous.
Reed activates the machine, and a brilliant golden light envelops them all before they disappear. The machine and the heroes materialize on a grassy plain surrounded by a tranquil, cloud-filled sky. Theory is that we'll each perceive this environment according to our own pre-existing theological conceptions. I sincerely doubt the human brain is capable of interpreting the energies we'll encounter on this plane. Instead, our senses will translate them into images we, as mortal beings, can comprehend.
Huh?
An army of angels wearing hoods and bearing flaming swords appear to oppose their progress. Or not. Reed stretches up into the sky, and Johnny flames on and flies alongside him to confront the angelic forces. Hey, Einstein, learn to read a map. You sure your GPS isn't off? Don't be absurd, Johnny. I set the homing controls with utmost precision. Sue forms a shield to protect herself.
Don't pop off at my brother. I'm with him. All those years of Sunday school prepared us for a slightly warmer reception than this, you know.
Reed wraps his midsection around an angel's arms. I agree, this is not as it should be. Whoever you are.
I'm gonna go with angels.
Hear me out. We come in peace. Johnny finds out that heaven's fire burns even hotter than hell's.
Ah! Oh man, I thought hellfire hurt bad.
Sue is becoming overwhelmed.
Cover me! Says the girl with the force fields, like I'm not busy. Johnny, my shields aren't working.
A flaming sword pierces Sue's shield.
Ah!
We mean you no harm, and there is no need for violence. Why are you fighting us? Reed pulls back an angel's hood. Where its face should be is flaming text reading, "You don't belong here." Suddenly, the angels all vanish as quickly as they had appeared.
They're gone? They had us.
They were here to deliver a divine warning. We're being asked to leave.
Leave? I'm not even sure where we are. Dude, this cannot be heaven.
And you're so sure because...
Because Britney Spears isn't feeding me chocolate-covered strawberries in front of my 100-inch plasma screen, all right? And the best-case scenario is that we have vengeful archangels trying to wipe us out. What do we do now?
We go get what we came for. You asked that as if there were any other answer. They walk onward, exploring this new frontier. Not far away. Ben, in his human form, stands on the outside of a massive door in an even larger wall, talking with someone he knows.
Did they turn around? Tell me they turned around.
There was that hope. But, no.
Then let me talk to Reed.
Can't, Ben. Too many rules are being bent as it is. Everyone here knows what's at stake. We'll just have to hit your friends harder once they're completely through the veil and hope that sends them packing. There's a reason no one's admitted up here without a handstand from St. Peter, figuratively speaking.
The three explorers reach the edge of the land they walk upon. Follow me.
To where? I repeat, this is so not my idea of heaven. For one thing, it's broken.
A field of rocky orange platforms float in the air before them. No, not at all. You're looking at the pieces. The beauty is in the way they interlock. Reed begins to stretch his arms out and connect the pieces together like a jigsaw puzzle.
You always said something like this was your idea of paradise. But we aren't you. How come we aren't filtering the landscapes differently?
I'd posit that, through force of will, our environs are shaped by whoever's in the lead, which would, at the moment, be me.
'Cause that worked out so well in Latveria.
You blame me for Ben's death.
I can't imagine why. Maybe if you hadn't kept your plans so secret? Maybe if you'd kept us all on the same page for a change? Maybe if you'd... I don't know.
Maybe if you backed away from Doom like I told you to?
Reed!
Reed shoves Johnny in anger.
Keep your distance. Once outside his own body, Doom only needs to be within arm's reach to mentally transfer to yours. Those were my exact words. Stay back. That's all you had to do, and we could have captured Victor right then and there.
Sue forms a shield around Reed to stop him.
Instead, as always, you didn't listen, and that is why my best friend is dead. So is there anything else?
He was my friend too. I'd do anything to have him back. Reed, he means it. You don't have a monopoly on that. It's why we're here, right? Both of you, stay focused. I admit our surroundings don't make a whole lot of sense to me. But I trust they mean something to Reed. Let's move on.
From high above, Reed can be seen to be assembling Ben's human face from the orange rocks. Through a haze of clouds, the three find themselves back in the Baxter building, in their living room, with multiple copies of Franklin and Valeria at various ages.
Where'd you go?
Sue? Sue, you're too far ahead! Sue!
I'm fine.
Franklin? Wait, where?
Daddy! We're home? You could make that case. Hello, Val. How are you this fine morning, sweetheart?
Ah, our children.
All the days of their lives. All the very best days.
What? Sue notices Reed's scar is gone here.
Nothing.
You look relaxed.
Kids are accident magnets. It's nice to be someplace where they stand positively no chance of skinning their knees or bumping their heads.
Or being possessed by Victor Von Doom.
Reed, you make this team as safe as you can.
Ben makes you safer.
Don't worry about Ben's job right now. Worry about yours. Are you sure about this expedition we're on?
As sure as I can be.
That's not enough this time. Reed, no one ever gives you the Dr. Frankenstein speech, so I will. Maybe there truly are some mysteries man wasn't meant to solve. It's so easy to lose sight of that around someone with your brilliance, but I've had a bad feeling about this mission from the start. And it's not improving.
So you came all this way to fight with me?
I'm not the one who needs a sparring partner to get through the day. Speaking of which, where's... Guys, over here!
Johnny has found his and Sue's parents, the Storms, sitting by a campfire in the woods. Sue hugs her mother and father.
Thank you. I'm not completely without depth. Dad you met, but Reed, meet your mother-in-law.
Hello, Mary. It's a pleasure.
Likewise. I only wish this were a happier reunion.
Hmm?
Yeah, Dad. Tell him what you told me.
Son, for the last time, it never occurred to us to ask who really killed JFK.
No. After that. Sue, your instincts were dead on. Something is bogus about our being here.
We've come to warn you. You must go home now, before he starts playing rough.
Who? All three heroes are washed away by a red flood.
Too late. Don't do it like that. It ain't right.
It's out of my hands. Besides, isn't this whole idea for you to find a way to open the door? If Reed has to do it.
I told you. No, I can do it on...
Ben struggles to push open a small door set inside the larger one. That's just his size, but it is blocked with machinery.
On my own. I hope. Just don't hurt him, okay?
Reed stretches a hand to a stalagmite and pulls the three up on a rocky shore in a cave. Is everyone all right?
Worst road trip ever. I know my car bingo board. Barn, yes. VW bug, yes. River of blood, no.
How about a buzzsaw sound? A swarm of tiny angels assaults them at high speed like a hail of bullets.
Shield your eyes! Move forward!
Johnny flames on and Sue tries a shield, but their powers are useless.
I can't!
You have to! Remember why we came! He's counting on us!
They fall to the ground under the relentless tide of sharp blades.
Ben's counting on us! He needs us!
It suddenly stops, and Ben takes Reed's hand to help him up.
For crying out loud. All right already.
Ben pulls his family up to where he is in a chain of held hands.
Well, it's always me that's got to do the heavy lifting around here.
Ben?
What, you're expecting this handsome face to be Orange Rock? This is heaven, not Jersey.
They all hug.
It's good to be together again. One last time.
No, Ben. You don't understand. Your body's still alive on Earth. You don't belong here.
That much is true, isn't it, Ben?
Dan?
Who?
Daniel Grimm, Ben's big brother. I recognize him from Ben's pictures and stories. He died when Ben was a boy. He was, by all accounts, the man who taught Ben integrity. Which makes his selfishness all the more shocking.
What are you implying, Dr. Richards?
That you're behind this concentrated effort to drive us away so you can keep Ben here in heaven with you, ahead of his time.
Reed, you're off base. Besides, we ain't completely in the promised land yet. Close, but this here is only the outskirts. Heaven proper is behind that door.
Ben points at the huge door.
And it's a heavy sucker. I've been trying to push it open, but...
Ben shoves the portal blocked with machinery again, but it does not budge.
But he can't do it unaided.
Danny!
Reed can help you, Ben. In fact, he's the only one who can.
Danny, don't!
Sorry, brother. I'm here for you, not for them. I'm not the one who's been pushing you away, Dr. Richards. It was Ben.
Ben? Is that true? Why?
Danny!
He's been trying to spare you. He didn't want you to see the truth of what he's up against. This door was put here with the express purpose of keeping Ben Grimm out of heaven, Reed. Now take a good look at its design and construction. A good, hard look. And see if you can tell me who built it.
Reed inspects the door. Oh, my lord. I did. Reed and Johnny inspect the machinery. It's a hodgepodge of technology, but these are my amalgamated designs.
It's like every whatchamacallit in your lab rolled into one giant thingamajig. Yeah, I can't make heads or tails out of the engineering, but there's no question it's got your fingerprints all over it. I don't get it. Since when are you teaching shop class up here? Reed? Ben, talk to us. What's happening?
Your husband's catching on, but this ain't gonna be easy for him to hear. I wanted to plow through that door on my own, Reed. I didn't want you to ever have to find out.
Find what out? That Reed's responsible for locking my brother out of heaven.
No, that's not possible.
Reed.
I'm your lifeline.
Reed, I've been watching you these last few weeks. You keep thinking I ain't gone 'cause there's a spark of life in my body, which is why you got it floating in a tank and wired up like Con Ed. And I appreciate what you think you're doing. And there ain't no questioning your heart's in the right place. But in your desperation, you got it all mixed up. Whatever life is there is only there 'cause your gizmos dug it out, amped it up into something, and won't let it go like they oughta. It ain't salvageable, but it's holding me back all the same. You understand? It ain't that I'm stuck here, Reed. I'm stuck there.
So we came all this way for nothing?
Not exactly. You came to say goodbye.
Ben, I'm so sorry. I never dreamed that...
Course not. Gonna miss you, pal. You know, Reed, pull it together, okay? I need you to get me through. Okay, Matchstick, it's that time. Reed, you wanna monkey with the door while I tell Johnny how all them naked pictures of him got up on our web?
Johnny flames on and tackles Ben, yelling in anger.
Get away! It's some kind of trick! This isn't Ben! Ben would never roll over that easy! Johnny!
Hey, ain't my call, bighead.
So that's it? You big coward? You're just gonna give up and call it a day? Life's over for you?
Kid, it's my time, fair and square. It's not up to me.
Then, you!
Johnny turns to yell at Reed.
Fix this! Fix it!
The ground cracks under their feet. Johnny, I would if I could, but there's nothing to fix.
Liar! What is wrong with you? You're supposed to be the leader. You used to have good ideas. We could count on you. And now...
Reed stretches to dodge Johnny's fireballs. The sky cracks more and more as they fight.
Oh, jeez. Can I say that up here?
It's not his favorite, but this is not good.
All you do these days is bust everything all to pieces. Tell him, Sue. Tell him why we can't stay to be around him any...
Sue protects herself and Johnny with a shield, silencing him as well.
Jonathan Storm, don't you speak for me. You don't have any clue how I feel.
Reed punches Johnny.
Well, that's nothing new. Since when does Johnny think of anyone but himself?
As his rage consumes him, the land comes apart under Mr. Fantastic.
In fact, you want to know the real reason your brother left the team, Sue? He's afraid I'll pull the trigger on him like I did on Ben. And that's insane. How could anyone live with that?
Reed!
The sky begins to fall in large, jagged chunks.
Danny dialed on the quake. There ain't no point in driving him off anymore.
This isn't me, Ben. It's those three. I kept warning them how dangerous it was for them to be here, but...
What? What?
They're spreading their emotions like an infection. They didn't leave their rage behind, Ben. They didn't leave their pain.
I killed him. It's my fault.
The door! We gotta get everybody through the door! But how?
Ben rushes to the door. Sue protects herself and Johnny with a shield.
Reed, stretch this way. You're gonna fall. Reed!
How am I supposed to figure this out when Reed couldn't? And it's his work. I mean, I recognize this thing here from his lab, and this piece here. Well, hell, there ain't one gizmo on here I ain't remembered from.
Ben begins tearing pieces out of the mechanical wall.
Oh, no.
No, 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 no! Behind the machinery lies a solid wall made of orange rock.
Reed! Susie, Johnny, I'm going after him. Cover me.
Ben, we're the ones with powers. Stay back and let us...
That won't work. It's gotta be me. Come on.
Ben lays down at the edge of the chasm and reaches his hand out to Reed.
Big brain, listen. You had it right, and we all missed it. You said it's, force of will. That what we see up here, how we see it, it gets shaped by whoever's taking point, right? Well, I got to this spot before any of you guys. That means the hilltop, the giant wall, the door. I built it. I made myself believe the problem was you, that you was holding me back. But it was me all along.
Sue shields Ben as well.
For God's sake, you're not serious. Ben, why would you do that to yourself?
I ain't doing it to nobody. I'm doing it for somebody. Come on, pal. I ain't ready to take no dirt nap yet, and neither are you. You and me. Let's go. You hearing me? The bad times are finally over, buddy. You don't gotta put yourself through all this grief no more. I'm right here. I'm not leaving you, Reed.
Reed finally looks up.
I'm never leaving you.
His ledge crumbles away. Ben smiles as he hauls Reed, now also smiling, up to level ground.
Ben, no. What kind of friend would ask you to give up heaven?
What kind of friend wouldn't do it? You need me, I'm there. Besides, somebody's got to keep you knotheads together, right? Now you troublemakers died down the angst a little. What do you say we go on a Reed Little Angel car and head home?
Yeah! Great to have you back, Benji.
All right, with the schmaltz already. I had enough slobber in time for one day. Let's go.
Uh-oh. Not so fast.
Reed inspects the orange rock wall, blocking the door to heaven proper.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Stretcho, get away from there.
He said, step away from the locked door. I realize that's like asking Anna and Nicole to step away from the ring dings, but how weird does it get when I learn faster than you? Step away.
Or consider a better proposal. You can't blame Reed for being curious. After all, this is the doorstep to God's realm.
and in light of all you've been through, not only today, but in the service of mankind through the years, I've been empowered by the man in charge to offer the four of you this invitation. Stay. The Fantastic Four are shocked by the proposal. Huh? I'm not joking. We can bring your children too if you'd like, or you can simply wait for them. Either way, you'll forever be at one with the Maker, in a place of eternal bliss. In the province of ultimate knowledge. Yes. The solutions to every mystery of the universe will be at our fingertips. Every answer conceivable, ours, simply for the asking. Absolutely. Then, speaking on behalf of this team, we decline. You may tell your boss that we're tremendously honored by his gracious gesture, but we're not yet done exploring. What gives this family its purpose and its joy isn't the destination. It's the journey. Good answer. The massive door opens and brilliant white light spills out from behind it. Enjoy your visit. A visit? Not a one-way trip? I promise. You passed his test. Well, now we're talking.
Huh? What kind of test?
He'll explain. And Ben, glad you came by. Old neighborhood still the same?
Not without you there, Danny boy. Love you. Take care.
See you soon. Figure of speech. The Fantastic Four enter the light for their visit to heaven. They float through an indescribable array of images, sights not meant for mortal eyes. The inner workings of the universe itself surround them like some complex and unimaginable machine made of time, space, matter, motion, information, and energy. Got a lump in your throat there, big fella?
Yeah, I'm choking on your hospital chart.
Understood.
Stay together, everyone. Keep yourselves limber. There's something up ahead.
They come to a door on a small island of rock bearing the symbol of a sun.
Another door? If I was selling seeds, I'd be rich by now.
What?
Kids.
This is it, isn't it? So, am I the only one who's the least bit nervous? I mean, God's on the other side, right? Do we knock, or...?
We take the plunge. After all, we were invited. Ready? Reed opens the door, only to find Jack King Kirby at his drawing table. Did you expect anyone else?
Well, you're coming in or what?
Anyone see that coming?
No.
No.
The four enter his office and look around in amazement.
So, where are the elves?
That's Santa, butthead. Maybe we should have called ahead so we could decorate. I don't know what I was expecting, but I ain't exactly feeling the awe and the majesty. You sure we're in the right joint?
Hush, you two. Show proper respect for... Reed, why am I taller than the Almighty?
What you see is what I am to you. Don't worry, it's a compliment, not an insult. That's what my creations do. They find the humanity in God.
Incredible.
To say the least.
Boing. Pardon me one moment.
God has a phone? What's the number? 1?
And then they're in the Forbidden City, human jungle. Right. Suddenly the Black Panther springs from the trees. Okay, we'll make it the Silver Surfer. Yeah. Write it up. I'll start the designs.
Ching. Who called?
My collaborator. Enough said.
Your collab? But these drawings are yours?
Johnny looked over Jack's shoulder to see sketches of Galactus, Sue, himself, and Spider-Man.
My contribution to the grand tapestry. Ideas, notions, passions. We're all a part of the process. Think about your world. It starts with words and pictures, the ordinary and the cosmic. That's what sets the stage. The play is your lives. Your adventures become our explorations. My window into tomorrow.
Jack draws a colorful, futuristic city, and instantly they are there.
How far out is the world that's coming? What is it? Where is it going? How will it evolve? The mystery intrigues me.
Reed holds up a pencil. Forgive me, I find it hard to believe that the wellspring of all reality is a yellow stick.
Jack takes it from him. History's greatest inventions are crafted using its simplest tools. You're smart enough to know that. Besides, the beauty of pencils is this. They have erasers.
Jack Kirby erases the scar from Reed's face with the other end of the pencil.
Wow, too good to be. Are you imagining us, or are we imagining you?
You're no one's puppets, if that's what they're getting at. Nobody can do your living for you. No one can do your dying for you. We're all our own storytellers.
Jack sharpens his wellspring of reality.
And there are plenty of stories still left in you.
What? Oh, nerds.
Jack draws Ben's rocky orange skin back onto his human form.
You were gonna wake up in Reed's healing tank anyway. I just condensed your subplot a little. And about that, getting you home, that is. What say we make that my job? The gadget that brought you here, it's not gonna work a second time. Trust me. Still, it was a clever thought. I admire your imagination. Always have. You know to never stop asking why. That was the test.
I gathered. Thank you. Reed and Jack shake hands. Jack and his office begin to fade into sketches and lose their color as the Fantastic Four remain fully real.
Wait, do you have a gift shop? Johnny?
You kids want a souvenir? Hang on, let me whip something up.
A sheet of paper falls into Reed's hand as the brilliant white light again fills the sky.
There, you'll earn it. Enjoy.
The Baxter Building's lab appears as sketched lines from the whiteness forming around the family, before flooding with color, and the Fantastic Four are
home. Who wants pizza?
Way to savor the moment.
Kidding. My mind's as blown as yours, dude. All that and a going away present. What'd he give us, huh? Huh?
A happy ending. The family all look at what Jack has given them, a drawing of all four of them in their old age, alive and well, and still together as a family. Beneath it he has written, "To be continued," which, in my book, beats the heck out of the end any day. Spider Sense, Part 1. A disconsolate Johnny Storm wanders the streets of New York City.
So that I say, you're out of your mind. You don't get to talk about the Human Torch like that. He is too fit to sleep with a gargoyle. Fred, bring in our next guest.
Bite me, Howard.
Johnny sees a sign in a store window reading, "All Fantastic Four merchandise on clearance. New Spider-Man plush toys." Near a display of Spider-Man dolls.
Spider-Man.
He then sees a homeless man wearing his face on a shirt.
Well, at least I see somebody still my fan.
What, the Torch shirt? We all got 'em.
Really?
Yeah, that dumpster was full of 'em.
Mommy, do I gotta? Here, honey, we'll turn it inside out.
A woman tries to fit a dog into one.
Come on, Binksy.
Heck, Mary, not that one. That's a good shirt.
He refers to a stray Spider-Man shirt.
Spider-Man.
At a newsstand, Johnny sees a poster showing New York's most eligible bachelor to be Spider-Man 5 years running, only to be replaced with himself in the current year. He moves the magazine to reveal it actually reads New York's least eligible bachelor.
Spider-Man.
Reed's lab. And by using this device to store and divide photonic wavelengths into sub-angstrom units, I should be able to intercept the brain's electrostatic alpha waves. Then,
less talking, more geniusing. If the FF's gonna get out of the public doghouse, we're gonna need cash to fund some PR. And as our CFO, I'll remind you our coffers are capital M empty.
the money we can manage. Let's see. Reed hands Johnny a device. Here, made this yesterday. A hypersonic cure for acne. Show it to Revlon and tell them we want a check by Friday.
I've been filing lucrative new patents by the dozen, Johnny, but that's not a quick fix for the bigger problem. Regaining people's respect is difficult once it's been lost.
Uncle Johnny? It's okay. Second place is nothing to be ashamed of.
Johnny sees that Franklin is wearing a Spider-Man hat. He storms off.
How is that, Uncle Ben?
Ben hands Franklin $5.
I thought Uncle Johnny was going to blow his stack.
Always tomorrow.
The Human Torch writes in the sky with fiery letters, "Spidey, meet me at the usual place." He then waits atop the head of the Statue of Liberty. Soon, Spider-Man swings in on a web and joins him.
Hey, Mr. Popularity. Long time no heckle. What's the emergency? Shouldn't you be out kissing hands and shaking babies or something? Those animal shelters won't burn themselves down, you know. Shut up. I need some advice? Advice. From me? I know, I can't believe it either. You're my go-to guy on this particular problem. I told you before, I don't know anything about macrame. It's not about... Everyone thinks because of the web I must be a hotshot at weaving and knitting and all, but no, that's a false assumption. It's not about... Now, needlepoint, are you still babbling? Listen, this is killing me to turn to you of all people, but I have an honest question. Wow. Okay, hit me. Reed took over Dr. Doom's country for a good reason, but we had to fight U.S. troops to do it. Now the world thinks our team's a bunch of traitors and loose cannons.
The press hasn't been kind. Spidey imagines himself educating Johnny.
No kidding. FF goes nuts, embroils the U.S. in insanely expensive world wars is a banner headline. Dr. Doom revealed to be at fault is a page 4 retraction. Tearing down celebs is our national pastime.
And then educating the Avengers as well.
Tell me. Consequently, money's tight, our endorsements have dried up, VH1 is filming a special behind the music on us right now, and I'm suddenly having a very Ben Affleck year. My question is, how do you do it? Huh? Do what? Don't mock, I'm new to this. You've had years of experience at it. How do you get out of bed in the morning? What are you talking about? Come on, the public's hated you for years. Tell me how to get through the day as a complete loser. How did you live this long? I don't follow. That's the advice you wanted? I thought you'd be flattered that a guy like me came to a guy like you. Gah! Then again, perhaps I'm overstating it. Maybe I'm not the pariah I think I...
Spider-Man reaches for Johnny's throat.
Gloves, leave, no fingerprints.
Suddenly, a helicopter shines its light on the two heroes.
Attention! This is the Department of Homeland Security. You are trespassing on government property. Please vacate the premises.
Oh, hey, no, it's okay. I'm Johnny Storm.
Get off the statue.
The torch flies away, carrying Spidey with his unflamed hands.
See, this is precisely what I'm getting at. No respect. You gotta help me. Fine. You want time out of my day? The park at the corner of 22nd and McGarr in Hoboken. You know it? No? Good. Then meet me there tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp. You do that, I'll let you bend my ear off. Later, skater.
Spider-Man shoots the web and swings away. Alicia Masters, the blind sculptress, finds Ben Grimm in her studio, destroying the statues she made of him while he was gone.
Ben? Are you all right? What was that noise?
Slipped. Sorry.
Franklin, see if your sister wants some juice, okay? Aunt Alicia wants to be with Ben for a minute. Ben, what's eating you?
Nothing. Besides, you don't gotta listen to my belly aching. We ain't a couple no more.
We're still friends. Is it all the statues of you? I admit I went a little overboard when I heard you were dead. I know you're not your favorite sight.
It's just, they remind me, you know. I guess I made the right call, leaving heaven behind and all, but it really put into perspective how lousy this world can be. After being up there, nothing tastes right no more. Nothing feels or smells right. It's getting better with time. but it's like it's really hell out there, and I never noticed before. It's a little less awful every day, but it's still chipping away at me, you know? And to make it worse, I gotta come back to this ugly mug. It ain't fair. Reed gets to come back with his face all fixed, but me, I'm still wearing monster skin.
In the first place, you're no monster. In the second place, I wonder if that rocky hide wasn't a gift this time.
Yeah, right.
Warm day. Spring finally sprung. Was it just last week it was freezing out?
About. You dress pretty warm, though.
I hate the cold.
I'd notice. Why is that?
Because my fingers are so sensitive, anything much below 50 degrees cuts them to the bone.
Youch. How'd you stand it?
I wear gloves.
Alicia leans on Ben and feels the sunlight as he gazes out the window.
Man, how did I ever let you go?
Morning in Hoboken. Spider-Man wears a large trench coat and hat to hide his costume as he and Johnny enter an amusement park.
You're welcome. It's Ben's. You don't say. Well, I assumed you'd want to stay incognito. Once you figured out where I was taking you. Punk me, punk you. Meet me in a park, Mr. Turns himself into Fire Guy, he says.
Splash Valley Water Park, to be precise.
Hardy har har. Touché. Thank you. Mr. Human Torch. Hey, keep it down. Shh. Mr. Johnny Storm. Low profile. Of the Fantastic Four. Hey, isn't that... Yeah, it's the Torch. The Human Torch in the sizzling flesh, ladies and gentlemen. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Don't be bashful. Step right up. Too far. Guess his weight. First prize, win an autograph. Second prize, 2 autographs.
A park employee notices Spider-Man with shock and horror.
Spider-Man!
It is him. What, you come over to take over the park, you freak? No, honest, let me explain.
I can't believe they let you back in this country. I heard the Fantastic Four sold arms to Gaddafi.
I heard he burnt down animal shelters. I can't take you anywhere.
You wanted to learn. Lesson 1. Uh-oh. Spidey ditches his disguise.
Whoa, it's Spider-Man.
Not to break up the party, Sparky, but we're in some sort of imminent danger. My spider senses are jangling. Everyone, please back away for your own safety from the Human Torch, who hates ponies. You had to take a shot. I so wanted to resist. A huge hand made of water punches Spider-Man.
Who? Wow, no way. It's Hydro Man.
I wasn't hurting anybody, Spider-Man. I wasn't doing nothing wrong. I was just working an honest job somewhere as I belong. How long you been hounding me? How long you been stalking me? Why couldn't you leave well enough alone?
He's really not going to believe this is a coincidence. What are the odds? With our combined luck, I'm surprised it's not a nihilist. Spider-Man and the Torch dodge a stream of water while a mysterious stranger watches from the shadows.
Coincidence, eh? Hardly, Jonathan. That's right. Run from the big bad supervillain who was just minding his own business. You'll never take me alive, Spider-Man.
Hydro Man becomes a huge wave and sweeps toward the civilians. Spidey and Johnny carry people to safety.
Take him where? It's just something I say. So what are you waiting for? Just making room so I can flame on. Don't worry, folks. The Human Torch will save you.
Johnny flames on, his clothes not burning because they're made of the same material as his costume. Which is where Johnny's good luck runs out, because he sees that he has also melted all of a local vendor's ice cream.
Oh, dear Lord!
Whoops.
I'm ruined! Ruined!
I hate crowds.
Likewise, I'm sure. Are you going to be any help?
Spider-Man leads Hydro Man away from the crowd.
Absolutely. Let me get some altitude for safety's sake, and I'll find this lunatic's boiling point. Hydro, dude, calm down. We're not looking for trouble.
The Human Torch flies high in the air, then pours flames on Hydro Man to evaporate his water. Suddenly, a water slide breaks, spilling people out of a high tube. And yet,
It's okay, guys. The Torch and his assistant have you well in hand.
assistant?
Spider-Man breaks their fall with a web as Johnny catches a small girl. A wave of water douses the Torch once he is on the ground.
Ooh, instant karma.
Stupid, sopping wet sweater. Johnny struggles to get out of his bulky cloak. Oof. Not for the bystanders, hydro jerk. I'd get fired up enough to steam your sorry. Another wave crashes over him. Can't get leverage. Torchy, little help here. Spider-Man is inundated by Hydro Man's flood. Hurry! Can't do it, Spidey. I'm trapped. What do you mean you're trapped? Get out of the pool! I can't. Johnny watches his shorts fly away in the breeze as he sits, barely covered, in a wading pool surrounded by kids. I have no pants! The kids continue to splash and play around him, unconcerned and entertained. Spider Sense, Part 2. Did I just say that out loud? Parents quickly collect the children, and Johnny is soon left alone. Oh, for the love of Mike. Hey, Hydro Man, long as you're taking swings, how about batting me over that away? Hydro Man obliges Spidey and knocks him away toward the Torch. Thank you. This is the worst day ever. Not if you're Michael Jackson, now number 2 in the list of nightmare babysitters. Even he knows better than to scream, I have no pants. Were you brought up by wolves? Hold still. I'll fix you up. Spider-Man provides Johnny with impromptu shorts made of his webbing. There, it's for my spring collection. You're a dead man.
That's what I've been saying.
Both heroes are washed out by huge waves and spilled to the ground before the park goers. Didn't you beat this guy yet? Try to live in the moment, okay? Yo, Mr. Human Torch, you ought to be ashamed of yourself causing a fight like this. It's not my fault, I swear. And then to lie about it. Double shame. They begin to throw food and trash at Johnny. Yeah. You save the city 1,000 times and all you get is grief. Fine. Now pardon me while I beat the bad guy. Flame on! In New Jersey, where a brawl has broken out between the Fantastic Four's Human Torch and an unidentified park worker, I'm told that the Torch arrived at the park on an already brutally hot day, specifically to terrorize and taunt young children, and that he may have been naked at one point. Bill, I'm being told now that Spider-Man is on the scene trying to restrain the combatants, but is having little luck. Ben sits at home watching TV with a tray of snacks.
And here I thought I was saving this tape for the game. This is much better. The Best of Johnny, Volume 32.
Lay off Spider-Man, bud. If you want to fight, I'll give you a fight. Nice. Now hit him with... Spidey, no offense, but a guy who can turn his body into water? I don't need coaching on that. The Human Torch turns up the heat, evaporating Hydro Man's body with his flames.
Why you gotta dog my steps, Spider-Man? All I wanted was an honest job somewheres, and now you ruined it. Why?
You started it! Spidey kicks him in the face as he tries to escape the fire. The drain! He's getting away! Grab him! With what? Hydro Man streams down a drain into the sewers. Of all the places to hide, man, he could pop back up anywhere in the park. We have to find him. This is the closest building to the water lines. Search it. I'll take the right side, you take the left side. Go! The heroes rush into the bathroom, Johnny through the women's door. Ah! You poor little freak! No, it was an accident. I didn't mean to. Spidey, you did this on purpose. Who, me? Eyes on the road, son. All clear on this side. You spot him over there? Nope. A watery fist rises out of a toilet and punches Johnny out the door. Yow! Daddy, I want to go on that ride. Found him. Smelled so bad. The chase resumes across the park. Spidey blocks the ride with webbing. Nuh-uh, Bunky. Spidey-Man! Yay, Spidey-Man! And another. Nor there. Sadly for you, I restocked on web fluid just this morning. I could do this all day. Spidey grabs a small child and swings him to safety above the waves.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not picking on you. Heck, I'd be willing to let bygones be bygones and not for the whole pesky threaten the crowd and mayhem fit you're pitching, but hey, wait a minute.
What?
Webs hit Hydro Man in the face. This is suddenly going all too well. That can only mean one thing. The torch is somewhere else. Meanwhile, Johnny has found his fireproof shirt and pants. Yes, ma'am, I do know it's already a hot enough day without my flaming up the place. No, sir, I am not beating up on a lovable park mascot, nor is the guy in a Spider-Man costume part of a show. Hydro Man is a deadly threat. Yeah, right. Buzz off. Dying to. But for that, I need to be dry. And for that, I need you to back the heck up. Now I'd like the Submariner better anyway. I'll pass that along. Flame on! My spider sense is tingling. Gee, I wonder why. Move it, Squiddy. Move, move, move! Spider-Man rescues a park mascot, Squiddy, from a falling log flume ride. Johnny destroys the log with fire. Whew! You know what really bites? They're probably gonna bill me for the log. If the crowd doesn't lynch me first, why am I the villain? This is really getting to you, isn't it? Put yourself in their shoes. All they know when they come to an aquapark for the day is water good, fire bad. On the other hand, they adore me. That's a change of pace I can get used to. Goodbye, goat. Hello, hero. Spider-Man places Squiddy on a high platform. One more daring rescue and I'm finally going to be a society darling. And web yourself up a top hat, because you have one last big play coming. Quick, take this. Johnny tosses Spider-Man the trench coat. The thing's trench coat? Hey, good plan. You keep Spider-Man busy while I make a hammock. No, you knothead. It's made of unstable molecules. Ooh, unstably. Okay, giant coat. Why do I want to... Oh, got it. Oh, that's sharp. Yes, it is. Now take position and be ready. And as for you, bring it. Does the word Nova mean anything to you?
You ain't so tough,
said the guy running away. The torch corrals Hydro Man while Spider-Man prepares to block his escape with the coat. Well, not through there, you moron! Johnny chases him through an arcade. You'll get somebody killed! Ah! Down! That's electricity soup, you rugrat! Spidey, incoming! 2, 1, ah! Spider-Man catches the watery villain in Thing's trench coat. Booyah! Perfect timing!
What the?
You know why the Thing wears a special coat, Sloshy? Because he needs fabrics that are extra tough. I am assuming, however, this can still be spot welded. Hello? On my way. Step it up. He's crammed in there like Kingpin in a tutu. You sure all this unstable goodness is gonna hold? Long enough for us to get something more watertight around him. Yeah. They ball him up in it, and Johnny seals him in by melting the coat shut. It's Spider-Man for real. Wow. Can I have autograph? Huh? Man, there really is a first time for everything. Sure, kid. Glad to... Oh, no. Saved a year for this vacation. Flashed my little girl. Saw me naked. Ought to lock him up. Easy, folks. We'll handle this. We got laws in this state against open flame and fireworks and... The crowd still hates Johnny, though, and Spidey sees a way to fix it as Squiddy nearly falls. Torch! The squid guy! He's gonna fall! Catch him, Mr. Spider-Man! I can't reach him! I'm out of web fluid! This looks like a job for the Human Torch! Johnny flies into the sky to rescue Squiddy as the balled up Hydro Man is found by the mysterious man in the shadows.
Over here, Hydro Man. Leave this tawdry imbroglio behind you. I'll help you make a dignified retreat. After all, what are old friends for?
Children and parents preparing themselves for the horror of abject tragedy unless someone can get to the endangered mascot in time. And from where I stand, there just might be that chance. No! Relax, Squiddy McSquid. Enjoy the view. Johnny catches Squiddy with his unflamed hands. They land safely near the crowd, who now cheer for Johnny. Yay! Yay! He did it! He saved it, Squiddy! You said it, kids. Let's hear it for Johnny Storm and the Fantastic Four. Hip, hip, hooray! Hooray! All part of the service, boys and girls. Still, I was awfully brave, wasn't I? And this just in. I thought Squiddy was a guy. You are much mistaken. Small costume, appreciative chick in costume. I have a number if you have a pen, hot stuff. Nice. And you? I can't leave you alone for a second.
What happened to our giant water balloon of paint? He's gone. While you were grandstanding, I looked everywhere. Somehow he got clean away. How are supervillains so good at that? My advice? Don't tell Ben he lost a coat.
Hadn't planned on it.
You stink, Spider-Man. Me? What did I do? Nothing. You just stood there. You didn't want to help Squiddy. You'd have let him fall.
We hate you, Spider-Man.
Ah, well, it was nice while it lasted. And thus is restored the natural order. Need a lift back to town? Like you haven't given me enough trouble today? No thanks, I'll be fine on my own. I thought you were out of web fluid. Yeah, that's right. A lift, huh?
Johnny carries Spider-Man away from the park.
Alright, but this does not mean we're going steady. I see you found all your clothes. Except for my boxers. You truly share way too much. So noted. Listen, Spidey, I owe you. Image consulting on the fly and all. You really understand how important it is for me to not look like a dork in front of my adoring public, and I... No, say no more. No need to thank me. Really.
Back at the park, Johnny's Fantastic Four boxer shorts had been webbed to a high flagpole. The mysterious man at the park was none other than the Wizard, and he rescued Hydro Man to be part of his new team, the Frightful Four, in order to take his revenge on what he sees as the weakened family and their image. Together with the Trapster and Fire Maiden, they will attack soon. The Fantastic Four are still getting the cold shoulder from the public because of their activities in Latveria, and Ben is even turned away from his favorite hot dog cart. Johnny meets a young attractive girl in public, a fan he met online and potentially a date as well, when a building collapses next to the Fantastic Four, seemingly out of nowhere. They shield the public, but are blamed anyway. Johnny meets with the girl alone later, and agrees to bring her into the Baxter building for a tour. The girl happens to be the daughter of the Fire Maiden, however, and a trap is sprung once she's inside, and she allows the Frightful Four to enter. They battle the Fantastic Four to a seeming defeat, and the Wizard uses cameras to announce their victory to the public on TV. His point proven, he leaves them alone to investigate the girl. She is also his daughter, though he used machines to create her with her mother, the Fire Maiden, and then abandoned them both when it seemed his experiments to give her powers had failed. But now that she brought down that building, he sees that he was wrong and reclaims her. She escapes him and seeks out Johnny again, apologizing for the attack, as she has real feelings for him, and hoped that Reed could cure her of her gravity warping condition. Turnabout is fair play, and the girl then lets the Fantastic Four into the villain's lair, and the fight resumes. They battle until the girl is found to be emaciated, a side effect of using her powers, and the Wizard takes her to a chair for study. She is replenished by his machines, but she doesn't want to live like this, and pulls the layer into the sky, her powers bloating her body to a horrifying degree. Her father tells her he loves her no matter what she looks like. She is gladdened by this, but can't let the Wizard's plans continue, and she crashes the layer into the bay, ending the fight. After, the Fantastic Four clean up.
There's no sign of her. No sign of anyone.
Well, I'm sure a water crash wouldn't hurt Hydro Man.
That Sally bamped out at the last second.
As for the Wizard, it'll take more than this to stop him, and I'm certain he wouldn't let anything happen to his daughter. She's his most precious belonging.
I'm sorry, Johnny. We did what we could. What do you mean? We didn't do anything. We didn't cure Cole.
But I could have. What little I saw of the Wizard's data was all I needed. The genetic procedures he used on Cole 19 years ago were very simple by today's standards. Neutralizing their effect would have been an afternoon's work.
So we find her. We use your graviton detectograph thing.
I've already taken some preliminary readings, Johnny. The Wizard saturated the area with free-floating particles. They're non-bonding, and will eventually be wind-distributed worldwide. Locating Cole and all that.
I get the picture. Cole's not a bad person. She doesn't deserve this. Doesn't deserve them.
Well, you can't pick your family, kiddo. But like the saying goes, they gotta take you in when no one else will. And from the sound of it, Cole got taken. Hook, line, and sinker.
Fantastic Four Disassembled Part 1. Ben Grimm takes Franklin and Val trick-or-treating, dressed in a Human Torch costume.
Trick or treat.
Ask nicely, Ben.
Susie, for crying out loud, it's Halloween.
Ben, set an example.
All right.
He pulls up his mask.
Please.
The man dumps candy into Val and Franklin's bags.
There you go, kids. Fuel up your courage. New York's full of weird, creepy, scary stuff tonight. Plus, it's Halloween. Don't worry, though. Old Uncle Benji's got your back. I ain't afraid of nothing. Why, when your Uncle Johnny was peeing his pants, who do you think was looking at Nihilus dead in his eyes? Me. Who was laying a hammerlock on the Dragon Man with his pinky held out all dainty-like 'cause it's classy? Me. I feel sorry for anybody trying to spook Benjamin J. Grah!
He is scared by a floating jack-o'-lantern. Sue becomes visible.
You big baby.
Creeping up at a guy when you're invisible. Laugh it up. You think that was funny?
It was actually more sad than funny.
Ah, shut up.
You couldn't tell, but I had my pinky held out.
Classy. You know, there's something unusual this year? Not a lot of Captain America costumes. Or Iron Man. Or Thor.
I did notice. I was about to say no Avengers at all, but that's a little close to the bone.
We heard exactly what happened yet? I know the lucky ones are in the hospital.
But no word on most of the rest. This morning the Today Show did 2 hours on the story. New York's premier super team vanishes. Some government officials are theorizing they were disbanded because, and I quote, their presence was a danger to ordinary citizens. Can you believe that? This before we're even sure which Avengers are going to pull through.
Yeah. Plus, you know what the city's thinking now.
Oh no. Now all we have to protect us is the Fantastic Four?
Pretty much.
The Baxter Building.
And the self-inflating, self-retreating basketball? Reed, Toy Biz paid you big for that one. Johnny, do you have a final figure?
On my Excel downstairs. I do remember there are a lot of commas in the number, though. Invent more stuff. I'll wait.
Johnny Storm.
That's all right, John. Johnny, you can dream all you like, but I will not let you license a patent for my X-ray sunglasses.
Sunglasses? What sunglasses?
The ones that cause blindness.
No!
Gotcha. I knew that prototype went somewhere. Have it back in an hour, John?
Back to work, Johnny. Let's go.
11 floors down. This rate will be totally out of the red by month's end, even with a double public relations budget.
Tripled.
Ow. Johnny returns to his office when suddenly the window is blasted in.
Huh? We're under siege? No. Then what in the holy living?
Reed stretches in. Johnny, my instruments are picking up some sort of atmospheric disturbance.
Yeah? So's what's left of my office. It's nuts out there. Reed, what's going on?
Reed and Johnny see huge alien obelisks fall from the sky in a rain of fire and light. They impact in the water, surrounding the island of Manhattan and towering high above the tallest buildings.
Get me the Avengers!
Mayor of New York needs to speak to the president now. Yes, he's right here.
Just a second, Kyle. You have something to say, Pete?
Mayor, there are no Avengers to get, remember?
Then I need options, people. Fast!
Have you considered Dr. Richard, sir? And have the DOT close all bridges and tunnels. Hold on, sir. I cannot remind you strongly enough what a political liability the Fantastic Four are at this time. You cannot call them. I promise you. They will only make the situation worse.
Massive tidal waves flood into New York, crashing down the streets. A Coast Guard boat is emptied of its crew as it is pushed along the top of the wave.
Swim for it! Swim for what? Whoa!
Huh? Just then, they are caught safely in an invisible shield bubble.
Nice catch. You got the water and the boat?
Are you kidding?
The boat slams down to the street and Ben catches it, skidding backwards in the rubble.
That Marvel girl would have got the boat. Come on!
Finally, it stops.
Hey, check me out. I just saved you a call to Geico. What are you gaping at? Huh?
The water is held at bay by a giant invisible wall which Sue is maintaining with all of her effort.
Big head, haul your flaming butt over here. We need you. Susie folds.
The Human Torch evaporates another wall of water with his flames.
Ben, I've got my hands full. Those pylons kicked up waves all over. Look around you.
The power goes out across the city. Or don't. Great. When it comes to crowd pleasers, you can't beat a frickin' blackout. Johnny brightens his flame to light the darkness.
Attention, New Yorkers. Do not panic. Look, it's the Human Torch. That's right.
Stay calm. The FF is here to attack this problem. Attack? The Fantastic Four is attacking. You heard him. The FF's going crazy. They're taking over the city. Thank you, Sideshow Mel. Ben, hang tight, buddy. I'm just one lynch mob away. Ben?
Panic grips the mayor's office.
Now, will you hear me out? Mr. Mayor, ignore him. As your senior advisor, I'm telling you this is now far past being a Fantastic Four level crisis. There are still alternatives to consider.
Burp, burp. The entire building shakes.
Ooh. Sir, I have a news crew from Jersey on the line. They got a visual on the situation, and they're saying we're now,
We're what, Marcia? Worse off? How could that be?
The island of Manhattan rises into the air, buoyed aloft by the gigantic pylons and their alien energy.
Sir.
Marcia, for the last time, your opinion is duly noted. And let me also add, you're fired. Reed, Sue, Johnny, Ben, if you're out there, we need you.
The mayor fires his Fantastic Four flare gun, painting their symbol in the sky in flames. Fantastic Four Disassembled, Part 2.
Suze, you gotta fight. Calvary's on the way.
I'm trying, Ben. The pressure can't hold the barrier. Mommy? Mommy?
Johnny and Reed arrive, punching through the failing shield.
Relax, Franco. It's Uncle Dad at the rescue.
Everyone grab a bystander and follow me. 2 blocks later.
Whew. The floodwater's lowering El Pronto.
El what?
Ignore it. He's been taking classes so he can be a moron in 2 languages. Suze, you alright?
I'll live. The tide's falling. That's tonight's first plus, right?
No. The reason it's ebbing is because it's pouring back off the edge of Manhattan.
I don't normally think of Manhattan as having an edge.
Start. Those extraterrestrial obelisks are wrenching the entire island upward, and rapidly.
In the sky? How come?
Finding out is the next step, champ. Daddy's been broadcasting every kind of communication signal imaginable to whoever is guiding those structures, but no one's answering. So once we drop you and your sister off at Aunt Alicia's, we'll get started. Back at the lab, Reed equips Ben with a camera vest so the team can split up. Sue takes Johnny and Ben into the main obelisk with a floating shield, and Ben punches their way in. Inside, they are attacked by an unseen force.
Ben!
Ugh, what the?
Reed enters the obelisk after them, and he finds invisible machinery and begins making his way towards the center of it. Sue reveals Ben's attacker, a large tentacled alien creature.
Ah! It's horrible! Make it invisible! Make it invisible! Then how is Ben supposed to hit it?
Ben slugs the monster and it falls.
I was talking about Ben.
You little. No, wait. That was a good one.
Thank you.
Don't let it go to your bad head. And speaking of vast empty spaces.
I can hear another one out there like a concealed watchdog. But where?
Sue looks around. She, Ben, and Johnny are all attacked by more invisible monsters.
Sis? Ahead of you. Come out, wherever you are.
Sue reveals them as well. An array of large and oddly formed alien creatures surround the three.
Hey, Reed?
Reed figures out the machines by simply filling the spaces where they aren't with his stretchy body and intuiting the rest from his vast knowledge of mechanical engineering.
A little busy, Ben. This is no techno cakewalk. I'm making my adjustments by touch. Any luck on your end contacting the beings in charge? Oh, we're making contact, all right. With something.
Ben fights the aliens, but he is outmatched.
Some lunatic let loose a whole zoo full of critters on a... Huh?
Sue shields herself as Johnny is driven to the ground and flames off.
Ben, I hardly recognize the language, but it is a language. Those sound like orders to stand down. These aren't watchdogs. They're intelligent creatures.
Hey, and cool your jet, you big lummox. We come in peace. We just wanna...
The creatures only subdue the heroes, and they then begin to turn invisible.
Susie, we can't hide now. There ain't no point in turning me invisible. They already got me.
Ben, I'm not doing this.
No, I am. I am the leader for whom you search, the man to whom these sentients answer. My name is Zeus.
A news crew in the city picks up a broadcast from Ben's camera vest and relays it to the people of New York.
Done.
Reed puts a small device into the alien machinery and alarms go off all over the craft.
Beep, 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 beep. The alarms? Something's halted the landmass displacement.
Go, Reed.
Ben, success! I've temporarily stopped the anti-gravity effect.
Great. They'll all overhear it.
I can't. I have to stay and monitor this device, or else Manhattan will be torn apart by the strain. It's a stopgap solution, but I'm sure I've made an impression. Tell this Zeus that I demand to be heard. Now!
You have nothing to say that is worth listening to, Earthling. Not given what is at stake. By interfering with our agenda, you ensure the prosperity of the deadliest, most destructive being in the known universe. Galactus. Long ago, on his march of ruin, the devourer of worlds set his vast machines down on my planet, seeking, as is his way, to drain it of its energies. Without care, without mercy, eager only to sate his cosmic hunger, Galactus swiftly transformed my homeworld into a lifeless husk. My race, proud and peaceful, numbered 4 billion strong. We had spent millennia building a utopian society, legendary in our star system. Within one sun cycle, we were extinct. I and I alone managed to escape. Driven by the memories of those I lost, I swore to devote the rest of my life to thwarting Galactus' systematic rampage of genocide. I traveled the cosmos, desperately keeping pace with the World Eater, saving those few I could from the planets he ravaged. All the while, as our numbers grew, so did our spacecraft, and our ambition. We were convinced we could find some way to shield others from the tragic fate that had befallen each of us. It took centuries, but we found it. It is the ultimate defense against the Great Devourer, a machine which can be manufactured simply from base elements and technology available on almost all sentient worlds. When activated, it generates a total and comprehensive invisibility field. A planet under its protection temporarily fades from view, eluding not only the eyes, but even the most sophisticated sensors of Galactus. Word of our discovery spread, and so did its design, a distribution system we encouraged. Our cloaking technology was freely shared with anyone who wished to elude Galactus. Thousands upon thousands of planets were spared, more each time the encrypted designs passed hands. We thought we had beaten him. Recently, however, we received a chilling bit of intelligence from the Shi'ar, confirmed by the scrolls. Our technology wasn't, as we had believed, foolproof. According to this information, there was something on the 3rd planet in the Sol system uniquely capable of negating our cloaking freeware. Worse, Galactus realizes this. There was naturally only one optimal solution to this variable. Only one way to ensure the future safety of the trillions of sentient civilizations dependent upon our invention. Eliminate this resource before Galactus claims it for his own. As we approached, our monitors pinpointed that what we were searching for was located on this anthill of an island you call Manhattan. Having neither the time nor the ability to sift through it to narrow the search, we instead decided the simplest and most expedient solution was to eject the anthill into your sun, allowing its nuclear fires to obliterate everything upon it. An option still very much, as you say, on the table. Over my dead body! Not necessarily.
Meaning?
Meaning that there is an alternative. One, ironically, that would never have occurred to me had you four not interfered. We now know precisely what Galactus requires to negate our invisibility. Or, rather, who.
Sue looked shocked.
Sue, no!
Oh, Stretchel, we need you.
Get her out of there, Ben! I can't! If I leave here, Manhattan snaps like a twig! Ben, do you read me?
Susan Richards, hear me carefully. I am, unlike our cosmic foe, a man not without compassion. Disposing of innocent lives for a greater good is an option I exercise only with profound regret. Therefore, I will give you a choice. Either continue fighting fruitlessly as our warring technologies eventually rend your island violently in two, or surrender yourself, and I will spare its annihilation.
Surrender? Sue, don't listen to it. Johnny, Ben, do something. I've solved as long as I know how. Buy me time to figure a way out of this.
Well, I'll try it, Reed, but I can't move a pinky. Junior?
I'll go you one better. They're keeping me soaked with something I can't burn off. Sue, run! We'll handle it. You leave my sister alone! Zeus, wait. I'm not the threat you make me out to be. I would never help Galactus do anything to hurt others.
Not willingly, perhaps. Still, so long as such power resides in you, he will find a way to extract it. His own life may depend on it. Choose, Susan Richards. Choose now.
What choice is there? I surrender.
Susan!
Fantastic Four Disassembled, Part 3.
Do not struggle, Susan Richards. This will be done as quickly and efficiently as possible. What do you gotta tie her up for? She already said you won.
Murder's not enough? You have to humiliate her too?
Again, you misjudge me. I am not a murderer, Jonathan Storm. Quite the opposite. Like you, I strive to preserve as many sentient lives as possible. To that end. Now that I have what I came for, there is no reason not to let the inhabitants of Manhattan live. I have reversed the anti-gravity process. The island will restore itself. Hear that, Stretcho? That frees you up. Get over here. Stretcho, you there? Oh, for the love of my Aunt Petunia.
Wait. If you're so concerned with Galactus finding me, why can't you simply cloak Earth like you have other worlds?
Because Galactus has already been to your planet too many times for it to suddenly be hidden without suspicion. You he has encountered. You he will locate.
All right. I understand. But please, before you do this, let me see my husband and my children just once.
You don't gotta beg in front of this creep, Susie. You'll see the kids plenty, 'cause we ain't letting it end like this. Right, Junior?
You heard him, Zeus. Nobody hurts my sister.
Johnny flames on brightly. But he is soon doused by a water-spewing alien snake.
Oh, no. Reed, if you're reading me, it's past time for you to pull something out of your elastic hiney. Come on. Time is of the essence. If it is any comfort at all to you, I would not end your life were it not the only way to save galaxies.
Then do it already. Stop drawing it out and do it.
There is one last necessary precaution to take. Despite your promise of sacrifice, which I believe to be genuine, the instinct for self-preservation is fierce. Reed, if you can hear my voice, we need you. Now! This device will prevent your force field powers from subconsciously activating to forestall the inevitable.
Sue, fight him. Don't worry about us. Do something.
She is. She is demonstrating the characteristic for which your race is most widely known. She is being noble. And the cosmos is grateful.
Zeus pushes a button.
Ah, Susie!
Suddenly, Reed blasts through the wall and stretches in with a giant weapon. Here's something else we're known for, Zeus. Taking care of our own. Sue, forgive me. Reed fires the weapon at Sue, and a huge burst of energy envelops her. She falls to the floor.
Sis.
What the? You're crazier than he is, Richards. That what your Hail Mary? Gunning down on your own wife before somebody else could? I oughta.
Stop right there, Ben. She's not hurt. Just empty. She's still wired up, Zeus, so check your meters and instruments. See for yourself. You're done here. Because I've taken Sue's powers away.
What?
It's true. Her unique energies, they no longer register within her.
Meaning she's no longer any threat whatsoever to your cloaking vices. Different method, same end. It's a sacrifice, one that will affect my wife for some time to come. But rather than have her be a pawn between alien demigods, I've taken her off the board. Now, get off my planet.
Very well. I congratulate you on your resourcefulness, Reed Richards. We will go. Our task here is indeed finished.
Excuse me? Finished how? You busted every bridge, tunnel, and electrical wire in and out of an island of 8 million people. You don't get to just wave that away.
Actually, I do.
Zeus pushes another button. Manhattan settles back into place, and the damage done to the city reverses itself, molecules of concrete and glass reassembling themselves as if by magic, leaving the city as if nothing had even happened. And the people cheer.
Your landmass is restored. We will resume our crusade. Be warned, however. In all likelihood, Susan's sacrifice will not spare Earth from Galactus's wrath forever, should he someday appear over your skies.
We will successfully defend ourselves from him, Zeus. Check with your historians before you dare underestimate what we humans can and have already done on our own, numerous times. And know this, wherever your journey next takes you, whatever races you encounter, if it ever comes back to be that you refer to any part of Earth as a mere anthill, the Fantastic Four will make you regret it. The people watching at home smile. It seems the Fantastic Four may be repairing their reputation at last. They watch as the pylons raise up and begin to leave Earth.
Whew. I'll say, wait a minute, since when is whew a reed sound? What whew?
That was a colossal gamble, Sue. I'm so sorry. Let me explain. My turn. You heard me. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Me next. Turn your slugging Whatameter on me like you did on Susie. Cure me.
With this? I'm sorry, old friend, but you misread me up there. This machine doesn't eliminate anyone's abilities.
But...
Alright, they're safely on their way. Best if there's no chance of them seeing this.
Seeing what?
You trust me, right?
Absolutely.
Then jump.
Perhaps absolutely was a poor choice of words.
You won't fall, I promise. Just rely on the mental muscles you routinely flex when you go into action. 3, 2, 1. Sue jumps off the building. Flame on!
What?
She flames on and begins to fly.
Oh! Brain hurts.
It's always been the problem with curing any of us, old friend. I've come to learn that, like any energy, the cosmic radiation inside us can't be created or destroyed. It can, however, be reassigned. Flame on, Johnny. Johnny begins to disappear.
Hubbada.
Well, I'll be. You switched them. You swapped Susie and Bighead's powers.
Hey, how do I turn this off?
Ha! Don't bother, Junior. It's a good look for you.
This is amazing. For a second I was afraid, what with being on fire and all, but it's such a release. Johnny, I had no idea it felt this good to just cut loose. I will be much happier for you when you fix me. P.S. Ah!
Sue lands and flames off.
Oh, stop being an invisible baby. Relax. Visualize yourself as you normally are.
Johnny comes back into view.
It ain't working. His butt ain't between his ears.
Leave the kid alone, Ben. Now that Zeus has been sufficiently fooled, I can reverse the procedure. I sympathize with Zeus's cause, but now that we know his problem, we have time to craft a less extreme solution on our own. First, though, let's get everyone back to normal. A huge shadow fills the sky, falling over the Fantastic Four. An unimaginably enormous purple-gloved hand reaches out and grasps the main alien obelisk. With a burst of blue energy and black spots, the hand crushes the ship, killing the aliens inside. Galactus stands in the sky before the Baxter Building, bigger than life dare imagine.
Galactus.
Zeus had his energy field over the city, jamming my instruments. I thought we had more time. I had no idea he was actually approaching. Everyone, scramble to battle positions before... Galactus fires his I-beams, and Johnny is enveloped by a brilliant blue and white light.
Johnny!
Johnny Storm stands transformed, and with his new costume bearing the symbol of an eye, he is now the new Herald of Galactus.
Johnny, are you hurt? I'm tingly. Why? I look normal, right? Right?
That effect.
We've seen that transformation before.
Transformate? Oh, hey, nice threads. Not exactly Hugo Boss, but I like the cut. Hey, wait a minute. If Zeus wanted Sue because Galactus wanted Sue, and now I'm Sue.
Galactus reaches his hand down towards the Fantastic Four.
Oh, this bites.
Rising Storm, Part 1. Reed, Sue, and Ben fall between the skyscrapers of New York, having been easily dropped by Galactus's massive hand.
Well, that was a short fight.
Sue, we reach terminal velocity in y sort x times 4 1. 3 seconds. Flame on. For once in your life, let yourself go.
Reed positions himself above Sue and forms himself into a wide sheet to catch her thermal updraft as she flames on.
Did it! Don't worry, Ben. I've got you. I've seen Johnny do this 1,000 times.
He rises as she flies down to catch Ben.
Yeah? Well? You must have missed the part where he turned his blamed hands off. Ah! Give me that. I'll take my chances with the pavement.
Ben, don't pull away.
Ben yanks his hand back from Sue's fiery grip.
It's okay, Sue. You gave me time to anchor myself. I'll catch you, old friend.
Oh, good.
Reed stretches an arm around Ben, and he is lowered safely to the ground.
For a second there, I thought I was gonna look foolish. You with the hair. You ain't never seen a 500-pound bungee jumper come flying out of the sky before?
I'm from out of town.
Ah.
Johnny, we're coming. Johnny, what did he do to you?
Sue, hysterics aren't necessary at this second. Dial down the heat so I can process what just occurred. Right before Galactus kidnapped your brother, he transformed him with a burst of energy. My best guess is that, as he's done with other beings in the past, such as the Silver Surfer, Galactus has recruited Johnny to be his newest herald. He's been drafted into service by a cosmic being who sucks the life out of entire planets and leaves them for dead. And it's my fault.
It should be me. It should be me. It's me Galactus came looking for, not him.
Sue, stay calm.
If you hadn't swapped my powers with Johnny's.
You'd be dead by now. Reed did that to save your life, Susie, and it worked. Nobody figured it'd make big-headed targets so fast, so let it go. We ain't gonna let Galactus turn your brother into his mate of D. We'll save him.
How? How do we follow him into deep space? How do we find him?
Sue, we have friends. I already have 9 ideas. Let me solve that one. Right now, I need you to concentrate on mastering your new powers while I line up transportation. Ben will arrange for the kids. Worry about yourself if you want to be a strength rather than a liability. I know that sounds harsh, but every moment counts now. We have to get to Johnny, A, before Galactus forces him into finding and condemning an inhabited world, or worse, B, before Johnny exhausts Galactus' patience. In deep space, aboard Galactus' gigantic ship.
Bathroom? Dude, we know you eat. You must have a bathroom. Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. Am I bothering you? Because, I could just turn invisible and leave and never, ever find my way home. And, all right, so it's an empty threat, but it's all I got, okay? And P.S., bathroom? Oh, for Pete's sake, fine. I'll just find it. I've been here before, remember? Rather. Zipping along on a force field. I think this is how Sue does this. Weird. Seems like it ought to be more difficult, but except for the balance issue, it's kind of easy. Holy crap, holy! Look at all the techno what's-its. When Reed comes to rescue me, which I'm sure he will, he said with confidence. How am I going to get him to pull his rubber self away from all this? And be like a kid in a candy store. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. An alarm? What, did we get rear-ended? It's space! There's nothing out there!
An alarm goes off, and Johnny is quickly shoved outside through an airlock.
Ah! Vacuum! Vacuum of doom! I'm gonna die! Except I can hear myself, which means I'm protected, probably by my force field powers. And now I really need a bathroom. And wait just a minute! Hello? In there? Hello? Tell me you did not just let me out into the yard like a dog!
Johnny is attacked by a spiky, angry alien wielding a large flaming sword.
No. More likely, he stationed you in a vain attempt to provide a challenge to the merciless sword of Kerrigan the Unforgiving. Galactus destroyed my world, and he will pay for his crime over your dead body.
Oh boy. Back at the Baxter building.
So you made the call? He's gonna help us out?
I told him to consider it back rent.
I forgot. He used to have an office in our building, didn't he? Did he stiff us or something?
Reed places a bubble shield on Ben's face. I was joking. Given a disaster of this magnitude, he'd help regardless. He'll be here any minute, and then we can leave. How's this device working for you?
Heck if I know. What is it? Is this that Pilates stuff I've been hearing so much about?
Ben floats into the air and begins flailing about. It's a combination deep space survival suit and flight unit. It discharges unstable molecules for propulsion, meaning it can operate even in a vacuum.
Speaking of vacuums, it sucks. We gonna need these?
Only in an emergency. Until then, they'll collapse into our belt so we won't be unnecessarily encumbered. Stop fooling around, Ben.
Reed, stop this crazy thing.
That's a good act. Why don't we take it on the road?
Deal. Buzz me when you're all set.
Heard on the news something about Galactus appearing, and I'm worried. Call me back when you get this.
Whoa, don't hang up. Hey, Alicia, it's me. Let me turn this off. Yeah, we're in no danger. It was just a drop-in. Problem is, he took Johnny with him. Yeah, we're on the trail. But we need you to keep Franklin and Val a little longer, all right? Thanks, doll. I'll phone you the second we get back and... Huh? Yeah, I'm still here. You know I told you Reed made me a new telephone to fit my fingers? Well, apparently Matchstick decided it needed an engraved nameplate. That little...
On Ben's nightstand by his phone, Johnny has burned the label, Thingophone.
I know. I'll go easy on him. After all, guess you and I owe him one from way back.
So, first dates are always a little awkward, aren't they? I'm sorry.
No, you're great. It's just, I ain't no ladies' man. I don't know what the...
Ben looks out the window.
Your sculptures are exquisite. There's a true sensitivity in the forms.
Why, thank you, Ben. That's very sweet of you to say.
He looks out the window again.
And may I say, that's a lovely fragrance you're wearing. It's subtle, yet provocative.
Oh, my. Ben Grimm, who knew you had such a way with words? Ben, what's the matter? I'm blind, not deaf. And I can hear a distance. It's like you're with me, and then you're not. Is something distracting you?
Ben reads Johnny's flaming letters across the street on the rooftop, reading, "Now kiss her, you lummox."
Nah, not anymore.
He does.
Jeez, I hate to admit it, but I honestly care about the kid. Have you ever tell anyone I said that?
Ben!
I gotta go, sweetie. Sounds like our ride's here. Criminy, Susie. If I could sweat, I'd be drenched.
Ben makes a point here. You're still radiating an uncomfortable amount of heat.
Boys, again, this is all new to me. I'll do my best, but it sounds like we have a long trip ahead of us.
Or alternately, no trip at all. Quasar! Last chance, Reed. Let me handle this on my own.
We can't, Wendell. Appreciate the offer.
But this is a family matter.
Fair enough. I'd hoped to intercept both Zaius and Galactus on their way into Earth space, but being an appointed protector of the universe plays havoc with my personal priorities sometimes. Still, I'm available now. I already have a bearing on Galactus' whereabouts, so once my quantum bands wrap you in a flight bubble, we're off. Quasar forms an energy bubble around Reed, Sue, and Ben, and flies them into space. Johnny defends himself from Kerrigan's slashing sword with invisible shields.
You fight like a woman.
I fight like my sister, dude. Ugh, that's a compliment. But I'm doing stuff she can't do. Like carry on a conversation with an alien jerk. Know why? Because this Herald gig comes with the power cosmic, Kerrigan. I'm warning you for the last time. Knock it off. Do not make me go all cosmic on you, man. Because I'm new at this, and neither of us knows what'll happen. I mean it. Back off. Back off.
Johnny strikes back. Kerrigan is instantly split in half, the separate layers of his flesh and muscle peeled away from his skeleton and organs, held in stasis by Johnny's powers. Shocked does not begin to express the look on the halves of his face and his screaming skull.
Oh, God! Fix it, fix it, fix it!
Johnny puts him back together.
Dude, can you hear me? Are you still alive? Tell me you're alive! You gotta believe me when I say I had no idea that I was that... Kerrigan?
Johnny reaches his hand out, and Kerrigan shrinks away in terror.
No! This is the planet you're living on, right? I'm just gonna lower us both. Take you home.
Johnny places him gently on the ground.
See? Nothing to be scared of. Already I could feel your body throwing off my force field. It'll hold as long as you need it, but I get the sense you're knitting yourself back together. You'll be fine. Agreed? Okay. What the?
He returns to space.
What the? I barely blinked, and suddenly I'm doing things Sue could never do. Scary things. If this is the power cosmic, what am I becoming?
Rising Storm, Part 2.
We're nearing Galactus' ship. The moment Johnny's new energy signature even blips onto my quantum band, we can zero in. I estimate that we're only a few hours away, unless you need to stop again for food. Well, Reed, can you hear me?
Be brave, Johnny.
We got you, Quasar. Reed's just busy thinking. Susie and I ain't hungry. Push on.
I know my brother's strong-willed, but we've seen how cold and inhuman Galactus' heralds can become. Think of the Silver Surfer when we first met him. Ben, do you really think Johnny's holding up with all that power at his command? Ben?
Ben imagines Johnny blasting through space in a cosmically powered hot rod starship, blazing a flaming trail across the stars and yelling with glee.
Woohoo!
Probably.
In the Broom Nebula, one of the invisible planets begins to panic when they see Galactus' ship in the sky. They believe they are safe until they see the arrival of his herald, when the leaders happen to stumble onto Johnny, already present among them.
Doe. Sup? Hey, forgive the super invisible entrance, but I wanted to talk a little strategy.
The Herald! The Herald of Galactus is upon us! Kill him!
They open fire on him, but Johnny easily blocks their weapons with his shields.
Will you calm the heck down?
He destroys their weapons.
I'm here to help, which is really not something I get to say as often as I would like, so can we relax? Take me to your leader.
I am he.
No, you're a hand puppet. You were chosen to represent because you look tough. I need to talk to your actual leader. That would be you, sir.
Huh? It's true. It is a necessary deception kept from our people for decades. A secret shared only by the two of us. How did you know?
I just sensed it. Okay, don't pull me off topic. We don't have time. Hear me out.
Exposition lightning round. I was recruited by G, Big because I apparently have this unique ability to look past the cloaking devices the world in this system uses as a defense against it. Problem is, I'm one of the good guys. I have no intention of delivering this or any inhabited world over to Galactus. But that means I gotta find a green, uninhabited world, and fast, to feed the guy. I need a recommendation. In other words, well, is there any place good around here to eat?
Young man, planets such as you seek, lush worlds devoid of life forms, are, biospherically speaking, near impossibilities. That said, the second planet from our sun is worthy of no mercy. Its inhabitants are a blight on the galaxy, a cancerous race who thrive on the pain of others. My advice is to take them. They will not be missed.
You're lying.
No.
Yes, dude, I can see it in your eyes. You're trying to turn this to your advantage by sicking me on a civilization you've been pointlessly at war with for longer than I've been alive. Gah. Boy, people really are alike all over.
Johnny floats away in disgust.
Okay, that went extraordinarily poorly, and the clock is ticking while I browse the menu. I get cranky waiting for the popcorn to wave up. I cannot imagine that Galactus is going to let me stall much longer before he makes me find him a snack.
Fortunately, he said with a confidence that rings with increasing hollowness, Reed and the others will rescue me first. So, now that I've been reminded that aliens don't like surprises so much, I'm not going to bother sneaking onto this next planet. Nope, no siree. I'm going to come in all peaceful-like and hope for the best. But there are no innocent native beings here. And if there are, maybe if they see me coming directly, they'll be a little less aggressive. Possibly.
Planning. Ow, head hurts. Where are you, Reed?
A huge missile approaches the unaware cosmic torch. It explodes against his shield, the equivalent of a nuclear missile.
Ears ringing. Oh man. Hello? Can I hear me? Answer, no. A nuke. These guys punched me with a nuke. Force field or no force field, that really hurt. A couple more of those, I'm going to be 6 radioactive feet under. Hope that was our best shot.
Johnny sees that the sky is filled with similar projectiles, all aimed at him.
Flame on! No, think, retreat, can't, invisible, fuselage, inner workings, yes, warheads have detonators.
Johnny finds the detonator inside the device. He wrenches it out, followed by all the others. The missiles crumple harmlessly against his shields. Johnny takes his hand away from his eyes to see the danger has passed. Okay, we are now just so far from normal. So far. Those weren't exactly Chevy engines. Since when do I know the first thing about disarming atomic bombs? I don't feel any smarter, but something's different. He tries again. Rockin 3.
Hold your fire! I come in peace!
You bring the peace of death.
Not on purpose!
And again. Aqueon.
So if we join forces, we might be able to mount some sort of rebellion, I'm saying.
We're fish. Point. And again. Seleucus.
You, on the other hand, have muscle. I know Galactus is tough, but...
We surrender.
But to no avail. Squav.
Finally. No cities, no tech, no subterranean or sky platforms, no signs of sentient life at all. Nothing but leafy greens. Dump enough ranch dressing on it, a few million croutons, and bon appetit. Ah! Loud!
Johnny is thrown to the ground.
Oof! Another attack? By who? There's no one in sight. Huh.
Johnny is greeted by a race of tiny, talking bug-like people, who are, of course, terrified of him.
Ah! It is as the prophets foretold. The end time of the holy crushing is upon us. Sound the alert. Even now, Galactus' mighty boot hovers above our nests and hills. Take us if you must, but we beg of you, spare the larva.
The loudness. It was the presence of the bug people that overwhelmed me, like I had super hearing for a second, but not really, because it wasn't so much a sound as a sensation, and hang on, I finally get it!
He is surrounded by a green glow.
Huh? He ported me back shipside. That must mean, yeah, I recognize the machinery. He's decided it's time to feed whether I like it or not, and Reed's still not here to shut him down. Gotta play for time. Dude, hats off to the power cosmic thing. It finally sank in what that's all about. I assumed it would ratchet Sue's powers way up, and it has, but in a way I never expected. I should have thought bigger. You needed someone to recognize the invisible, so you got me doing that on the ultimate level. I have a whole new way to see the universe. It's like cosmic sight, kinda. The unseen, the unnoticed. Stuff that's hidden in any sense of the word. It just sort of automatically appears to me. Yes, you could have sprung for an employee handbook so I didn't have to ferret out that little gem myself, but hey, bygones. I'm chuffed by the possibilities for both of us now. Dude, seeing all things as they actually are means I have every chance now to find the perfect planet all around. All I need is a hair more time, and
Galactus blasts Johnny with his eye beams.
yeah! Ah! Come on! Just give me one more day! Ah! Please, I'm begging you, don't make me a murderer.
The eye beams stop.
That all you got? Because I'm not doing this, no matter how much torture you plan on whipping out. Get it straight. You are not going to force me to deliver one of those invisible worlds to you. If that's such a big problem, why don't you just take my power and find out yourself? What? Hey, that is a good question. If you're such a cosmic big shot, why do you need me at all? What are you hiding?
Johnny looks hard at Galactus, and his humanoid form begins to fade, and Johnny sees a massive cosmic energy at his core.
Finally. Statistically, it had to happen eventually. Something finally makes sense. Yeah, I get it. I'm on the trolley now, pal. You can't use my mojo because it's too human. I forget. You're not a giant man with a bad wardrobe. Not the giant part, anyway. Yes, you're big, but humanoid, nose, fingers, optic nerves, etc., is how my brain registers you so it doesn't melt down. Truth is, you're so far beyond what I recognize that my piddling human senses are beneath you. Way beneath. So far beneath that you couldn't use them if you wanted to. Not without climbing way back down the evolutionary ladder. And how do I know this? Because I have now seen you for everything you truly are.
and everything you ever were. We have to talk, Galactus. Or should I say, Galen.
Johnny floats in front of Galactus's face, having finally gained his attention.
Go on.
Rising Storm, Part 3.
So, stop me if you've heard this one. About 1 trillion years ago, in a whole separate universe from this one, there was this planet called Ta. Mighty explorers, great minds, tranquility, paradise, etc. Beautiful place. This is where you were born. Your name back then was Galen. You were clearly dumb about haircuts, but smart about everything else. You were the only one who saw the sand in the hourglass. While everyone else assumed time was infinite, you detected the radioactive plague that was swallowing all existence. You tried warning the Ta-ians, Ta-es, Ta-ronians, whatever, but no one loves a herald, right? Which is borderline ironic, given how you operate now. But I'm rambling. Anyway, to your serious credit, you went investigating while everyone else gave up and started picking out tombstones. You set out on a starship with 3 others. But your ship's shielding wasn't strong enough. You and your crew were rack-tack-tack-tack strafed with interstellar radiation. Cosmic rays that changed you. Fantastically. What? Oh wait, I'm sorry, that's our origin. But it's also your... I mean, it happened to you that way too, pretty much. What with the ship and the rays and the transforming. It's an interesting coincidence, don't you? Maybe I should just move on here. So the crew's wiped out, and you're all that's left. And with your last breath, you heard a voice which said, and I quote, "Hear me, last son of Ta, I am the sentience of the universe. Like yourself, I am dying. In mere moments, as I mark time, I shall draw all the matter in the cosmos into my bosom and collapse beneath my own abysmal weight. But though we both must die, we need not die without an heir. Come, surrender yourself to my fiery embrace, and let us become as one. Let our death throes serve as the birth pangs for a new form of life." Va-boom! Big collapse, followed by a big bang. With its dying burp, your universe tells you that you have a destiny, some great purpose in the grand Uber design. Then spits you and your starship into the cosmic soup that will eventually cool itself to form this universe. Dude, you are old. For eons, your craft rockets around looking for a place to land. And once it does, you wake up and realize you don't have a thing to wear. You know, being a metamorphosed embodiment of a cosmos and all. So you transmogrify the remains of your ship into something not unlike an incubator. There for billions of years, you gestate. Eventually emerging as Galactus, the devourer of worlds, the tyranny that strides the stars. Shaped only by the all-consuming hunger that transcends our petty concepts of good and evil. He who simply is. And seen. I gotta say, knowing this, it really casts you in a whole new light, if you don't mind my saying so. Honestly, I think the thorn in your paw is that after, 5 billion years of being cosmic, you've completely forgotten what it's like to be human. But deep down, you, and I mean so very deep down, you are, in fact, if I may be so bold, you and I are actually a lot alike. Think about it. We're both motivated each and every day by the same burning question, what's for dinner? We both live in the moment. So, not to go all Dr. Phil on you, but do you ever consider getting some perspective?
Galactus turns his eye-beams on Johnny again.
Ah!
You have prattled long enough, Herald. You have served your purpose by unveiling the worlds from which Galactus will now feed.
Right. I never know when to... shut up. Stalled him as long as I could. Nice plan while it lasted. Reed, where are you?
Reed's arm stretches out to Johnny. He grabs Johnny in his rubbery grip and reels him in.
I've got you, son. Quasar, shield him.
Quasar shields the team from Galactus' eye-beams.
That's right, Bighead. The cavalry's here.
The Fantastic Four are together once again.
Johnny, we were so worried. Are you okay? Say something. Quasar? You replaced me already? And also, with Quasar? I would suggest something a little more grateful, young man.
Seconded. I'll hold Galactus off for as long as I can. But I wouldn't take my time if I were you. Reed, what's your plan? I'm still not entirely certain, though now that I have a more immediate grasp of the variables, I have some conjectures and... Johnny, what's wrong? Johnny? Johnny looks at his family and sees more in them than he ever has before. He sees Reed's lifetime of adventure, Sue's memories of growing up together with him, and Ben's past as a pilot and a football star.
What? I got a booger? What?
Wow. I saw you guys. Really saw you in ways I never have before. I don't offer this up very often, but I am so proud to know you. You truly are fantastic.
Quasar slams into the floor beside them.
Whoa.
Sorry, I tried, but Galactus has lost all interest in the fight. He's readying his converter.
And here's the play. Sue, Ben, he's going to need that converter to eat the planet below, so your job is to wreck it. Quasar, you distract Buckethead a minute more, and then follow Reed's instructions to the letter. Because I'm about to tell him what to build with your quantum energy that can beat him. Hut, hut!
Johnny forms a path for Ben to reach the machines, and Sue flies with him as Quasar resumes his attack.
Did we just take orders from your brother?
I know. He sounded so grown up, didn't he? I can't tell if it's him, or the responsibility he's dealing with, or what. But I'm proud of him.
Enough with the sentimental talk, alright? You don't want me to start bawling.
We can do a lot of damage in here. This is
Up.
easy.
No, you don't ever say that out loud, Susie. You know better than that. Next thing you know, we're likely to get walloped.
Creatures from Galactus' ship emerge near Ben and Sue.
You exasperate me, Earth son.
It's a living.
Quasar's energy beams meet Galactus' eye beams in a huge burst of light.
So that's my plan.
Johnny, we were made the FF by cosmic rays. Galactus was transformed by the energies of creation itself. Call it the Big Bang, or the Phoenix Force, or what have you. It's a different scenario.
Granted, I realize we're working on a much more ginormous scale, but you have to admit I'm onto something in principle. If you build this thing, which we know you can, and I pump into it every bit of the herald power Galactus gave me...
Ben and Sue fight the ship's defenses.
See? I told you not to jinx us. Of course you have defenses in this doodad if it's so crucial. Hit 'em.
I'm trying. They're half energy.
Then hit the half a can be wailed on it.
Ben, what's that roar?
I don't know. Galactus' stomach? Oof. Oh man, what now?
The converter begins to glow green from the teleporter and vanishes.
Reed, Johnny, the converter! He's sending it planetside!
So we're on?
Yes, it just might work. Johnny, good thinking.
Johnny smiles.
Hey, Mr. Cosmic Awareness, I'll take over here. You go with Reed. Book already.
Johnny takes Quasar's spot, blocking the beams.
Fool! Galactus will not tolerate a defiant herald. You know this. What power I have given you, I can remove with ease now that you have served your purpose.
No doubt, but I can see what your moves are, and you can't see mine. Go ahead, do your worst. If you can find me. Which you can if I don't stop talking now.
I have a clear shot at the converter. No, stay with the stratagem. Too much is at stake. Outrace it.
The converter descends toward the planet in a green beam as Reed and Quasar pass it. Sue and Ben keep attacking the converter.
You having any luck?
I can't tell. For all we know, we're barely denting the fenders. But I'm pouring it on.
Using his energy and matter manipulation powers, Quasar forms a large cannon at Reed's direction.
With a core ion converter held between the L bracket and a mutagen resonator to read the subject's gene signature. Hurry!
While invisible, Johnny peppers Galactus with energy blasts.
Insect.
The converter's landing. We're too late. No, look more closely. Whatever Sue and Ben are doing in there, they've destabilized its self-guidance systems.
Ben and Sue tear up Galactus' machines inside the converter. It lands askew, further delaying the planet consumption process. Johnny alerts Galactus the machine is installed.
Sweet! Hey, boss, soup's on!
He descends through the green beam to the planet's surface.
Perfect! We put him through a workout. Now he's too hungry not to deal with me later. His first priority is replenishing himself.
Ben and Sue exit the converter.
Remember, any landing you can crawl out of is a good one. What else can I punch?
Galactus makes landfall and blasts them away from it with his eye beams.
Away.
It's okay. That'll take him precious time to repair, and split seconds count. This way.
Johnny transports them to Reed and Quasar.
Hey, who's the what's his reason Quasar whipping up? Why does it look familiar?
Because you saw it the other day, only on a much smaller scale.
Yeah, it's what Reed used to swap yours and Susie's powers in. And I don't get it.
Watch and learn. Quasar, you done? Ready when you are, Johnny.
Galactus begins to power up the converter.
All right, we've got one shot at this, like ever. Cross your fingers.
Johnny pours the power cosmic into Quasar and Reed's cannon, and it fires a massive blast of energy at Galactus.
No, Galactus yields to none. Your devices are of no consequence. Galactus is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the...
His gigantic armor collapses to the ground, seemingly empty. Johnny falls from the sky.
Reed, catch him. Johnny, what just happened? I thought big for a change. I figured that if Reed could move our energies around, he could maybe do the same to Galactus if I gave him enough fuel. I can explain in a sec, but boy, everything looks funny. Because you're back to normal? Uh-huh. No more power cosmic. It's gone. But if this worked, so is Galactus.
A tiny human form emerges from within the armor. The machine has removed the power of Galactus from Galen's original humanoid self. Rising Storm, Part 4. Make no mistake, the essence of Galactus still exists. The universe is not out of danger, and entire planets are still in peril. Galactus may, for the moment, no longer be the great devourer of innocent worlds, but his hunger remains insatiable. Galen opens his mouth wide, intent on taking a bite out of a pool table's 8-ball.
Oh, fuck. Yoink.
Ben Grimm snatches it from his hand before he does. That was an endemic comestible, was it not?
I don't know, because I didn't understand either of them words. All I can tell you is that I don't want to be the guy taking Galactus to the dentist. Galen, whatever. And don't lick the chalk, neither. Just relax and take in the, ambience. I brought you here to Maisie's, because this joint's got the best hot dogs in all of Yancey Street. What I owe you, Maisie? 5?
How's about a tip?
Matt Murdock is Daredevil. Pass it on. Just kidding, gorgeous. Here you go. Hey, I want you to meet my pal, Galen.
Galen, what's that, handsome? Czechoslovakian? You know, my parole officer's Greek.
He's, from a little further out, Maze.
You emit an intriguing odor, Earthling.
Huh, I think he likes your perfume, doll. Tell you what, rustle us up a couple of francs with everything. And go double on the jalapeno. There you are!
Reed enters and stretches his arms around Ben and Galen. Have you lost your mind sneaking away like that?
Unclench, will you? You're supposed to be showing Galen a slice of humanity, right? Well, before you go introduce him to the peer resident of the New York Opera Society or something equal highfalutin, I want him to meet some folks who was genuine. Ain't that right, Lurleen?
Man, I wish I'd stop having these blackouts.
See? Hang on. I believe I checked my chapeau.
Thing, I've been looking everywhere for you. I don't have the patience for your foolishness.
Gee, you are peeved. You only call me Thing when you're mad.
Reed pulls them outside and whispers to Ben while Galen busies himself eating a pretzel from a street cart. I remind you that, thanks to Johnny, we've been given a one-time only chance to temporarily liberate Galen from the cosmic power that makes him a god. And the key word in that sentence is temporarily. But that power is out there. It will return to Galactus. In a month, in an hour, who knows? So in that time, it's up to us to rekindle in Galen the humanity in his soul that was snuffed out 5 billion years ago. It's a slim hope, but perhaps, just perhaps, we could expose Galen to enough beauty to reawaken his sense of empathy, so that when he does become Galactus again, he'll think twice before exterminating entire races with barely a notice. In Reed's lab, Quasar has begun a calibration process that, when it is complete in 24 hours, will return Sue and Johnny's powers to normal. Quasar tells him he can sense Galactus' power searching for him out in the universe, and he'll do what he can to give them as much time as possible, but eventually it will find and re-empower Galen. They wish each other well as he departs.
Say, do you mind turning down the heat? I'm roasting in here, and I haven't actually sweated in, like, forever. I'm sorry.
No problem, I can put up a force field.
No, I'm sorry I've shortchanged you over the years. The torch powers are much harder to control than I've ever given you credit for.
Please note that I'm passing up an opportunity to gloat. And yes, I remember how long it took me just to learn how to sneeze without fireballing the room. But Human Torch is still a cool job description. I say let's get this situation back to normal.
Will you miss the invisibility in the force fields? Or the power cosmic?
Johnny remembers sailing through space on an invisible platform.
Cool.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Central Park.
Did you see me, Uncle Ben? Uncle Johnny? I went backwards and everything.
You were great out there, little man. You want to show Mr. Galen how it's done, Franklin? Galen, do you want to give this skating stuff a spin? No. You don't gotta be mean about it. Am I expected to be touched by these shamelessly transparent emotional manipulations? Is your objective to shame me? Moreover, why should I be charmed by these germ-ridden urchins you brought along with us?
Why, I oughta.
Johnny restrains Ben from hitting Galen with his shields. Stand in line. He's been calling out the worst in everything since he set foot here. Hey, Galen, this is New York, pal. This is the greatest city on Earth. How sad for you, jerk. Understand, Ta, the world from which I originally came, was at the pinnacle of spiritual and technological development. Comparatively, this is a cesspool. In fact, our sanitation systems were more pleasant than this. Fossil engines? Still? My companions and I sacrificed our very lives in a failed attempt to combat the entropic energies that tragically engulfed and ended our universe. If there were any cosmic justice, this universe would likewise be swallowed by an unchecked wave of extra-dimensional force. It would be a mercy killing. Ben picked up a large rock.
Ben, chill. I know, but...
Johnny stops him from smashing Galen with it.
Gah! Why did you have to be such a jerk? Remember the Silver Surfer? He thought we were ants too, but he came around. We won him over. Now he's a decent guy.
Yeah, but look who taught him about the world.
Alicia.
At the Guggenheim Museum of Fine Art, Alicia Master shows Galen an Andy Warhol painting of Marvel heroes.
And this one is the artist's way of making a comment on the power of color and identity. However, subject matter aside, I'm not sure Warhol is the best example of mankind's capability for artistic achievement. So, moving on.
Not so fast, sir. There's no eating in the Guggenheim.
Is that you, Henry? We got special permission. It's all right.
Are you here to see the... I mean, there's a viewing of... Oh, jeez. I mean...
It's fine, Henry. But I bet the look on your face is priceless. How about leading a blind girl over to the Impressionists? Now, if this one's how I've always envisioned it, then notice how the artist's thick brushstrokes evoke the subject's heart rather than its details. It's probably one of the 2 or 3 most groundbreaking paintings in all of history. What do you think, Galen?
It's pedestrian work, rather unremarkable. If this is the best the human race can express itself. Nonetheless, I suppose you can be excused your opinion given your ocular shortcomings. Next, you'll tell me that this grotesquerie is worth my attention. Galen gestures towards a statue of a woman.
Probably not that one. Charming friend you have here, Susan. Moving along. You're pushing it, buddy. Did no one explain why Alicia's so eloquent about art? Galen, she's one of North America's most accomplished sculptors. That statue you just insulted, for example, is her piece.
Really? If she's blind, why would she even attempt something like that? Why would she not simply surrender herself to her affliction?
You wouldn't understand. This is a Cézanne. Notice how much can be suggested with simple forms and color planes. His techniques form the foundation of modern painting. And so went the rest of the day. Alicia and I did our level best to show Galen as much of the magic of New York life as we could in one afternoon. But everywhere we went, Galen seemed to focus only on society at its most broken. almost as if he were looking for things to be contemptuous of. I so wanted to slap the sneer off his face. Tell me things are going better here.
Would that I could. Sadly, however, like all the other discoveries I've made since we returned, this dimensional portal ended up being a complete bust. There, it's sealed. We can leave.
Reed and Sue exit a portal filled with glowing energy and re-enter his lab through a heavily shielded chamber.
I was sure I'd found an energy realm that would permanently satisfy Galactus' hunger, but it's far too dangerous to open this portal long enough to lure him inside. If let loose, the chain reaction from the energy spilling out would set our atmosphere afire, for starters. Then, well, never mind. Let's just say it's a dead end. But I'm not giving up. Why not?
Why, you arrogant...
Sue. Because, Galen, I want more. I want success. It's a common trait among most of the races we've encountered in our voyages. Ambition. A natural inclination to strive for achievement and betterment. Look around you. All my work here? All these inventions?
They're at the cutting edge of knowledge, Galen.
No, Sue, that's not my point. It's that there are hundreds of labs like this all over the world, staffed by men who have insights I don't. Literally hundreds. And in the next generation, there'll be 1,000 more, and thousands beyond. All erected around the sole purpose of creating a future filled with accomplishment. Every time Galactus devours a planet, this is what dies. The chance to make a better tomorrow. Galen? Where did he?
Reed sees that Galen is opening the portal.
Galen, you maniac! No! He's already changed the access code. This is my fault. It was my idea to bring him to Earth, and now 6 billion lives are... Galen, in the name of heaven, stop! What's all the commotion? Galen's as good as his word. He's decided to unleash a Pandora's box worth of hellish energy that will sweep the world clean.
Sue tries flames on the window.
Oh yeah? Stand aside.
Ben tries punching the door.
You can't punch through it, Ben. Even the windows of this Nexus chamber are laced with an adamantium vibranium alloy. I intended it as a safeguard, but now I know it won't be able to contain such deadly energy. Galen, don't do it!
Too late, Dr. Richards. I've set everything in motion. No more can be done.
The portal begins to open, spewing forth bolts of crackling energy.
But why? We've shown you nothing but kindness and acceptance. Why are you doing this?
Why, oh, my. You haven't figured it out yet. Why, Richards? Because I've misjudged you.
What?
You have only yourselves to thank. You've all spoken of it repeatedly in your own way. And once I realized what I was looking at, I saw it everywhere. The indomitable spirit of the humanoid order. The inability of mankind to surrender before the lockstep march of a hopeless future. Even the weakest, most powerless among you understands the fierce need to fight back the darkness of entropy. With every breath, Richards, that much has become clear to me. That, more than anything, is what I recognize within the beings of this universe. And who am I to extinguish in you that which lies within myself?
Then you're sparing us.
I willfully exile myself into this dimension beyond, yes. So long as I exist, the soul of Galactus will stop at nothing to locate me. Will it someday find me even here? Perhaps. But at least my actions this day will provide a respite from Galactus's wrath in this universe. Or, at least, give its inhabitants the best opportunity to find a solution to the finality that is Galactus. Something I have every confidence they will eventually do. After all, that is their nature.
Galen enters the portal and the door closes behind him.
He's right. We don't give up. There's one last loose end from this adventure left to tie. Follow me.
Ah, the swappage. Hey, Reed, Sue and I were talking, and, well, it makes sense it didn't come up before, what with the whole race to save world's priority and all, but can I maybe swap instead with, you know?
Who, me? Forget it, Pickhead. Of course, it could only improve your looks, but
Ben and I have already had this argument. He knows we only have enough material for one more exchange, so you can fill in the rest of the screaming match yourself. Suffice it to say that my pig-headed best friend won't let any of us take that hit for him. Trust me, I tried to convince him.
I even considered anesthetizing him.
You and what army? Just flip the switch before I change my mind, okay?
Reed presses a button. The machine begins to throw off large sparks.
Hey, sparkly. Funny, I don't remember it being sparkly before.
These calibrations are off. But wait, of course!
I hate when you say that. What now?
There must still be a trace of the power cosmic in Johnny's cellular structure. Not enough to detect, but enough to foul the... The entire apparatus explodes, bathing everyone in liquid from the tanks.
Sis, are you okay?
He's all right, kid. You? Did the process take? Try using your powers, both of you.
I am trying. I can't make anything happen. No fire, no fields, no nothing.
Hang on. I can top that.
Ben Grimm walks out holding his costume to cover his human form.
I got good news and bad news. The good news is I lost weight. But I got a sinking feeling about the bad. Stretcho, you want to give me a hand up here?
Certainly, Ben,
Uh-huh. I figured as much.
All four of us. Our powers. They're gone. But gone where? And the champ takes one heck of a haymaker. A boxer's neck stretches several feet as his head is punched. Huh? Tony, get the hose! A fireman erupts into flames in the station house.
Hi, you must be Carrie. I'm really not good with these blind dates.
An invisible man holds a bouquet of flowers at a woman's door.
Sister Mary Catherine?
A nun teaching a class finds her habit torn by her new form of orange rock. This was Mark Waid and Mike Wieringo's final issue on the comic, so if you've made it this far, thanks for coming on this journey with us. It's been a blast. Now it's time to go out in style. All for one. A man chases a bus.
Stupid alarm clock. Hey! If I'm late again this week, they'll fire me.
There's one. Broadway between 35th and 36th. Let's go.
Come on, hold the bus! Hold the bus!
His arm stretches and he grabs the door and is yanked along behind it, his legs trailing several yards behind it.
Ah! I'm caught! Stop!
Another bus in 5 minutes, you impatient son of a... What in the holy living name of...
No! Don't jerk the wheel! Don't!
Reed's gloved hand touches him. Relax, sir. This may tingle. And he returns to normal. Roll with the fall. You all right?
They're better.
Ben, check to make certain he's unhurt. And you people, move! But the bus speeds ahead, out of control. 3 more flying cycles arrive, bearing the rest of the team.
I saw a flash of light. Honey, did it work?
The bus rushes toward Mr. Fantastic. This isn't how I wanted to find out, Sue. But if I wish to test that hypothesis, now's the time. He bounces his body out into a sheet, catching the bus and absorbing its inertia, leaving it undamaged. His powers are working just fine.
Oof. Guess I don't gotta stop calling you Stretcho. Nice stop.
Okay, I'm confusified. I thought your powers were in a box or across town.
That's the real danger, Johnny. They're not staying put. They seem to be hopscotching all over New York, possessing people at random. And our bodies, conditioned by the cosmic rays that gave us those abilities, are the only things that can properly contain them. At the risk of sounding overly expository, I remind you that these gauntlets I equipped us with can reabsorb these powers with a touch, but tracking the powers is the hard part. Fortunately, they seem to stay within range of one another, so keep an eye out. Unchecked, these powers could tear New York apart. Dispatch, this is Baker 9. I am at the scene. Roger that, Baker 9. Do you request...
Whoa!
A police officer arriving on the scene bursts into flames as he exits his cruiser. At ease, buddy. Nothing to worry about? He drops to the ground and begins to roll.
Yeah, that's what I did the first time too. Officer, don't panic. It's not as bad as it looks. Picture yourself drowning in beer. Does that help? It doesn't hurt. And will you work with me?
Johnny and Sue fly towards him. Ben sees someone with his thing powers.
Oh, great. I was hoping I could go last. Guys, over here. Guys? Already out of earshot. Looks like I'm on solo approach. Taking back something I never wanted in the first place.
Also, sir, I recommend not flying. Wah! No, not.
Johnny narrowly misses touching the fiery man, now flying uncontrollably.
What's happening to me?
Pal, it's scary. Believe me, I know. But you gotta watch your strength. Gotta let the flailing around before you...
The new thing crumbles a wall on Ben.
Ben!
But Reed stretches out and saves him.
Ben, are you injured? Be careful. Don't go charging off on your own like that.
Don't yell at me. I thought I had him cornered.
Well, did you use your gauntlet?
I reached for him. Honest, I guess I must have missed him.
Reed gives Ben a doubting look. You must have.
Watch out. He ain't as naturally handsome as I was, but he's every bit as strong.
Sir, hold still so we can restore you.
Reed stretches around the rocky man.
I'm a monster!
Gee, thanks.
Blast it, we move too slowly. The power's traveling again.
He returns to normal as the power moves on.
I cannot apologize enough for this, sir. Here's my card. Bill the Fantastic Four for your clothing and any personal losses. And have your employer contact us regarding your truck.
How'd you do, Pickhead?
Same as. Power zip-zapped away, which makes us 1 for 3. With that record, we could be the Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
Geez, Stretcho, what is it with you and cosmic rays? Sure, you only made 2 mistakes in your entire life, but they were doozies. First, you take us up in a rocket ship and turn us into misfits, and now you gotta go and spread the love. I swear, I'm all the foobahs for you to pull.
Simmer down, Ben. He'll fix this. Reed has nothing to be sorry about, and you are well aware of that. What's gotten into you?
Ben glances at Reed and Sue's held hands, but says nothing. Johnny comes in over Reed's communicator.
Burning Man to leader! Burning Man to leader! Come in, leader!
Johnny, are you scouting the area?
Roger that. I've located another bogey. We'll need Sue for this one, but tell her to bring her wallet. Why? Because there's a 2-drink minimum.
Nearby, angry customers storm out of a gentleman's club. What a rip-off.
Funny. I wasn't prepared to learn anything new about myself today, but this is actually weirdly erotic. Still, miss, may I make a suggestion?
Ain't paying no cover charge for this.
Yeah? Any second now, you're going to look down at yourself and realize why everyone's leaving in a huff. And you might want to try not to... Scream. Calm down, I've got you.
Sue dumps a glass on Johnny's head.
You know the rules. No hands.
This one's yours, Sue. I'll hold her while you...
Yeah, no. I really think I should be the one to grope the naked lady, okay? Settle down, sweetie. This is for your own good. Wah!
Sue climbed up onto the stage.
Susie.
Unclean.
Pole.
Ah! Didn't get to her fast enough. These are mine, right? The hands, yes.
The team exit the house of questionable repute.
Verified. I'm having to calculate on the fly, but I found a definite pattern to the paths on which the manifestations leap in relation to one another. And... hang on.
Reed stretches back and grabs Johnny.
I'm on stakeout.
Nice try.
5 minutes later. Johnny misses touching a doctor.
Nuts.
10 minutes later. And a steel worker.
Nuts.
15.
No. Oh, wait. Belay that epithet. I did it. Easy, Nellie. That a girl.
But he catches the equine torch, ending the most frightening experience of one horse's life. 16.
Ahoy, hoy. This way. I see an invisible force field. See, of course, being a relative term, it's more people's reactions that I'm picking up on. I didn't actually mean that I see it.
We
get it.
The team arrive at a woman who has encased herself in a dome shield.
Do something!
She'll be fine. First, tell her not to flip out.
You don't understand. Dorita has asthma and she went for her inhaler and suddenly she couldn't touch it. And then we couldn't touch her. And it's like there's a wall around her and she can't breathe and...
Sir, sit down. I'll handle it. Doria, right? Doria, listen to me. Huh? Hurts. Then let me help you. Concentrate on the sound of my voice. Screen out everything but that. Excellent. Now purse your lips and exhale slowly. Doria, purse your lips. Doria, please. So scared. I recall what it was like, Doria, the first time. I had no idea what was happening or why everything was suddenly out of reach, and the more I panicked, the worse it got. That's what's happening with you. I can't. But I realized I was in control of this, not the other way around, and you are too, I promise. Try to envision the shield dropping away. I can't. You can, Doria. It's all mental. Clear your head and let me in. It's my job to cope with this ability, Doria, not yours. Don't be frightened. You don't have to feel cursed. You don't have to think you're a freak because of what you can do. Think you're some sort of lab specimen that everyone's staring at. Because I don't. This power is a wonderful gift that I have never regretted for one instant. I want more than anything to get it back, so I can be normal again.
Reed smiles. The shield begins to fade.
That's it. Beautiful. See? We're going to be just fine.
Sue touches the woman, regaining her powers. Reed is writing notes on his glove.
You forgot to vector the hypotenuse.
What in the world are you talking about?
Here, let me show you.
Ben, give that back. Ben takes it from him, examining the equations.
You see? Right here. Your coefficient is all binomial. Ask Johnny. He'll tell you.
Ben, stop fooling around.
I'm just messing with you. Tell you what. How's about I buy us all a round of coffee before we hit the bricks again? Ask Susie. That's her coming back, right?
Ask me what? You made it to the hospital in time? Did that girl get the proper medical attention? She's good. Where to next?
Now that we're powered again, you, Johnny, and I need to continue the search uptown. Ben, on the other hand, should go away and check on the children so he can stop holding us back.
Huh?
You heard me. Get out of my sight.
Me? What'd I do?
It's what you're not doing, and it sickens me. You missed your target early on. You want a coffee break. You aren't duping anyone, Ben. You're intentionally risking innocent lives to avoid the inevitable. That's inexcusable, even for you.
Even for... What's that supposed to mean?
That your behavior is abhorrent. Get away from me. Go home. Trust me, we'll use Sue's force fields to corral the next thing mutate we find and bring him to you for the transfer. In the meantime, enjoy being irresponsible.
You don't know what you're talking about, you jerk. You want me out of your hair? Done.
Ben flies off.
I never agree with Benji, but that was jertacular. He would never sabotage us.
Of course not, but I had to make him angry enough to leave so we could get down to business. Johnny, Sue and I made a decision earlier, and...
Decision? You didn't leave it open for discussion.
And what Ben doesn't know is that I gave him a bogus gauntlet. Unlike ours, his doesn't do anything.
What?
I had to include him on the initial sweep so he wouldn't catch on, but... Well, when I said our energies have to go back into our bodies for the good of everyone, I didn't say into which bodies. According to my readings, there's nothing preventing me from taking Ben's power as well as my own, leaving him cured at last.
Reed, I love Ben too, but this?
I tried to do it earlier, but I wasn't quick enough. It's settled. The accident that made Ben the Thing was my fault. I'll never repay the debt I owe him, but this is a start.
Wow. Just wow.
Save the accolades. Let's move. We can't fool Ben for very...
Reed, what is it?
Oh, no. Reed realizes that Ben has switched their gloves. Ben flies on the cycle towards his powers.
Whoa!
Johnny chases after him.
Ben, I'm ordering you only once. Stand down. Don't make me tackle you.
Bite me, matchstick. I was an all-state running back. Besides, you and Susie tried to catch me without sending this bike bouncing through the crowd. I dare you.
Reed and Sue join the chase. Ben, wait up! Let me explain!
And you! I got nothing to say to you! Buzz off!
Ben!
You heard me, playing me like a fiddle. I may be dumb, but I ain't stupid.
Ben flies down into the subway.
I never said you were. When did you figure it out?
First thing, literally. Back on Broadway when I gloved that fella, and it didn't take.
I hadn't realized it actually made contact. I just assumed.
I know what you assumed, but I did my bit. There was no exchange. And knowing you like I do, the rest fell right into place. God, for a genius, you're such an unbelievable moron.
Reed stretches after him. Ben flies onto the tracks.
You don't get it, Stretcho. You making yourself into a monster? That ain't just a matter of buying sturdier test tubes. How about you take your head out of your butt for a change? And don't be such a selfish jackass.
Reed stretches after him.
Out of line, mister. How is anything I've done today selfish by any definition? Enlighten me.
Glad to. Listen up. You take this hit, every day afterward you gotta spend rejiggering your lab so you can build stuff without breaking it. It's time lost. A day the world ain't better because of something you discovered some afternoon. If you think I want that on my conscience, that any of us do, then ask yourself why we're so proud to be on your team. How come we watch your back? Reed, it ain't just looking ugly. It's never, ever feeling your kid's kiss on your cheek again, or Susie's hand in yours. Nah, you're you, and I'm me, and that's the cosmic plan. Stop fussing with it.
Ben, all that aside, I beg you to reconsider. We can make this work.
Reed is closing in.
Let me do this.
The current thing tears up the tunnel.
I'm your friend.
I know.
Ben makes contact and regains his powers.
I know. What's your name, pal?
Alan, what made me? Am I in trouble?
Nah, temporary insanity. You should have been around for my first day on a job. Come on, Alan. Let's get you some fresh duds and a hot meal. Then we gotta head home.
Yay! Mommy, Daddy, did you bring me any superpowers? Yes, you're super handsome. Where's Auntie Alicia? She taking a nap? Nap! There, one big happy family. Val, your Uncle Ben did something extra brave today, and he deserves a big reward. Ready?
Susie, careful. These mitts ain't exactly for handling fine china.
Shush. Here, she has something for you.
Sue hands Valeria to Ben.
Nap!
Alright, I got the little rugrat. Now what?
She kisses him on his rocky cheek.
Oh.
There's no vacuum being you.
You mean it doesn't suck? Geez, learn English already. And yeah, it don't. Always.
Suddenly an alarm goes off.
Beep, beep, beep.
Uh-oh. Franco, go tell babysitter Alicia she's still on the clock.
That's the alarm for trouble in the microverse.
We got an alarm for that?
We have an alarm for everything. What, are you new here?
Man, it just never lets up, does it? Go, go, go. Defend, prevent, thwart. Month in, month out. I, for one, am a very tired Imaginaut.
Lightweight.
No, I hear him. Maybe we should leave the adventuring to someone else for a little while. We can always come back to it, right?
Spoken with all the sincerity of an addict in denial. You love this life.
Wouldn't trade it. How about you, honey? Does this ever feel like a grind to you?
It could. If it were simply me against the unknown, I truly believe I would have collapsed by now under the daunting enormity of finding new challenges. But what I've learned over the course of our careers is that working alongside good partners makes all the difference. As long as you're with friends, there's no limit to the adventure out there.
Nuff said.
The end. Nuff said indeed, Ben. If you've reached the end of these 3 episodes, there's nothing else I need to tell you to convince you what a great run of comics this was. I think it helped redefine and modernize the team for the current era of Marvel, and I kept reading beyond this point for quite a while, as well as picking up the more darkly toned and serious Marvel Knights book, simply titled 4. The Fantastic Four have been a staple of the superhero world for going on 70 years or more now, and yet their adventures remain as vibrant as the day they were printed. I have friends who swear by the old 60s run by Jack and Stan, so some of that might show up here someday. I would like to go further into the past than I have already. I've read great comics back to the 1930s. But before I end, I also wanted to put in a good word for the unreleased 1994 Fantastic Four movie. The actors, writers, and crew had no idea the film wasn't meant for release, and they gave it their all. And if you can get by the cheap special effects, which I actually find charming, and the rough sound editing, it's an excellent depiction of the team, and the characters are pitch perfect. It's usually up for free on YouTube. And there's a great documentary about the story behind the film called Doomed. From that, the Tim Story films that followed this run, and I think were partially defined by it, and this book, you can see that certain elements of the Fantastic Four have always been the same, no matter the time and the medium. And I think that's their greatest appeal. Despite the powers and the adventures, what I really love, time and again, are these characters. I hope that you do too. Until next time, thanks for watching.